The manhwa starts by showing us a palace inside of the heavenly demon cult. We hear an older man saying that he's sorry that the medicine won't work. He thought it would because it's very rare. The cult heir says that energy deviation isn't something that can be solved so easily. It's not the doctor's fault, but his own. Because of him being a half-assed pupil. His lower core was broken from birth. If you pair that with a body that can't hold internal ki, he poured all of his efforts into mystic arts and rose to become the cult heir of the heavenly demon cult. It was all a way for him to repay the debt to his master. But alas, he has not achieved that yet. He says that the price medicine of Hebei was useless. He wonders where he could find something better. We then hear a different man telling the cult heir it's been a while, making him stop in his tracks. He asks if he's been well while he, who we learn is the vice cult leader, was absent. The heir says that it's been a long time, and we learn that the vice cult leader is named Chun Hejin. The heir says that his tour around their land must have taken him quite a while. Hejin says as the cult leader and cult heir are both unable to carry out their current duties, it is his obligation to get things done for the prosperity of the cult. The heir says that he sees and he's really grateful for his efforts, but he says it in a very cold tone. Back in his room, the heir says there's no way that Snake just went on a trip to see how the people are doing. He sets his cup down and says he needs to stop Hejin before he does anything stupid, but then he feels a sharp pain in his chest. He says that he did not expect this, to think he'd aim for him the moment he's in his own chamber. It makes sense now why this drink was so damn good. As he starts to crush the cup, he asks the people in the rafters above if they would like a drink as well, saying he feels bad for drinking it all on his own. One of them yell attack, and they start to leap down from the ceiling. The heir says even if they did bring him this prized liquor, they're making a grave mistake for finding him in his own chambers. We see 4 of them plunge their fists straight through his chest, but only for them to have been tricked by one of his illusion arts. The heir is now across the room, saying if they wanted to kill him in his own area, they should have prepared much more, as we see a purple aura from his eyes. They quickly redirect towards him, and he says that he just warned them while sticking his hand out. As he clenches his fist, he says they are not enough. Spiked chains begin to fly around the room, impaling his assailants, killing them on the spot. We see more people appear behind, and he says that it seems they are appearing now that the stage has been set. He says that as his nephew, he's quite disappointed in this shit, as it's none other than Hejin and the other elders who look startled. Hejin says that the crane's red beak is a poison said to melt an entire ox with a single pinch, and he wonders how the heir is still laughing after drinking a cup of it, calling him a monster. With all the corpses around, the heir says if his body was in better condition, he would have been sure to leave a hole in his head, and that this is quite unfortunate. Hejin says that he too shares disappointment that he couldn't accomplish his dreams. He says there's no way he'll just stand by and let this orphan who can't even learn martial arts be his next leader. The superiors have even given him permission to do this. As he nods to a man behind him, they all immediately start to circle the heir. He says that his elders are quite easy to scare, and asks if they really plan on ganging up on him after making him drink poison. Hejin tells him to keep trying to act tough, saying if he had just fulfilled his role as the cult heir, this wouldn't have happened. But the heir tells him to cut the bullshit, asking who's behind this. Hejin asks what he's talking about and looks shocked, saying that this was a decision that he and the elders made. The heir says that he knows they lack the balls to do this, and then starts naming out names about who it could be, only for him to gain a reaction. He says that it's probably an order from outside his divine cult, and that the other elders and Hejin have sold the cult off to kill him, asking if his master ended up the way he is now because of his actions as well. Hejin begins to imbue his hand with frost, asking him how dare he accuse him of doing something to his own master. He starts to dash directly towards the heir, who says that after seeing his response, it seems that he's right. As he gets hit by the attack, the heir says that this is the cost of his master trusting someone he always believed in, and that they finally got stabbed in the back. Hejin's attack sends Wunhui flying to the other side of the room as he grabs him by the throat. He says no matter how much he dislikes him, they still train under the same master, and he is still the acting leader of the cult, so he will end his life with his own hands. The heir laughs, asking if he's already planned all of this, saying that he should just drop the facade, and that his lack of wits is exactly why he's a puppet in the first place. We finally learn the main character's name, which is Yun Wunhui, and he says that the way he's acting must mean he doesn't want to die an easy death. Wunhui spits up a lot of blood, and Hejin tells not to worry, saying he will correct the mistakes and ensure the cult prospers. Wunhui lets out a little snicker, and immediately bursts into full-blown laughter, which sends chills down the spines of all of the elders. As his aura starts to be released even more, he says they've endured him for so long, yet they still don't know. If they wanted to kill him, they should have remembered one small detail. Hejin says that now that his time to die has come, it seems like he won't stop running his mouth, but Woonhui reaches into his robe and pulls something out, which surprises Hejin, as he recognizes it as the demon dragon sword. Hejin says that he'd dare cause trouble even in his final moments, and reaches for the sword asking if he really thought he'd let him pull off one of his tricks. The tip of the handle starts to glow purple as it releases aura that sends Hejin flying backwards. Hejin asks if he's really gathered this much mystic power already. Woonhui says that he has put all of the mystic power he has into the sword, which contains the will of the first heavenly demon, and while he was gathering all the energy he needed to defend against his laughable attacks, this is what he has been aiming for. The other elders start to panic, saying they need to quickly utilize their internal energy and block the attack. As the sword starts to flow into the air, Woonhui tells them that it's too late as they are destined to die here. The sword itself begins to use an ability called the Soul Combusting Hell Flame Art. It immediately starts to exude a pressure so heavy that it seems as if the light in the room itself has been sapped. Some of the elders are sent flying backwards, almost as if they disintegrated, and Hejin watches as it's his turn, and he screams out Woonhui's name. Outside of the palace, it's silent, only immediately for it to appear as if spacetime itself was warping, and a giant explosion follows, destroying the entirety of the palace, leaving only the ground it stood on. We see Woonhui sitting where the palace once stood, saying no matter how pitiful his life might have been, he didn't expect he'd die like this. And that the snow flowing around him is making him remnants of when he was younger. We see some kids kicking the hell out of him, and they start to make fun of him because he can see ghosts. One of them says that if he tells him once more that he's carrying an evil spirit, he'll make sure he has a terrible time. They even start to make fun of how his lower core is broken, and they say that if they were him, they would have offed themselves a long time ago. Woonhui looks at a rock on the ground, and he reaches for it, picking it up, saying that he simply said what he saw, but all he got was hatred. He refused to just sit down and take all the shit that the world was trying to give him. He leaps off the ground, dashing at the man who just beat him up, and we see blood flying. Woonhui says they didn't really have the temper to stay put. We only hear them yelling, and Woonhui says that they don't know when to give up. Just like the spirits, we see them floating in front of him, and he asks for them to piss off. We then hear somebody tell Woonhui that he has special eyes, and he gets afraid, wondering how long this dude's been here since he couldn't even feel his presence. Judging based on his expensive looking clothes, and an even more expensive looking sword, this place is far from the forest path as well, so he must have come for him specifically. Woonhui starts to laugh, but in a sad tone, saying he must be interested in his cursed eyes, and he can take them if he wants. As he's used to a life where receiving hatred and disrespect is so natural, the person asks if they can really just have them, and Woonhui says that based on their appearance, they look like a master of martial arts, so what would resisting even accomplish? He says he doesn't know if these eyes can act as a medicine for their powers or not, but they can pull them out, eat them, or do whatever they need to. The person quickly puts their coat around Woonhui, saying those eyes are no curse, rather, they are a blessing. Some people like him are born with a blessed upper energy core, or with a special streak in their soul, and those children always end up doing great things. Woonhui says the words sounded so sweet, he would have definitely just thought they were lies. The person continues, saying that he has the potential to become more special than anyone else in the world, but Woonhui was already falling for it because that was the first time he ever felt warmth in his entire life. The person asked if he would follow him, and Woonhui said yes, and this is how he met his master, the heavenly demon. When the heavenly demon asked if he had a name, Woonhui says no. The heavenly demon says that to commemorate the moment he met him, he would like to give him the name Woonhui, which gave him a new reason to live. We see Woonhui sitting there, saying he did whatever he could to help his master, but because of his damned body, his master fell into a state of energy deviation, and accepting death here would be too pitiful. Even though his body is about to keel over, no matter what he does, his body is done for, so there is only one way out of this. He slams his hands into the ground as a golden energy starts to emit from it. He says that he is using the forbidden art of Zoroastrianism, called the primordial divine wheel of reincarnation, which will allow him to overcome death by transferring his soul to another body. Even if it does succeed, he is destined to live a short life due to the body's rejection of the soul. He is using the remaining mystic energy from the fragments of the demon dragon sword to activate this art, and now he will just leave it up to the heavens. He looks over at his master's palace, and begs that he hold on. As the yellow aura starts to bloom into a lotus flower, it opens up, shooting a beam to the sky, and Woonhui says once more he hopes his master stays safe until he returns. His vision goes completely black until he hears some woman yapping at him. She says that as the son of a concubine, he should continue to keep low. He says his whole body is numb and tingling, and waking up to the sound of screeching is just the worst. He then jolts awake, asking if the wheel of reincarnation really succeeded, and we hear the woman call him Tang Woonhui, asking if he's listening, telling him to get up off the damn floor. Woonhui stands up, saying it's ironic that he still has the same first name as his last body. The woman, on the other hand, says that she's been emphasizing this since earlier. She raises her beating stick into the air, asking how dare he not respond to her, but he stops her mid-swing, saying that her breath reeks, asking if she could face away when talking to him, and even calls her an old hag. She looks annoyed, and asks how dare he refuse her teachings and even insult her, and then she slams the door, telling him not to even dream of exiting until he understands his mistakes. Woonhui sits on the bed, sighing out of relief, saying finally he can have some peace and quiet. According to the remaining memories of this body, that woman is this child's stepmother, and that the primordial wheel of reincarnation only works on bodies that have just died or are about to die. Even if this child was not her real son, he can't believe that she beat him to death. He thought his old life was pitiful, but the Woonhui in this body might match it. He says that his body is barely trained and is actually in pretty bad health, but this body has something that his last one lacked. He reveals that it has a lower energy core. He says if he can train his lower core to learn martial arts, and on top of the mystic arts he learned using his upper core, and if he can use the power of his eyes to control the dead, he'll turn it into something that the world has never seen or is ready for. And it's not an if, rather it's a necessity. Only then will he be able to protect his master and show the bastards who backstabbed him and messed with his cult that they picked the wrong damn fight. Woonhui starts to explain that the Sichuan Tang clan is one of Murum's 6 great clans, and the ruler of Sichuan. To their west, there is Tibet, where the Potala Palace is, and Ganghai, where the Kunlun sect is. To their south, there are the Heavenly Dragon Temple, the Shenkong sect, and the 5 poison sects. To their north is the front line of the Central Plains that opposes the Heavenly Demon cult. There stands the group that leads the Tang clan and the vanguard called the Tempest Squad. The leader of the Tempest Squad, who is also known as the Tempest Swordsman, is Tang Ho San. With the Tempest Squad, he founded a branch of the Tang clan called the 9 Dragons Division. The Tang Patriarch, the Dark Supreme, Tang Moon Hyuk, had entrusted the division to Tang Ho San, whom he had deep faith in. Ho San had 3 heirs. 2 were children he had with Nam Gun San Yong, his legal wife. They were his first child, Tang Qiu Jin, and his third child, Tang Yu Chang. Comparatively, his second child was born as a result of sleeping with a servant, a mistake he made while drunk, and that is who he is reincarnated as. While he may be an illegitimate child, he is still the son of the branch family patriarch, which means he is an heir candidate. We hear a servant barking at him, saying that he needs to go beg for forgiveness, as the matriarch said not to bring in any food to the White Pavilion, and that it looks like they will all be starving too. Woonhui sighs, saying he can't believe even a servant is looking down on him, so he smacks the dude across the face, sending him flying across the room. The dude asks what the hell he thinks he's doing since he was being so kind by giving him advice. He says if he continues acting this way, he can't help but fight him back, but when he looks up, he sees Woonhui glaring down at him, and Woonhui smacks him again, making the dude just start to say that if he keeps hitting him, he'll get into trouble. Woonhui doesn't care and repeats this over and over until the dude is in tears, saying that he's sorry. After a bit of slapping the hell out of him, Woonhui tells Hyung Sam that he trusts that he will do the right thing since he's his mother's hometown friend. Hopefully, he understands how he feels. Hyung Sam says of course he does, and he will never forget the kindness he and the second madam have shown him, and he'll work even harder to serve them both. Woonhui then starts smiling, saying that surely he'll go get what he wants now, and Hyung Sam starts to cry, saying he'll go prepare it immediately, and he bows and heads out the door instantly. Woonhui sighs, saying he can't believe his hand is stinging just from hitting him a few times, and he wonders just how weak the original Woonhui was, saying not only is the body weak, but he also has no allies within the clan, and it's partly due to the matriarch bullying him. It's difficult to move around within the Tang clan at this rate. All he can do is accumulate inner energy, then show what he is capable of. Although the problem is the Tang clan energy that's in this body. Since his master's heavenly demon 9 slashes is a demonic art, he can't use it with the cultivation technique of an orthodox faction. However, there must be many cultists within the heavenly demon divine cult who came from the Tang clan and have been around for 1,000 years. This will put a lot of stress on his upper meridian since his body has not been trained, So taking the memories of putting it into the upper meridian that was innately big, he'll copy it from reality into the imaginary space and manifest it there. As he opens his eyes, he says that this space that he is witnessing is purely from his own manifestation, which is part of the heavenly demon divine cult called the millennia-old secret archive. Fortunately, it seems that using the divine wheel of reincarnation didn't cause him to lose much of his memories. In his current situation, the most suitable cultivation method for him would be the venom dragon cultivation technique. After the martial group of the Tang clan that specializes in poison was chased out of the clan, they joined the cult. This is the cultivation technique that was made to allow them to learn the poison arts of the demonic cult. Instead of using demonic energy, they used poison energy and the cultivation techniques of the Tang clan as the base to practice the martial arts of the cult. While the Tang clan fights against the cult, there are groups within the orthodox faction that use poison in a unique manner. So, if he uses the demonic arts via the venom dragon technique, then no one would suspect him of a single thing. The issue would be that he needs to go through excruciating pain in order to embrace that poisonous energy. To replenish the poison, he also needs to consume poison that is of a higher level. However, now that he has used his upper meridian, his cursed eyes have finally been opened. We see him smiling and asking somebody across the room how long they plan on staring at him for. He says while he was known as handsome in his previous life, he will still get a little embarrassed if they stare too long. As we see, he is talking to Hajin and the other elders. Hajin barks at him, saying everybody always said he was crazy, but still, he dares subject him, the vice leader of the cult, into such a state. All the other elders also say that he needs to release the chains, and he won't be able to handle their wrath. Woonhui says seeing all of them react like that makes him extremely happy. They ask if he has such a shitty personality that it's stuck even with death. Woonhui grabs their chains, saying if there were plenty to kill him, they should have prepared themselves for the consequences. As he pulls Hajin to the floor, he says they already knew what ability he had. As when he looks up at Woonhui, he sees an ominous demon behind him. Hajin asks if this is really the power of the Phantom King. Woonhui says if he remains in this state, he won't be able to even reincarnate, and surely, they will start to get impatient. Hajin hits the ground, saying what he wants is probably information. If he wants all the information he has, Woonhui cuts him off, saying he doesn't need it. Hajin is surprised, and Woonhui says he has many people who will give him that information. He puts his hand directly over Hajin's head, and everything blinks out for Hajin as he starts to get sucked up into the sky. He screams only for him to turn into an orb in Woonhui's hand as he says it's called a wraith sphere. It is filled with extreme resentment of the dead and is exponentially more vicious than the most extreme venom, and now it will become his nutrition. As we still hear Hajin yelling from inside of the orb, Woonhui eats it in front of all the elders, surprising them. He starts to feel excruciating pain in his body, causing everything to tense up, and they say there's no way he's still standing after eating that. One of the other dudes asks the rest if they don't remember that they just gave him the red beet poison and he still shrugged that shit off. Woonhui says that now that Hajin has become nutrition for his venom dragon technique, it's time for the rest of them to make a choice, asking if they will tell him obediently or will they get devoured. He turns them all into orbs and starts swirling them around in his hands, asking if they are really just following the orders of an organization known as the Association, even though they are elders of the heavenly demonic divine cult. They plead to him, saying that they're not lying, and Woonhui says that it's an organization that doesn't even have a name, but the problem lies with its members. One of the elders says they refuse to reveal anything about themselves, and they hope that Woonhui believes them. Woonhui says that the divine cult of the heavenly demon was an evil cult that believed their lord to be the god incarnate. These elders who revered the heavenly demon as their god came to eliminate him, the junior heavenly demon, since he was ruining their god's reputation. At the very least, they feared the members of the society more than they feared their master, the god they worshipped. Woonhui says he thought they had simply fallen for the schemes of the orthodox or unorthodox factions. Then he says the word divergence. There were humans who ascended while attempting to climb the tower standing above the skies. They were absolutes, seen as immortals who could be considered natural disasters in their own right. The real masterminds far exceeded his expectations. He downs all of the orbs, saying there's no time to sit back and slowly adapt the poison to his body, and he needs to speed this up immediately. It then jumps to 2 whole months later in the Grand Matriarch's room. She asks if they're certain that they haven't been serving food to that filthy boy. Hyung Sam asks how he could ever go against her orders, and she asks how he's still fine then, as she thought he would give up in 3 days and grovel at her feet for mercy. There was even a rumor going around the estate that she killed him and replaced him with a double. The clan head is even going to visit soon, So how can she ever face him if he hears of this false rumor? She sighs, asking Hyung Sam if he brought the documents Woonhui asked for. He says there were reports regarding the current state of the martial realm, especially in respects to the outer regions. She says that he's never been interested in those before, wondering how he could change so much in a mere 2 months, then wonders if maybe he found a new supporter. Despite being a filthy bastard, he still has the branch family head's blood. If he impresses the clan head when he comes to visit, the boy's position within the clan will solidify. It wouldn't surprise her if a dirty little pest tried to manipulate him to their advantage. She slams her table, saying only Yu Chang can catch the clan head's eye, asking how dare they try to use that filthy bastard. Someone then knocks on the door, saying that Yu Chang has arrived, and she asks if he already finished his seclusion training. Hyung Sam says that he's going to take his leave now, and she tells him to get out of her sight and report immediately if that bastard tries to do something again. Yu Chang then enters, asking his mother if she's been well, and she says that she has, telling him to take a seat, asking if he achieved his goal. He says that he may still improve, but he successfully obtained Shadow Key. She says well done, and she knew he could do it. Yu Chang says that he heard stories about the bastard on his way here, asking if he really is yet to reflect and beg for mercy after his transgression against her. She sighs, saying indeed, and just thinking about it makes her head hurt, asking what he is up to. He says based on the circumstances, he believes someone is supporting him from the shadows. His mother asks if he really believes so as well, and Yu Chang says that there is no way someone with minimal internal energy can survive with no food or water for 2 months, and that he believes someone is sneaking in some elixirs for him to consume every night. His mother says that's also her conclusion, but she has no clue which imbecile is trying to use that bastard. Yu Chang says that is why he will recommend that Woonhui participates in the festival when the head arrives. Because if Woonhui gets a big opportunity, then his backer will have no choice but to help him out immensely. His mother says that's a good idea, and she's sure they'll try to feed him more elixirs to improve his abilities in the meantime, and then the backer will reveal themselves to take the credit for changing the boy. Yu Chang says exactly, and once they know the identity, they can take them down. She wonders what will happen if Woonhui makes a mistake, saying the clan head will disapprove of the branch family for not keeping him in line. Yu Chang says that no matter how much the backer helps him, there is no way Woonhui can achieve much, and if he makes a mistake or causes an accident, he will step in and prevent it as his brother. Back to Woonhui's room, we see a purple aura leaving his room as they continue saying that no matter how much help Woonhui will receive, there is no way a boy who's barely learned the common Tang clan key cultivation technique can reach a high enough state to accomplish anything within such a short time. Oh boy, are they in for a rude awakening? And then jumps back to Woonhui talking to Hyung Sam as Hyung Sam says that he has heard that the cult has been in a civil war for the past 6 years. Woonhui explains that 2 months ago he had asked Hyung Sam to bring him the recent happenings in the martial realm. He anticipated that some time would have passed when he used the Wheel of Reincarnation, but this went beyond his expectations. After hearing that it was 6 years, he started to feel a bit of despair. Hyung Sam says that the heavenly demon of the time went missing. Woonhui asks what he means by missing, and Hyung Sam asks if that's a problem or something, saying that it was said to be a wicked scheme planned by the cult for a long time, and they were all afraid of when and where the heavenly demon would appear. So now Woonhui has no idea if his master is alive or not. Even though there's not much, he does have the slightest amount of hope. He wants nothing more than to run all the way to the Tian Shan Mountains right now, but he is lacking in strength, information, and money. Especially information, as we see him training his martial arts. He says those traitors will be using all sorts of methods to look for their master as well, and if they haven't been able to find him yet, he needs information that is at least as good as theirs. It also happens that the 9 Dragons division will be visited by the Tang clan's Dark Sovereign Son. Who we talked about before, he is the head of the Sichuan Tang clan and one of the 10 Grand Masters under heaven, the Dark Sovereign Tang Moonhyuk. There's a rumor that the Dark Sovereign will form a new special martial unit, and if he can join that unit and utilize the information network of the Tang clan, his chances of finding his master will definitely increase. A little spider waddles up into frame and says that it seems he's about to achieve a breakthrough with the 12 Fierce Tiger Steps. The 12 Fierce Tiger Steps are one of the best basic techniques passed down among vagabonds. It allows the practitioner to use their entire body as a weapon. Woonhui says this is the result he obtained after strengthening his body through extreme muscle training, and while also cleaning his pressure points and meridians by practicing the Venom Dragon art and eating the ghost orbs. Woonhui asks if he's going to have to eat Bigu pills again, and the little spider says that it can't be helped, as security is too tight. We see it's actually one of the elders possessing the spider. Woonhui warns him that he'll turn him into an orb if he doesn't behave. The elder begs him, saying that he's done his best. Woonhui says okay, and asks if he's learned anything new, like where the Dark Sovereign is now. Spidey says that he doesn't know where exactly, but that Yu Chong has returned after finishing his seclusion training. Woonhui says it makes sense he'd return since the Dark Sovereign will be visiting soon, asking if that's all the information. Spidey then says that he saw him scheming with his mother against him. Woonhui asks him what Yu Chong and San Young have planned, telling him to spill the beans. After being explained, Woonhui says the recap: they just want to screw him over when the Dark Sovereign visits, and they think that someone is supporting him from the shadows. He says they're literally just writing the story by themselves, and more importantly, a recommendation for the special unit is great. He scoffs, saying that he wondered what they were going to do, but now they're just laying it all out for him, though he doesn't like their intentions to humiliate him. Hyung Sam then knocks on the door, and Woonhui tells him to enter. He enters with some medicine, and Woonhui asks what it is, only for Hyung Sam to tell him that it's something that the matriarch is giving to him. He says that he thought she told him not to give any food, and Hyung Sam says that she said he must have reflected enough and has given him this to recover his energy since he has suffered all this time. Woonhui sighs, saying this is such an obvious ploy, telling him to leave it on the side. Hyung Sam insists that he needs to watch him drink it, and Woonhui sighs, but immediately chugs it, saying that if what he heard before is true, then this must be infused with madness poison, whilst not likely to work against him as he has learned the venom. While he's drinking it, he starts noting all the stuff in it, saying that it has white mountain herb, soul-burning resin, and only a small quantity of madness poison, and she's even put 5 essence powder into it, even though it's a precious thing. If you only drink it once or twice, its effect would be closer to energy recovery and improving inner energy, but if you drink it often, it becomes a poison for the mind gate. Woonhui says that was well within his expectations, but it also has toxic cinnabar. Spidey starts to get pissed, asking if she's gone mad that she's fed him that. Woonhui tells him to shut up as it's okay, and he needs to find out who her sorcerer is. Spidey says alright and immediately jumps out the window, and Woonhui sets the bowl back down for Hyung Sam, wondering if her plan was to drive him mad, and then put a spell on him to turn him into a puppet. He's curious about how competent the sorcerer she employed is. He tells Hyung Sam that he's drank it all, asking why he's still here. Hyung Sam says that the martial arts instructor that she sent for him is waiting outside as well. Woonhui asks what he means by martial arts instructor, and as soon as he heads out, he's introduced to his martial arts instructor named Tang Gon. Gon says that he'll only be here for a short bit, but he'll be in his care. Woonhui says this is the Fierce Gale Warrior, and while the Wild Wind Squad was active, he was one of the top members of the Elite Squad, and a martial master who ranked within the top 5 of the 9 Dragons branch family. But now he's just an old man who's been living like a hobo because he doesn't want to take another job. Gon says that he's been told to look after him for just 4 days before the clan head arrives. Woonhui says he must have only accepted him because he didn't want to help out with the event. And that San Yong's intentions are obvious. By making a master like Gon his instructor, she can tell others that she has taken care of her son, then she'll use sorcery to make him humiliate himself in front of the clan head. Woonhui then asks Gon what he's going to teach him, and he says that there is a martial art that San Yong has selected for him specifically. Woonhui asks what it is, and Gon says he's not going to show it twice, so pay attention. Immediately, Gon starts dashing around the entire training area, leaving something akin to afterimages. Woonhui says it's a step technique that lets him move like a shadow, and he looks around following his movements, and Gon tells him that it's called shadow step. Woonhui asks if this is the same one that Yu Chong uses a lot, and Gon says yes, as it's the foundation to his shadow key. Woonhui sighs, saying that she's planning on making him look bad compared to her son. Gon tells him that shadow step emphasizes stealthy movement and is effective when combined with assassination weapons and poison arts, and since he has made imprints on the ground, Woonhui only needs to follow them. Woonhui says he expects no less of the Fierce Gale Warrior, and Gon says that since he's taught him the shadow step, he should do his best to copy it, and if he doesn't get it, he should go ask the righteous Windhall chief instead of him. Woonhui tells him that he's mastered it, and Gon asks what he means, and Woonhui repeats himself saying he's already mastered the technique. Gon scratches his head, saying he may not know this because he hasn't learned martial arts before, but shadow step is a pretty difficult stepping technique. Even the members of the Wild Wind Squad took around 10 days for each form. Even geniuses like himself took 5 days, so it'll take at least 3 months for someone like Woonhui to understand the basics. Woonhui cringes at him calling himself a genius, and he says that he guesses it's probably like that in his mind. Gon says that if he understands, then to continue practicing diligently, but Woonhui says it again that he's already mastered it. Gon starts to get annoyed, saying that it's not something he can master by looking at it once, and Woonhui asks if he wants to make a bet, 30 silver coins, to see if he's mastered Shadow Step or not. Of course, the homeless guy immediately jumps at the money, and Woonhui says he hears that the monthly wage of the Righteous Wind Hall is around 10 silver coins, and it's probably only a fun bet when it's worth around 3 months of his salary. Gon clears his throat, saying that Shadow Step is a valuable martial art of the Tang clan that holds its soul, and betting on learning it is absurd. Woonhui laughs a little bit and holds it back, asking him if he's a coward. Gon gets annoyed, but Woonhui walks away, saying he must be, and that the fierce Gale warrior said it took him 5 days for him to learn it, and he's a genius, but for a man to back down like this, it's quite pathetic. Gon tells him to wait, saying that he's remarkably good at provoking people, and he'll accept the money as payment for him disrespecting martial arts. Woonhui says that since he's accepted it, it means he can't go back on his words. Gon then tells him to prove it, and Woonhui immediately dashes behind him before he can even react, and Gon asks how, but Woonhui smiles, asking him what he was planning on drinking today as he's holding his pouch, saying that it's pretty heavy. Gon starts to sweat nervously, saying that this is impossible. Gon tells Woonhui this is cheating, asking how he learned the Shadow Step. Woonhui says he learned it just now, asking if Gon thinks he had a chance to learn martial arts ahead of time. Gon says that's true, but asks how Woonhui learned it just from seeing it once. Woonhui says he didn't realize Gon was the petty type who doesn't know how to admit defeat, asking if he wants to try it again. Gon says he's not going to try it again. Woonhui says he can just try a different martial art as it's too boring doing it with just one. Then Woonhui starts to mock him again, asking if he's at such a big disadvantage because he's actually a genius. Woonhui says given how puny the stakes are, Gon's self-confidence must be equally as small. Gon tells him to wait as he's going to the bank right now to get money. Woonhui's laughing internally, saying this is too free. As Gon's walking away, he says he knows tons of more secret techniques far more difficult than the Shadow Step, and he would love to see Woonhui try to keep up. Woonhui says that this must be confusing for Gon. Not only did someone who never practiced martial arts manage to master it after seeing it once, but now his money bag is also gone as well. Woonhui says that he may not have mastered any martial arts before, but the people he fought against as the Junior Lord were the elite of the elite among the martial arts world, and their names were very well known. Remembering the forms of the basics is also very simple for him. Low-key don't know if it said this ghost's name, but just gonna call him Goatee. He asks him how he did just now, and if it was a good job. Woonhui says yes, no matter how great he is, the difference in their levels made it impossible for him to steal Gon's bag by himself, but luckily Goatee just needed to flick it a little bit, which gave Woonhui the chance to snatch it. Now it's time for him to completely absorb all of Gon's martial arts and all of his money. 4 hours later, we see Woonhui performing a whole myriad of techniques such as the soul-tracking soaring butterfly, the wild wind body technique, and even the wild wind 12 rotation. Gon's just watching as his life finances are going down the drain, and the ghosts say he may be a heretic, but they pity him as he had the misfortune of getting caught up with the Junior Lord. They say they're reminded of how they came to be ghosts. Gon drops to the ground, and Woonhui asks if he has any more. Gon says he can't borrow any money from the bank. Woonhui says that's too bad and suggests they make one more bet. Gon starts crying, saying he's already completely broke, and Woonhui tells him to hear him out. They should go for one more round, and he'll put all of the money on the line. Gon starts to shake, asking if Woonhui's trying to sell him off as a slave. Woonhui says no, but he still knows one important martial art that he won't be able to follow easily, the wild wind dance. It strikes a nerve in Gon, and Woonhui wonders what's wrong as Gon starts to release his aura. Gon says while this may not be true for other martial arts, the wild wind dance is the soul of the wild wind squad. That Woonhui is even considering trying to bet with the wild wind dance on the line dishonors the squad, which is the foundation of the 9 Dragons division, so Woonhui should refrain from doing so in the future. Woonhui says Gon normally comes off as a playboy, but he really is the fierce Gale warrior. Woonhui asks if Gon really believes he has no right to learn the wild wind dance. Gon says Woonhui does have the right since he is a disciple of the family. Since Gon has already shown it to the first young lady and the third young master, there should be no issue with him showing Woonhui as well. Woonhui says the rights he is referring to do not have to do with lineage, asking whether from Gon's point of view, Woonhui has that capability. Gon wonders what Woonhui's talking about, and Woonhui yells out his name, asking if he thinks he has the talent to become a wild wind. Specifically, Woonhui's asking whether or not he has the right to pick up the legacy of the Wild Wind Squad. Gon starts to shudder thinking about the legacy because after their last gruesome defeat, the Wild Wind Squad ceased to exist. But Gon would love to become a Wild Wind member just once more. That's how for 20 years he buried the legacy of the Wild Wind in his heart, and who would have imagined that he would be hearing those words from the weakest of the successors. However, Gon says while the words touch his heart, Woonhui is also the one who spoke about using the Wild Wind dance in a bet, which is too difficult for him to accept. Woonhui says this is frustrating, and if the moment he met Gon 4 hours ago he had asked him to teach the Wild Wind dance because he wished to inherit the Wild Wind, would Gon have quietly taught him? Even when he showed Woonhui the shadow step, it's not like he struggled with that decision. Gon looks away, saying he has no response to that. He says that Woonhui provoked him in order to prove his worth. He heard that Woonhui had changed, but he sees that Woonhui was just hiding his strength and cleverness. Woonhui says it's something like that. Gon says the martial arts he taught Woonhui, the shadow step included, were all ones that the young master Woonhui he knew would have found difficult. He should have needed an amount of inner energy that 2 months was not enough for, but he sees Woonhui's been collecting inner energy beneath the matriarch's gaze. Now that the Dark Sovereign is to visit, Woonhui is going to reveal the claws he had hidden. Woonhui says that's right while sweating nervously. Gon says that it is a truly devious backstabbing plot that tricks even family members. Woonhui says he realizes that's a compliment coming from the Tang clan, but it still feels awkward to hear. The elders say that it seems they have finally noticed his true potential, and there is no response other than to admire the demonstration. Woonhui says these fossils just sound like they want to become food already. Woonhui asks Gon if that means he's going to teach him. The elders continue mocking him, saying that there's no way Gon will not be swayed by the young lord's words. Woonhui says he's already decided they're definitely going to be turned into food. Gon says fine, he will teach him the Wild Wind dance. Woonhui turns, saying that he formally requests to be taught by the martial arts instructor Tang Gon. Gon is a little taken aback but smirks and introduces himself formally as well, saying that he accepts the request. Unlike the preceding techniques, this one is going to prove very difficult. Woonhui says he would like to change the stakes, and Gon asks why he's still betting. Woonhui says he wants to bet whether or not he'll master the Wild Wind dance in 1 day, and the loser will buy the winner a meal and drinks. Gon agrees and sighs, saying it sounds good, but he believes he's going to win this time. Telling Woonhui to watch carefully, Gon jumps off the floor. Gon says the previous members of the Wild Wind Squad had promised not to become involved with the family's succession. This is why even if Woonhui inherits the Wild Wind, they cannot support him as successor. However, he will be able to tell others that he has made a good drinking buddy, someone who can walk the path of the Wild Wind together with them, a new member of the Wild Wind. As we see Gon demonstrating the technique, it lives up to its name, sending out violent wind all about. Only immediately, it jumps to Gon looking defeated. He says it does not matter that he lost the bet, as it can only be a blessing for the family if Woonhui is this outstanding. However, good drinking buddy his ass. This is way more than one meal as Woonhui is eating everything under the sun. The innkeeper walks over to Gon, asking if he needs anything else, and Gon says to add some alcohol, as there's no way he can handle this sober. Woonhui asks if he's an alcoholic, saying maybe they should have gone to the Dragon Lord Pavilion instead. Gon says Woonhui's only saying that because he knows how expensive the place is. In the first place, this is a good enough spot as it is the best food in the area. Woonhui says it does seem that way. Gon starts chugging a drink, saying even if it's a bit expensive, he wanted to buy a good one and have a great time. He didn't know Woonhui would order a whole week's worth of food. Woonhui says that going to a high-end inn like the Dragon Lord Pavilion wouldn't align with his plans anyhow. As there are a large number of inns like this one on the main street, thanks to the confinement handed down by the matriarch, he had to be patient for 2 months, and he can no longer delay it. He leaves some kind of mark under the desk. The elder recognizes it as the mystic skill for contacting the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect and asks if that's what Woonhui came here for. Woonhui says that he needs to tell those who are still in the pit of despair that he, the junior heavenly demon, still exists. Spidey is sitting up in a tree, saying it's been 10 days without any suspicious activity, and he wonders how much longer he needs to keep watch. But then something catches his eye as he spots the Quangcheng sect uniform, and he wonders why someone from the Tang family is wearing that, only for him to immediately recognize it as the first young lady, Q Jin. He says that since she's the daughter of San Yang, there's bound to be some scheming if they meet. The mention of the word daughter makes him catch some feelings, and he says that he hopes that child is safe and sound, but he immediately locks back in, saying it isn't the time, and he'll get on the junior lord's good side and ask for a favor. He attaches himself to the side of the wall, and we hear Sanyong asking Kyujin if she intends to push a dagger into her mother's heart. Spidey is confused, and Kyujin says that it would still be nothing compared to the number of times Sanyong has hurt Woonhui, and this time she's ordered for his confinement and fasting. Sanyong tells her not to worry about that, and that right now someone has his back and is secretly providing for him. We see Kyujin shaking with anger, and Sanyong tells her not to worry and just focus on the Dark Sovereign's visit. Kyujin slams the table, asking if Sanyong thinks that's any reason to treat Woonhui like this, and she's sure Sanyong didn't even know someone was backing him, and that she was only trying to kill him. Sanyong wonders why Kyujin is making such a fuss over a mere bastard, yet she's her own flesh and blood. Kyujin says that all Sanyong ever says is bastard this, bastard that, and she hasn't changed one bit. Kyujin says she has no choice but to reveal the truth. Sanyong pleads, telling her to wait as Kyujin storms out of the building. Sanyong says that Kyujin's righteousness has been her weak point ever since she was little, but it's gotten worse after entering the Kwangcheng sect. She wonders how Kyujin will receive the position of successor if she's acting this way. Spidey wonders how to report this, because all he can tell is the family is dysfunctional as hell. Sanyong stands up, yelling, saying it's all that bastard's fault, and there's no need to wait until the Dark Sovereign's visit. She asks if someone's outside, saying she's going to head out. Spidey says that if she's going out of the house right now, it must mean she's going to visit a sorcerer. Back at the training area, Woonhui says it's been 10 days since he engraved the summoning order mark on the tavern, but there's no reaction at all. Even within this county, the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect contacts should have had deployment information. Either the contact withdrew, or they can't act freely because of some restrictions. It's clear that the situation is not good for either side, and if he doesn't hurry up and become stronger, it's going to get worse. Gon says that Woonhui did a good job, and he sees that Woonhui is good at imitating the weapon arts as well. Woonhui asks if Gon is upset, and Gon says for a person of the Tang clan to learn weapon arts before the assassination and poison arts, he just doesn't understand it. Woonhui says that these Tang clan bastards are so narrow-minded. Woonhui says the dispersing flower staff technique is also a martial art of the Tang clan, and that's why it has been separated into parts like this. Gon is surprised that Woonhui's already noticed, and Woonhui asks if he's not Gon's amazing student who learns 10 things when he's taught one, pointing to himself pridefully. Gon looks grossed out, saying bro needs humility. Woonhui says that because many sects try to express their understanding of martial arts in specific forms, their movements of a signature technique often end up unnecessarily complex. However, the Tang clan is famous for their assassination techniques and poison arts, two martial arts that make use of tools. Therefore, the Tang clan's martial arts have broken their signature technique into parts, so no matter what tools are used, they could move to the next one. While the Tang clan's martial arts are far from flashy, they make up for it in practicality. Of course, the Tang clan system is the basis for successful assassination and effective poison usage. But his master's Heavenly Demon's 9 swords, which he wishes to learn, is also a signature technique that is broken into parts. The Tang clan's weapon art system may come in useful when he mixes it, and it could allow him to use his master's technique, which he can only dream of, more effectively. He's sorry to Gon, but the assassination techniques and poison arts will have to wait. Gon just wonders what Woonhui is scheming and tells him that Kyujin has arrived. Woonhui starts to recall the original body's memories and that his older sister is the only person who ever treated him like real family. She was firmly engraved in his residual thoughts, and even after taking over the body, he's received multiple letters from her. They were all full of worries and affection, and he hopes that Kyujin will have an okay relationship with him. However, he plans to become mortal enemies with Sanyong, and he wonders if Kyujin will stay on her side after that. Gon says that today Woonhui is to go around greeting the elders in the clan, and Gon will return tomorrow. Woonhui sighs, saying he guesses so, and that it's going to be difficult to do this, and he should hurry up with his business before his older sister arrives. Gon asks if it's the thing Woonhui said he was going to start today, and Woonhui asks what Gon means by start, saying it's already completed. It jumps to Yuchong asking Hyung Sam if he has stuck to the pill creation method for the last 10 days. Hyung Sam says yes, he is absolutely correct, and Yuchong throws him a bag of money. Hyung Sam thanks him and quickly runs off. Yuchong then calls out to someone named Mu Yong, who asks if he only has to take care of Woonhui. Yuchong says yes. Since Woonhui has been consuming madness poison for 10 days straight, it's sure to have completely filled his system. Even if Woonhui's backer notices and tries to detoxify him, it will be difficult to fully recover before the Dark Sovereign's visit. Yu Chong says they sent Gon as an instructor for appearance's sake, but he's putting a surprising amount of effort into teaching Woonhui. Even Gon took 8 whole days to learn the Shadow Steps forms. No matter how much Woonhui tries to train, Yu Chong is sure Woonhui will barely be able to learn one form before the Dark Sovereign's visit. The true issue is Woonhui's older sister. Yu Chong heard that as soon as she got home, she got into a huge fight with San Yang, and there may be a setback in Yu Chong's current plans. Once she turns 30, she should officially become the successor of the 9 Dragons branch family. She has too much sympathy to become the Tang clan's branch family leader. She didn't learn the Tang clan's martial arts and immediately left for the Quangcheng sect. Despite all that, she became the 9 Dragon branch family's successor, and Yu Chong starts to smile looking to the sky, saying it should have been him. Someone then enters, saying that a letter has arrived from the White Pavilion, and Yu Chong says to enter. The dude says that it's actually a letter from Woonhui, but he seems a little nervous. Yu Chong asks what's wrong, tells him to hand over the letter, and it's pretty much just Woonhui cursing him out, saying let's throw hands. Yu Chong starts to hold back his anger, asking if the madness poison is already taking effect, and says it could be a plan set by Woonhui's backer. It could be a contraption that releases poison causing him to lose himself in anger once the letter is opened, which is something easily available within their clan. But then Yu Chong sees there actually is no special contraption on the inside of the letter. It's just Woonhui saying that he wishes to reforge the awkward relationship they have as brothers, and he wants to release any pent-up bad blood like martial artists through a spar. Yu Chong says Woonhui is obviously trying to pull some trick, and he needs to turn Woonhui into a stepping stone in front of the Dark Sovereign and use that as the foundation for his meteoric rise. Yu Chong tells his budget Hyung Sam that he has received the letter, and he's grateful for Woonhui's suggestion, but he wants to reject the duel. An hour later, Woonhui replies back, pretty much just calling him a small fry side character. Yu Chong laughs angrily, saying Woonhui must be in a hurry, and he'll likely continue to send things, so Yu Chong orders them to start rejecting the letters from now on. The next morning, when Yu Chong wakes up, he sees the words chicken shit on the wall in front of him. He tells someone to go out to the White Pavilion and tell Woonhui to head to the second training ground tomorrow at noon, and Yu Chong will gladly shove Woonhui's head into the shit pit. The next day at noon, we see Hyung Sam telling Woonhui about it, and Woonhui wonders why Yu Chong played so hard to get in the first place. Gon asks how Woonhui provoked Yu Chong but tells him he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. Woonhui says he has no idea how he did it. Woonhui snickers, saying there's no way his brother will become patriarch with such little patience, and he asks Gon if he's going to try stopping him. Gon asks why he would, saying that it's about to be a very entertaining fight. Woonhui says he's going to make sure he just beats Yu Chong half to death, because he doesn't want to kill him. We get a flashback to Q Jin asking Yu Chong if he's really planning to duel Woonhui, wondering why he would do such a thing. Yu Chong tells her that Woonhui provoked him first, so if she has a problem with that, she should go find Woonhui instead. She's surprised that her brother would provoke Yu Chong first. That is what led us here to see her standing outside the White Pavilion, but she wonders what's going on with all this ghost and death ki emanating from the pavilion. As she heads inside, she's sure that this is exactly what it is, as there are multiple instances of death and poison ki staining the area in many places. It's like the dwelling of a martial artist that's gone to the outer path. She then feels a chill as there is ghost ki directly behind her. She quickly draws her blade and swings it behind her, aiming straight for Woonhui's neck. He manages to stop the blade, and she's surprised, asking if he is really Woonhui. He tells her that her greeting is a little violent, and she quickly apologizes, saying that she did try to stop it but didn't expect her attack to get stopped in the first place. Woonhui says that she just had to come in when he was doing his inner energy cultivation using the Venom Dragon Essence art, and he noticed her way too late. His plans will go bad if his current poison and inner energy levels are exposed to Yu Chong, and if San Yang sent her here before his fight with Yu Chong, then this is going to be real bad. She says that she was worried because of what she heard their mother did to him, but she's really glad to see he's doing well, and she starts to smile. Woonhui says it's the same expression his master would give off, and he can tell she's truly worried about him. He says that it looks like she wasn't sent by the matriarch, and his head starts to hurt. She then drops her blade and immediately comments on the energy coming from him, asking him if he has fallen to the outer path. He asks if she's talking about the poisonous energy that he's learned, and she quickly covers her nose because of the aura. He tells her that it's cursed poison. In truth, it's a compound energy made of mystic power and poison ki made to look like cursed poison. It will be difficult to hide the mystic power and ghost ki of his Reaper's sight in the future. He needed a similar source to divert their suspicions. She asks why he's using cursed poison, and he sighs, saying that this is the only poison he can use if he wants to use poison ki without the support of the clan. She looks suspicious, and he says that he can tell she's not convinced. As a member of the Tang clan, pursuing strength is so natural that he would use anything that is available to him. He then widens his stance, telling her that if she's still dissatisfied even with that, then she should try to stop him by overpowering him. He starts to exude his aura, and she's taken aback, saying that he really has changed a lot. She quickly says that he's definitely different from before, and there's a reason why Mother and Yuchong are wary of him, and he even knows how to say such stimulating things as well. He's immediately surprised by this, saying that her energy and killing intent are very familiar, and she starts to laugh, saying that he really is beyond her expectations, and she starts to blush. He says it's exactly as he thought, it's that energy, the seed of the divergent spiritual root, and among them, it had to be the blue ghost face root. He says there were many rumors in the past, and he wonders how Q Jin, the first successor of the family, became a disciple of the Quangcheng sect. He says it is a spiritual root that practically has a requirement of becoming a divergent, one that imparts ultimate talent to its possessor. However, the spiritual root is a root of the spirit, as its name suggests. That is why the spiritual root grows within the cultivation of the soul. This is something that aligns a lot of principles with the training methods of the Quangcheng sect, which puts emphasis on cultivating the mind. Most importantly, the blue ghost face root is a spiritual root that thrives on conflict. Mixed with the martial principle of the Tang clan, which is might makes right, she'll become a death demon that doesn't care about methods or consequences. He says he doesn't think she's in a position to comment on his energy when hers is in such a state. She immediately sheathes her blade and apologizes, saying she forgot why she came here for a moment, and she's sorry for drawing her blade and interrupting his training. He says she retracted the killing intent of the blue ghost face root so easily. Training from the Quangcheng sect will have played a part in it, but it seems that Q Jin is someone with very high self-control. He asks if she likes tea, and we see her drinking it, saying it's gas. She says she's enjoyed tea often in Quangcheng, but this is new. He says he procured it especially from Thousand Eye. She seems really happy, saying she didn't know he was so knowledgeable about tea. She reaches into a bag she brought, saying she brought this for him as it's candy sold in Mishan. She says last time he said he liked it a lot, but Woonhui says he doesn't really like sweet things, but he'll show his gratitude in the original Woonhui's place. She seems really happy that he enjoys it, but in reality, Woonhui says he can't get used to it. He can't believe that this is the same person who exuded a killing intent just a few minutes ago. He asks her what she's here for and tries to tell her that if she's here to stop his duel, but she cuts him off, saying that was one of the reasons, but she came here to apologize to him first for all the things that Mother and Yuchong have been doing to him all this time. He says that he hopes she knows that her apology won't make him forgive them. She says that she understands, but she still wanted to do it anyway and that she really is very sorry. Woonhui sighs, saying even if she does that, he won't take back the duel. She says that she thought he was being pressured into it, so she wanted to stop him. However, it looks like Yuchong is actually the one being swept up by him. But she asks if it will be okay, saying although his energy just now is great, Yuchong is very strong, and she's heard that he's been preparing something else against him as well. Woonhui says she must know that they are planning something but not specifically what, and he drinks his tea, saying that he's prepared as well. Since they have fed him the madness poison, they must think that he'll be destroyed the moment they activate the sorcery. Q Jin tells him that even if he defeats Yuchong, he can't ignore the power that Yuchong and Sanyong hold in the clan. She says that if Yuchong loses, their mother will do whatever it takes to conceal that fact. Woonhui laughs, saying she worries too much, and the duel is happening because it's what he wants, and she should come and watch tomorrow at the second martial stage. She's a little surprised but says sure. It then jumps to the next day as it's time for the fight. We see people selling food all over to the people who came to spectate the fight, as there's a whole crowd, and they're even betting on who is going to win and within how many strikes. Q Jin is surprised and asks Woonhui if this is what he was aiming for. He says yes, saying if it is like this, even the matriarch will have a hard time denying the outcome. Also, Yuchong, who he looks at sitting over on the side, seems to have quite the stage fright, and as the older brother, Woonhui plans to help him out. As it gets closer to the time of the fight, Gon leans over the rail, saying that a lot of people have gathered. We are introduced to a couple of members of the Righteous Wind Hall named Tae and Jen. Tae says it seems like the young master has already decided to cause a scene. Gon says he didn't expect to see both of them here too. Tae tells him that they work here, and with as many people gathered to watch the duel between the two successors, it's only right to try and keep things under control and prevent accidents. Gon says that aside, he wonders what they think about who's going to win. Tae says that even if he helped Woonhui, it's only been 10 days. Jen also adds that he has no doubt Yu Chang will win. Gon says that everybody's probably here thinking that, but they shouldn't forget that it was actually Woonhui who arranged the duel. Surely it makes them curious as to what he's planning. Back to Yu Chang, he asks his budget Hyung Sam if that's everything. Hyung Sam says yes, and he heard Woonhui spread the word about the duel and even had the fierce Gale warriors open the gates for everybody to watch. Yu Chang says that at best, this will only be a match where he puts that illegitimate dog in his place, yet it looks like all of the merchants of the county are here to watch too. Woonhui starts to talk to him through some sound transmission, asking what's got him so worked up, calling him little brother, and asking if he's nervous because the matriarch isn't with him, calling him a mama's boy. Then he tells him that he should go and bring his mother as his big brother will wait for him. Yu Chang starts to get pissed, saying Woonhui should quit before his crudeness rubs off on him. In a mocking tone, Woonhui says to stop it, adding that mama's boy will only listen to kind and polite words. Yu Chang shakes with anger, yelling for Woonhui to shut the hell up. Woonhui continues mocking him in a baby's voice, saying, "I told you to stop." This snaps something in Yu Chang, and he yells, calling Woonhui an illegitimate mutt. He immediately leaps to the platform, telling Woonhui to come out. The spectators are surprised that Yu Chang came up first when Woonhui was the one who challenged him. Woonhui slowly heads up the stairs, saying Yu Chang is too easy to provoke and rile up, and he's only making things easier for him. They have their WWE standoff. Woonhui formally introduces himself, saying he's from the White Pavilion. He admits he might not have a title, and he's just a nobody, but he hopes they have a good match. Yu Chang starts to laugh, asking why Woonhui is behaving himself, and whether he's nervous now that he's actually on stage. Kyujin sighs after watching, thinking that while she taught Woonhui how to use sound telepathy, Yu Chang should have kept his cool. She overhears some of the merchants saying Woonhui's showing respect, but Yu Chang isn't. Kyujin notes that with this act, Woonhui has flipped public opinion, making it seem like he's the one accepting the challenge. However, in the end, the result of the duel is what matters, and while Woonhui seems confident, Yu Chang is also known as the Dark Shadow Genius and is a prominent rising talent in the clan. Yu Chang gets in Woonhui's face, saying those taunts are probably all he has, and Woonhui asks if he's only here to talk. This makes Yu Chang even angrier. As he reaches into his uniform, he says he doesn't know what tricks Woonhui is hiding, but things won't go his way. Yu Chang throws a smoke bomb to the ground. All of the spectators wonder why he would use that, saying now they can't see anything. Even Woonhui says he didn't think Yu Chang would use a smokescreen bomb, but it makes sense as using Shadow Key in an open space like this without any cover wasn't the best idea to begin with. Yu Chang tries to attack from behind, but he strikes an afterimage as Woonhui uses Shadow Step. Woonhui asks if Yu Chang forgot Gon taught him this technique. Yu Chang immediately turns, trying to attack Woonhui again, but Woonhui dashes past him, saying it seems like Yu Chang sure did forget. Yu Chang says he didn't expect Woonhui to have already mastered it, but even if his mother thinks otherwise, he still has his father's blood. He claims Shadow Step is just a technique that complements Shadow Key. As Yu Chang gets into his stance, he says he's going to show Woonhui the true meaning of Shadow Key. He leans to his side at an insane speed and starts dashing around the entire arena like Bellamy from One Piece. Woonhui says this is a technique that melts one's presence into the shadows, making it impossible to detect them by sound or sight. He can see why Yu Chang is called the Shadow Genius, but he won't let that stop him. Yu Chang strikes at another afterimage, annoyed as he goes back for more, but every strike only hits a shadowy wisp which repeats for 3 attacks. Woonhui says Yu Chang can't deceive his Reaper's sight, and his murderous intent is way too obvious. He could still sense him even without relying on it. Tae is surprised to see Woonhui using Shadow Step at that level and notes Yu Chang's improved control over Shadow Key, likely thanks to his secluded training. Jen wonders if Woonhui plans to dodge until the smoke clears, but Tae sighs, saying if Woonhui doesn't have a finishing move, it's just wasting time. Gon laughs, saying he taught Woonhui something for that finishing blow. Tae and Jen are surprised, asking if Gon went beyond what the Grand Matriarch asked of him. Gon wonders why they have so little faith in him, and they say surely he's aware they know him better than anyone else. As the fog settles and sunlight pours into the fight, Yu Chang hits another shadow clone, and insults Woonhui calling him an illegitimate rat. He says it's getting harder to use Shadow Key as the smokescreen dissipates. Yu Chang dashes around again, starting to generate his own afterimages, saying that as long as Woonhui is in this ring, he won't be able to dodge this. Now there are multiple images of him float in the air. He uses the downpour of pear blossom needles, specifically the heavenly lady scattering flowers. Kyujin sees this and realizes Yuchong is trying to kill Woonhui. As the needles get closer, Woonhui doesn't even move, smiling instead. He says he was going to play with Yuchong a bit more, but it's time to end the charade. All the needles fly off in different directions as if the wind itself protects Woonhui, creating a barrier. The audience is surprised, asking what's with the wind, but Kyujin recognizes it as the wild wind. She recalls the stance Woonhui took yesterday. While she wasn't able to get a better look due to the poison ghost key, she now knows the technique he has learned is none other than the wild wind dance. Yuchong is surprised as he recognizes it too, and says that he refuses to believe this, saying neither he nor Kyujin could master it, asking how Woonhui did. Woonhui laughs, saying it's thanks to a certain someone for assigning him a really good martial instructor. He crouches down, saying he guesses he's going to have to show him some gratitude, as he dashes off the ground, immediately closing the gap in front of Yuchong. Before Yuchong can even react, Woonhui is already opening his palm, coming in with an attack from the wild wind dance. He hits him straight in the gut, and we learn the name of the attack is called the Wild Wind Explosion, and it launches Yuchong all the way out of the arena into a nearby wall, as we hear a loud crash. We see him slumped over in front of the wall, as he has even dented it. The audience is surprised that Yuchong lost to Woonhui in a single strike. For him to do that is such a crazy upset, nobody expected anything of this caliber. Tae asks Gon how Woonhui knew the wild wind dance, and Woonhui says he told them he had a finishing move. Tae says not to brush it off like that, and Gon says he's right, and he won't, asking what they think and if that looks different from the wind they used to follow. Tae asks if he's really trying to say that Woonhui has the same wind talent as the branch head. Gon laughs, saying though it could still use some work, he managed to create a wild wind in just 10 days, and that's the kind of talent he wields. It might be too early to make a decision, but keeping tabs on him is worthwhile at least, asking if they agree. It says besides, he doesn't know if they were just empty words, but he claimed that he would inherit the Wild Wind Squad. So how can he not have high expectations? Gon then realizes he's still shrouded in the wind, and wonders what he's doing, as Woonhui calls out to Kyujin, asking if she would also like to have a duel, saying even though her little brother may be lacking, he would appreciate it. The audience are confused who is talking to, and then they recognize her as Kyujin, and they say that now that they actually are looking at her, she must have left Ching Cheng in time for the Dark Sovereign's visit, and they didn't recognize her because it's been so long. They say that they wonder if this means they'll get to see a duel between Woonhui with his mastery of the Wild Wind Dance, and the greatest prodigy of the Sichuan clan, Kyujin. They start to cheer her on, saying this will be on a completely different level than the previous one, and they sure are lucky, and they start chanting her name, which makes her feel uncomfortable. Jen says that it seems like things are heating up, and Tae asks Gon if he thinks that Woonhui stands a chance. Gon says that he shouldn't be skilled enough to face her, and he wonders what he's thinking. Defeating Yuchong will be enough to increase his standing in the branch family, but if he can beat Kyujin, he could even aim to be the successor. But if he loses, he'll just make his sister the star of today's event, and even Kyujin should know that this is a bad move on his part, so she sits there wondering what he's thinking, saying if nobody else was around, she wouldn't care about saving face, but with eyes on them, it would be a stain on the clan's reputation for her to shy away. We hear the blue ghost face Root asking why she's being so considerate, saying he's the one who picked the fight first, and says that they know she's itching for a fight, she should just follow her instincts. She covers her ears, shakes her head, saying no, saying that Woonhui's been abused for too long, and she needs to prioritize him over the reputation of the clan. Woonhui then asks her what she has her thinking so hard, saying it's just a friendly duel, and that she's worrying too much, as she can just enjoy it. That immediately makes her realize something, as she leaps past him, saying that she's been holding back so much. Everybody's glad that she actually entered the stage, and we see her pivot, turning around, and she formally introduces herself, saying that she has received the teaching of Monk Woho for 5 years, and the one energy of heaven and earth, but she says that the people of the martial realm have graced her with the title of Thousand Petal Beauty, and she hopes it'll be an honorable duel. Woonhui does pretty much the same thing she just did, telling her not to go easy on him, that everybody starts cheering, saying now the duel is official. He says that she seems happy, and she says that it has been a while, as we see her actually blushing, and she says she hasn't been this excited in forever. He says that she seems a little too excited, and she asks how she could not be, as her dear Woonhui wants to have a duel with his big sister, as we see her sheath hit the ground. Woonhui says well then, and starts to get into his stance, asking her if she is ready. She says of course, as we see the blue ghost face root starting to take hold, and she starts the charge in, telling him that it's time to get started. He says he hoped that she would give him at least a 3-second head start, and he uses another technique from the Wild Wind dance called the Cutting North Winds technique, blocking her strike, creating a shockwave. As we see him doing it with his bare hand, she says this is the same thing he used yesterday to block her sword. She then distances herself, saying that this makes her think that now she can swing as hard as she wants. She firmly plants her foot into the ground, dashing forward, and starts laughing, asking why she should give him a head start in the first place, saying he told her not to go easy on him. Woonhui says that she's fast, and in that case, he needs to try to throw her off as he uses the shadow afterimage, splitting himself into 3. She says that she can't believe he's using Yu Chong's technique, even though he just saw it, and that he's blowing her away, but she immediately cuts through the other images, heading straight towards Woonhui, saying that it is still too half-baked, as we see him having to block the attack. It sends him backwards a little bit, but he manages to regain his footing, asking when the swordsmanship of Ching Cheng was so violent. She says that this isn't the Ching Cheng swordsmanship, but since he's hiding that energy he showed yesterday, she's going to keep her secrets too, as she starts to laugh. He thinks about something, and then says in that case he'll show her, as he starts to activate his aura, as we see a purplish hue start to form off of him as he's using the Venom Dragon's essence art, called the Ghost Dragon release. We see her eyes light up, and she says this is what she wanted, as that poison and ghost key is so desirable. She launches some wind attacks towards him, and then readies her blade, and in the reflection, we can see the blue ghost face root enjoying the hell out of this, as it seems as if it's possessing her, as it says that it has been itching to fight against this key. Woonhui says that the atmosphere has completely changed now. The killing intent of the blue ghost face root has been bound by the clear energies of the Ching Cheng sword, and oddly enough, she reminds him of a demon wearing the clothes of a maiden. Since he's been given the first hit, he shouldn't hold back, and he'll control the flow by starting off with a strong attack. He punches forward, but she sidesteps it, recognizing it as the wild wind explosion that defeated Yu Chong, saying it's much stronger than before. She immediately counters, as we see a blade coming for Woonhui's eyes. He barely ducks underneath it as it cuts some of his hair, and he says that it was too obvious. The movements of the wild wind dance are too wide, and he should be careful about that whenever he fights someone stronger than him. He thanks her for the lesson, saying that the wild wind dance is a one-hit lethal martial art that boasts explosive momentum and fits with the supreme techniques of the Tang clan, but one-hit lethal techniques only work on those of a similar level. Woonhui puts his hands up, ready to block in case she goes for a follow-up attack, but she doesn't. He says in that case he needs a martial art that fits for continuous exchanges, as he gets ready to use the 12 fierce tiger steps, and that he plans to imbue the wild winds into this. Of course, Kyujin immediately recognizes the stance change and is surprised he learned that as well. While they're trading blow for blow, Woonhui says the greatest advantage to the wild wind dance is its explosive propulsion. If he uses the propulsion of the wild wind for the rotational movements of the 12 fierce tiger steps, it will allow him to do everything more explosively. We see him jump straight over her slash, she look in scary. He comes down from above with a flying axe kick, which she backsteps, causing him to smash the ground instead. He says he needs to go even faster than this, as he starts to use the wild wind dance to propel himself forward. She says she understands he's trying to connect the flow of the chained attacks, but he should expect his opponent will strike back when they have the distance. She uses the sword of discharge lightning of extreme light. We see the attack starting to hit Woonhui all over, as he can only block so much of it. He says he was too reckless by charging her, as he continuously keeps getting scraped by the attacks. He ducks into her next attack, narrowly escaping death, leaving her surprised, but she immediately says that this is now a real fight, telling him to entertain her more, as they are yet again trading blow for blow in the middle of the stage. The crowd starts to go wild. One of the spectators notices something, as it's none other than the budget Hyang Sam, as Yu Chong is awake, asking what's going on. Yu Chong says on top of him losing, he didn't expect Woonhui to be able to keep up with Kyujin as well. He asks if his mother has returned, but budget Hyang Sam says no. He says he knows Kyujin won't lose, but the longer this takes, the higher that bastard's worth will increase. As he hears the crowd starting to chant for Woonhui, he says, and although it won't happen, if somehow Kyujin does lose, it would lead to the worst case scenario, and he begs for anything but that. Yu Chong's fist comes straight into contact with her blade, and he knocks it backwards up into the air. He says this is his chance. As he goes in to take advantage of the opening, it seems he was a bit careless, as Kyujin's knee flies straight in, hitting him in the chin, and she says he's focusing on the sword too much. He says he didn't expect this, as kicking techniques don't belong to the Ching Cheng sect, and she asks if he's that confused, saying although she's learning under their guidance, she's learned the martial arts of the Tang clan until just 5 years ago. Woonhui says that the Ching Cheng's honest strikes and the Tang clan's striking techniques that aim for weak points which can seem as dishonest are two opposite martial arts but are aligned perfectly for some reason, and that this must be the true power of the blue ghost face root. As he comes in for a kick to her head, she ducks underneath it and immediately closes the distance, getting behind him by utilizing shadow step. He narrowly avoids getting his head lobbed off, but again loses some hair and distances himself, saying his mouth feels hot, and his heartbeat is pounding throughout his entire body, and this is how it feels to actually use martial arts and fight somebody. Kyujin tells him that he's pretty interesting, and he asks what she means. She says the fact that he can't escape the strict forms of martial arts and his movements make him seem like a beginner, but the way he reads his opponent's moves and avoids them is as sensitive as that of an old master who has fought over 100 battles. He laughs, asking if that's really the case, saying that now he understands how he moves for her. With his original body, which had no inner energy, he needed to survive amongst the peak martial artists who could kill civilians with a single hit, and reading his opponent's intentions and dodging their attacks was the battle strategy he honed for decades to survive and win. But after he gained inner energy, he forgot about those important things, and when he used the dark arts, he didn't use them because he was lacking in the basics of the mystic arts. And he starts to smirk, saying that won't change for martial arts either. She starts to get excited since he's seemingly different, and says that's a great look, as it looks like he's thought of something to try. She jumps through the air, twirling as if she was dancing, saying that she can't wait to see what her precious Woonhui came up with. Now that she's in his face, she tells him to go ahead and show her. He starts to read her intentions, saying that she's not aiming for his vitals, as it's in the blue ghost face root's nature to enjoy a duel as long as possible, and combined with Kyujin's way of holding back, it's created carelessness. As we see him preparing his hand for an attack, he says he's thankful for her kindness, but that doesn't mean he won't use this opportunity, as he uses the splitting tiger's claw, sending her flying backwards. But she seems a bit disappointed, saying that it's not a bad attack, but this is still the same. But then she realizes something, as she's not really flying back as far as she should, as the wind itself is stopping her, because the wind that she deflected with her attack just now is being gathered in front of Woonhui and restricting her movements. She starts to laugh, asking if he's already become this proficient controlling the wind. Woonhui rears his fist back, readying for the finishing blow, and Kyujin realizes that this is actually dangerous. She puts her sword up to block the attack, but the attack is so powerful, as soon as it comes into contact with her blade, there is an extreme shockwave unlike anything else they've seen today, shaking the entirety of the arena and the ground around them. Gon and his boys, and even every one of the participants, Yu Chong included, can't believe what they just witnessed. And Woonhui even strikes a cool-ass pose afterwards, then he raises up and looks over towards Kyujin. It goes back to Gon and his boys watching the match, and they immediately turn at him, confused, and he asks what they want. Then they wonder if Kyujin is okay. He asks if he didn't see that. Gon says even though Woonhui has far exceeded their expectations, what they were actually all surprised by was the light they just witnessed. As we see something forming around where Kyujin was standing, Woonhui asks her if she doesn't think that was a bit too cheap. She's surprised that he saw, saying that she wanted to keep it hidden until he brought it out. We see her smiling once again, saying that she guesses it can't be helped. Now she's been found out. She starts to exude a different energy than we've seen before, which we learn is actually sword energy, as she has finally reached the threshold of the peak stage. Yu Chong is super excited, saying that he knew he could believe in his sister, and now with this, Woonhui has no way of winning. Kyujin says that as he already knows, she can't drag things out any longer now that this has been brought out. He says he knows that dragging things out with someone of a lower level is seen as rude. She says it's too bad though, as she wanted to have some more fun, and she asks if she can see what he's hiding as well. Woonhui says that as she said, this duel will end with the next exchange. Although his cutting north wind technique blocked her attack just now, it's not going to be able to block a Ching Cheng sword strike with sword energy, and he can't afford to show his dark arts, so he only has one card left to play. She starts to laugh again, saying it looks like he's thought of something to try, and he asks if it really looks that way. She says yes, because right now it looks like his heart is racing, as even he has a smile on his face, which confuses him. He says he might have gotten a bit excited, and being cornered like this made him realize he's crazy about martial arts. She says that's a strange thing to say, and he asks what she means. She says that people like that who are so crazy about martial arts are what they call martial artists, asking if she's wrong. He realizes that it was actually so simple, and he starts to laugh, saying he understands. He was so absorbed in rushing to master martial arts after being reborn, but that was not the type of martial artist that he envied in the past. The emotion he felt while competing with her, whether it was to see how the martial arts he mastered played out, or how those martial arts fared against an opponent, it was the desire to rise up and win. This is the feeling he wanted from becoming a martial artist. She said it looks like he's had enough time to catch his breath, asking if she can attack, and he tells her to go for it. She dashes off the ground extremely fast. As we see him preparing something, she tightens her grip on her blade, raising into the air, imbuing sword energy into it, about to strike down. We see Woonhui preparing a Kamehameha, saying as expected of her energy. Then he'll use his own final strike that has the most destructive power among all of the movements in the Wild Wind dance. From there he'll mix in Ghost Ki and concentrate it. He stretches his hand out, readying his technique as they both collide with one another. We learn it's called the Booming Wild Cannon, as the collision from their aura actually sends bits of the arena flying through the air. Woonhui starts to get pushed back, and he wonders if it's not enough against somebody who's almost at the peak. The sword energy starts to actually split around his attack, and he says that he needs to clear his head of these trivial thoughts because he's being pushed back. Whether his strike will land or not, it's not as simple as that. The remnants from her attack go behind him, absolutely shattering even more of the arena. The pressure alone makes Yu Chong almost fall over, and he says that he's upset that a gap has grown between his and his sister's skills. There's no way that Woonhui survived a hit from that attack unscathed. Then he starts to see a purple aura in the middle of the smoke from the arena, and says there's no way. This is the moment Woonhui has been aiming for. As we see, her sword is pretty much out of sword energy, and it looks like it's about to crack. He says this was the moment when even she's caught off guard, because that is indeed what's happening as we see the crack on the sword expanding even more. He completely shatters it, dashing past her, sending parts of her blade through the air. He says it was inevitable because once the sword energy left, it only became a normal sword. His hand starts to shake, and he says that his arm has been paralyzed. But in a fight, the winner has normally decided the moment a sword breaks, but it's not over yet. As we see him readying aura into his feet now, he says that because it's Kyujin, she's the wielder of the blue ghost face root, as we see her turning to smile. He also starts to smile as well, saying that he knows she won't be stopped by a mere broken sword, but of course, it's the same for him. He makes the first move, leaping off the ground, soaring into the air, saying that he's going to put all of his remaining strength into this final strike. He starts to rotate his body for a kick while using the Wild Wind dance to propel himself, and it's called the Demonic Wind Hammer. Kyujin is absolutely loving every minute of this, saying that he's the best. She then starts to imbue her feet as well with aura, lowering herself to the ground. She leaps off using her own kicking technique called the Rising Dragon Kick Ascent to the Heavens. Gon and his boys realize that they need to get down there and stop this before they collide with one another, but then they immediately tense up because, as we see, a shadowy figure leap into the middle of both of their kicks, stopping them. He says that he believes this is enough for playing around, leaving them both surprised. The man took that effortlessly and asks if they were thinking of greeting the family head from sickbeds. Kyujin immediately greets him as the family head, but Woonhui hesitates for a second and says that this must be his father, but he does the same thing she does and greets him. We are finally introduced to Tang Hosen. Dumpling tells him that he must be careful, and Goatee says that he thought he would have gotten weaker after the Wild Wind Squad was disbanded, but he can't believe he's accomplished this much. But Baldy is just scared. Woonhui says that he can also tell, even if he specializes in leading large organizations, he is still the leader of the Tang Clan's Special Martial Unit, and he thought the Wild Wind Squad's leader would only be as strong as the elders of the Heavenly Demon Cult, but seeing him now, he's much stronger than that, and he's not certain he could have defeated him in his past life. His father tells him that his gaze shows dissatisfaction, asking if he has something he needs to tell him. Woonhui immediately turns his head away, wondering if he was maybe staring too blatantly, but decides that he might as well go for it, and he locks his eyes back with his father's, saying that he was curious why the branch family head is here. Hosen asks if there is anywhere in the Nine Dragons branch family that he cannot go. Woonhui says he was concerned they might have dirtied his eyes with their inadequate duel. Every single person there starts to feel very surprised and tense about the ways he's addressing his father. Even Kyujin tries to get him to stop it, and she looks really scared. Woonhui says it's no wonder they're acting like this, because he's just an abandoned bastard who is talking back to the head of the Nine Dragons branch family. But from his residual memories and from seeing him with his own eyes, he can tell that his father is a true man of the Tang clan, as we see him grinning. He says indeed he did not find the duel interesting whatsoever, and Woonhui wonders if that's really how a father should speak to his son. But Hosen then says still, he heard he had a change in personality and is better than he expected. As he's heading down the steps, he looks at Yu Chong, saying that it appears as if another one of his children is nothing but a disappointment. Yu Chong immediately looks down to the floor, feeling nothing but shame. He then calls for Gon and the boys, telling them that their reactions were slow, and they need to train themselves with more devotion. They all say yes sir, and he tells them to dismiss the audience and lead the house members and deal with the aftermath. Woonhui asks Kyujin why she looks so sad, and she says because they were still too weak to catch father's eye and gain his interest. She asks if he's okay, and he says that the Branch family had always been like that. After ignoring his second child for so long, he suddenly gained interest after he showed potential. As for the third born, whom he had helped for so long, his interest immediately vanished. Kyujin says she's sorry, and she shouldn't have asked, and she should have known he isn't fond of father. He changes the conversation, asking if she's hungry, and then suggests they go grab a drink together. That night at an inn, we see her drinking, saying that this is what life is about. He says that she drinks and eats like she has been starving for days, asking if they're not serving her meals in the Ching Cheng sect. She says they give her lots, but it's always grass and other yucky shit, and he says it must be one of those Taoist temple things. She beats the table, saying at her age she should be eating meat and drinking alcohol, and this is why he shouldn't become a stupid monk. He says sure, and pours her another cup, and she tells him to keep it coming. He says speaking of the Ching Cheng sect, he wonders what kind of person her eldest senior brother is. She starts to blush and asks him why he's bringing him up, and Woonhui says that she mentioned him in quite a few letters, so obviously he's curious, as he mentions how much she keeps talking about him, and she gets embarrassed telling him to stop it. He says that she mentioned he was coming to the clan head's visit as a guest from the Ching Cheng sect, and he should learn more about him and treat him adequately when they meet, but he says it in an evil tone. She readies herself, saying he's mastered the wicked tricks of the Tang clan, and she will beat him for this. He says the fact that the eldest disciple, Yi Chul-san, is visiting is something to be careful of. There's a rumor that the Dark Sovereign's purpose for visiting is to find a new special martial unit like the Wild Wind Squad, and if that rumor is true, then countless sects around Sichuan will come to monitor or prevent that. That's also true for the Ching Cheng sect, which has had a long relationship with the Tang clan, and the fact that they're sending Kyujin's eldest senior to visit means they do not trust her, but she probably doesn't realize that. He then notices something and waves, and Kyujin asks if his drinking friend arrived, and we see it's none other than Gon, who says that he should have gone back to the training grounds, and Kyujin spits out her drink. Gon says he was impressed with her growth, as he didn't expect to see her manifest sword energy. Kyujin bows while thanking him, and uses sound transmission to ask Woonhui why he never told her that Uncle Gon was coming. He says that she never asked, and she calls him a brat, and quickly pulls out a seat for him. He then thanks her and says that they sure have ordered a lot more today, and he just hopes they didn't order in his name again. Woonhui asks if he can do that next time, and they bang glasses together, cheering, as Gon asks if he banged his head too hard in the fight. Kyujin is just surprised, asking him why he's being so friendly with Gon. He asks what she means, and she asks if he doesn't know what kind of person Gon is. They haven't finalized it yet, but he's basically Ho-san's sworn brother. He's rescued Ho-san from perilous danger during the bloody Ching Cheng battle, and the clan head personally gave him his warrior title. What a chat of a friend. Woonhui realizes this might be bad, and immediately calls out for Gon, calling him uncle, and Gon asks what's wrong. Woonhui says he didn't know about his relationship with his father, and apologizes for the great discourtesy he has shown him, begging that he'll accept his sincere apologies. Kyujin nods her head and tells him that was nicely done, and she's sure he'll forgive his transgressions. Gon looks absolutely disgusted, asking her what the hell he is doing, and if she taught him this. Woonhui starts laughing, and asks Gon what were the reactions of the other Wind Hall members. Gon tells him to guess how many points they gave him, and Woonhui holds out his glass, saying it must have been full points. Gon pours him his drink, saying he's too damn arrogant, and Woonhui asks if he's wrong, but Gon says that nah, he's just pissed he's right. Woonhui says he knew it. Because of the spar, he's earned the interest of the former squad members. The only issue left is Sanyong might be scheming something before the Dark Sovereign's visit. On cue, it jumps to Spidey, who wonders how much longer until they get to where they're going. He says he didn't expect them to get this far, because if he goes too far away, Woonhui might think he ran away and tried to kill him. The carriage finally comes to a stop, and Spidey wonders if they arrived finally. Somebody escorts Sanyong out of the carriage, and she says they came without informing the temple, so she wonders if the Templars are present. Spidey says if they're at a temple, this might be where the person who put the toxic cinnabar in Woonhui's medicine is. He starts to feel a very strong demonic dark energy, wondering who the hell she is collaborating with. As the door slowly opens to the gate, somebody exits thanking her for coming this far, calling her a follower. They say that the Master Templar informed them she was coming, and Sanyong says that their spiritual connection always surprises her. Spidey immediately recognizes that what she is talking to is not a living being, but a Jiangshi. Spidey says that it must be one with its past life, and since it has the ability to make judgments, that makes it an advanced Jiangshi. And since he's using an advanced one that most Fengxi practitioners find very tricky to create, as a mere servant, this isn't the simple residence of a trivial sorcerer. Although he's not sure if reporting everything he's seen thus far would be enough, doing the bare minimum also wouldn't be enough. He needs to satisfy Woonhui to the point that he will listen to his plea. We hear an old voice saying, I pray, please bestow upon me more divine decrees, as he's hitting his staff into the ground. The little Jiangshi from earlier tells him that Sanyong has arrived, and he says to let her in. Sanyong greets the Master Templar, who says that he sees she's returned because something hasn't worked out, and that she possesses far too much greed, and God only takes care of believers who can consistently submit themselves wholeheartedly. As they dislike the people who only appear when they need something, she asks what they would think about somebody who makes offerings in large amounts, so large that other believers could not even fathom it. The Templar starts to laugh, saying, well, of course, they would think it would be very cute, as we see his face for the first time, bro fugly. He asks if she likes the money as well, saying he knows he does. Spidey wonders if he's part of the Mao Shan sect, saying they're much more sinister than it should be. She says if successful, she'll bring another chest full, and the Templar says very good, as she knows how to earn the favor of God. The heir then gets very serious, and he asks her what he can help her with, and she asks if he remembers what they discussed before, and he says that she wanted him to brainwash the illegitimate child, saying that's already in progress. She says that the situation has changed, and she needs something faster and surefire. He thinks he knows what she wants now, and Sanyong says that she wanted to use him as a pawn she could throw away after the Dark Sovereign's visit, but Q-Jin's behavior and the movements of Woonhui's backers could blow up on her face, and she asks the Templar to turn him into an advanced Jiangshi. He laughs, saying he must have really struck a nerve. Spidey can't believe what he's hearing, saying he needs to go notify Woonhui immediately, because if the Master Templar is capable of freely creating advanced Jiangshi, then Woonhui is for sure no match in his current state. As soon as he gets out, a whole lot of red eyes start glaring at him, and he recognizes that they are beast Jiangshi, saying that if they can control these types as well, he now understands that it's the Black Bone Ghost Valley, the offshoot of the Mao Shan sect that joined the Heavenly Demon cult. The Templar then tells Sanyong it seems like she had a pest attached to her, and she asks if she was being followed. The Templar laughs, saying that person uses a very unique sorcery to control the ghost, and the backer of the illegitimate child might be much more annoying than originally anticipated. She sighs, saying that she will contribute another treasure chest, and he laughs, saying okay. She tells him to make sure he earns what he's been paid, and turns that lowly bastard into a Jiangshi and exposes the backer. He tells her there's no need to doubt him, and now he should first chase after the backer that followed her all the way here. Something quickly appears behind Sanyong, as we see another Jiangshi asking his master what he needs. The Templar says he needs to chase after the escaped ghost and find the sorcerer behind it. The Jiangshi says yes sir, and immediately leaps out of the room, flying through the air, saying for even the beast Jiangshi to be unable to capture it, it must be quite a nimble pest. He puts his fingers to his mouth, and whistles, launching even more beasts forward. Spidey wonders what's with the eerie presence he senses, aka his Spidey senses are tingling, as we see him hauling absolute cheeks from all the creatures. As we see him in the jaws of one of their mouths, he just begs that Woonhui can run away, and then he gets chomped on. It jumps back to the White Pavilion, and Woonhui asks Q-Jin if she's really not leaving. She says that she'll go home while she sobers up, and he sighs, saying that now that Yu Chong has been humiliated, Sanyong is going to go out of her way to harm him. He bets that Q-Jin is conscious of that as well, and he tells her just not to be a bother. She tells him to continue with his training. Go-T says for being an ascetic of the Ching Cheng sect, she sure is an upright child. Baldi agrees, but wonders how Sanyong, who's so wicked, and somebody like Hosen had a daughter so kind. Woonhui smacks them over the head telling him to shut up, asking if they want to become pills already. Poor Dumpling caught astray. Woonhui then notices something, and Baldy asks if there's something wrong. He says something feels different from when he had the duel earlier, and they ask what he is feeling. He says there was a bit of a disconnect between his actions and movements when using martial arts, as if the cogs weren't fully aligned, and he thought it was because he was still a beginner, though he can still feel that disconnect is definitely lesser now. Goatee says that he was a famed instructor in the cult during his younger years, asking if he can inspect his body. Woonhui tells him to go for it, and we see Goatee starting to get a feel for what's going on, and he asks Woonhui if he knows the term cultivated energy. Woonhui asks if he means his inner energy, but Goatee tells him that it's a bit more specific than that. Woonhui tells him to explain it, and Goatee says that inner energy, even when going through the exact same training, builds up with different characteristics, depending on one's identity, constitution, and even their own understanding. Woonhui says that what he's saying means that his heart and mind got contained in the inner energy. Goatee says that's correct, and that's why martial arts, like the great absorption technique, which sucks out somebody else's inner energy, is unable to provide a large increase. Though he can't be certain, as Woonhui is a special case, between the cultivated energy that built up in the original body over 17 years and the energy that he has now cultivated hold different characteristics, which could be what is causing the disconnected sensation. Woonhui wonders what it means now that the disconnect is shrinking. Goatee says it likely means that his cultivated energy and the original Woonhui's cultivated energy are slowly harmonizing. Woonhui wonders if that means he started to accept his identity, and maybe that would mean he's starting to fuse with the original cultivated energy of the body. Since he has no choice but to live inside of it, he thought that it was his, but it seems that subconsciously he must have been thinking that this body belonged to someone else. But through this duel, it seems like he's gone from thinking of using martial arts through this body to just thinking that he's using martial arts. The emotions he's experienced by personally meeting Kyujin, who he's only known through memories, seems to be slowly breaking down that subconscious barrier. Woonhui asks him how far he thinks he's to so far, and Goatee says around 40%. Woonhui says that if he can continue to increase the fusion rate, and Goatee cuts him off saying that if he does so, he will be able to more easily attain a higher level of martial progress, and Woonhui says that's perfect. He then widens his stance, saying being one in body and mind is essential in sorcery as well. So the higher the fusion rate between the body and his soul gets, the more he will cover his mystic power from his previous life. Kyujin watches him train, saying that he's really changed a lot, and now he's full of confidence in focusing on martial arts, and she feels sorry that he's been forced to change. But he has now started to build up his own foundation, and it will only grow sturdier from now on. However, Sanyang will not just wait patiently and let Woonhui's foundation settle. Immediately, she starts to sense something as the blue ghost face root comes out, saying that something is here, and Kyujin says she knew it. Even Woonhui starts to sense it. When the elders ask him if this is what they think it is, he says that's right, it's ghost fog, and because of the composition of the toxic cinnabar, he knew they were a necromancy user, and they finally took the bait. Now he can't wait to see how big the fish actually is. We see the guy from earlier saying it's been a while since he's had a hunt, and if his master's prediction is correct, the one behind that bastard child uses a very unique form of necromancy. But that's the case, the tools they use must be just as unique. The traces on that spider were leading this way, so the caster must be inside. He laughs, saying he can't wait to start. He starts doing some Naruto hand signs, saying that the parasitic vulture and ghost fog are ready. The ghost fog will disrupt one's perception, and if he ties it with the bramble ghost fog formation, nobody outside of the fog will be able to know what is happening on the inside. As he makes his way through, he starts to look around, wondering where his prey is. He sees a purple thread going to Woonhui and wonders why it's connected to his second target. He says he must have been left behind, saying that the caster activated the technique by controlling the brat instead of directly using necromancy. We see Woonhui completely pretending that he's confused about what the fog is, saying he can't see anything. The Jiangshi says the mastermind is even more cunning than he thought, but this brat is still his target. If he captures him, the mastermind is bound to reveal themselves. It's not like he can see what's in front of him or do anything, thanks to the ghost fog, and if he stays still, he'll make him into an advanced Jiangshi with all of his limbs intact. But then he realizes somebody else has entered, as we see Kyujin slowly walking to him, and then her eyes glow for a split second, as she's immediately in his face, smiling. She grabs him by the throat and chases him away from Woonhui. Woonhui says this was as expected, not only did they send an unorthodox warrior, but a parasitic vulture as well. We then see Spidey in his ghost form, saying there's no doubt they are from the Blackbone Ghost Valley. Goatee then says he looks like a class 3, asking if things will go as planned. Woonhui says it's unlikely that a Qing Cheng Taoist would lose to a Jiangxi on equal footing, but the question is, will Qujin hold back, or will she vanquish him as a Taoist? Right now, all they can do is trust her judgment as she slams him straight into the floor. He immediately recognizes it as the Qing Cheng sword key, saying that the only Qing Cheng Taoist in the family would be Qujin, wondering why she is here. He quickly distances himself, calling out to her, telling her to wait a second and listen, but she asks why she would listen to a member of the unorthodox faction, telling him to die, calling him filthy. He puts his hands up to block her attacks, and he tries to create even more distance, and says that this matchup is terrible as we see his hands shaking. He says even if he wants to fight properly, if he ends up hurting her, the deal with Sanyang will be ruined even if he accomplishes his mission. If that happens, his furious master will torture him with anything he can. Before he realizes he's spaced out, Qujin says that he picked the wrong time to do that, as she uses one of the Qing Cheng sword techniques, which we saw before, the sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. She starts cutting him up, making blood fly out all over, saying that he just has to die while laughing. But he realizes he's in a bad situation, and says if this is how it's going to be, then he just needs to accept it, and he tells her he was holding back because she's the daughter of Sanyang. Qujin is surprised hearing her mother's name out of his mouth, and he continues, saying that it's her fault for not listening, as he starts to take the bandages off of his arms, and aura starts to come straight out of the forearms, forming some kind of blade. His legs also start to beef the hell up as he's using a ghostly amplification technique, turning him into an actual mass monster. Qujin is nervous, realizing that this is actually quite bad. The Jiangxi swings his hand down, and she manages to block it, but of course, it seems like quite a heavy blow. He tells her that if she had just backed down, it would have been easier for the both of them, and he's only doing this in order to accomplish what Sanyang wants. Qujin tells herself to lock back in, saying she already knew what her mother was doing, and she will capture him, find the one behind this, and stop her mother from continuing down the wrong path. The Jiangxi starts to feel disgusted at her Taoist aura, and says that she definitely is a stupid person for not taking the chance to back down, as he rears his fist back, punching forward, hitting the ground as she dodges away. He says it would have been better if she wasn't a Taoist, and if the fight drags on like this, he'll be at risk of being discovered by the righteous Wind Hall, even with the Bramble Ghost Fog formation. Plus, that cursed caster could show up at any moment, and the longer it goes, obviously the worse it'll be. Even if the ghost fog clears up, he needs to use the parasitic vulture, as his target is still the bastard son. The vulture immediately gets some kind of telepathy from the guy, and it immediately starts to fly away, and Dumpling says it seems as if the parasitic vulture has stopped emitting ghost fog. Woonhui says it looks like he was finally using the vulture, and he almost fell asleep waiting for this moment. Dumpling then says it might have been even better to let the girl take on the vulture while he fights the unorthodox warrior. As the vulture starts to descend, screeching directly towards Woonhui stares at it, asking why the hell it's screaming in the middle of the night, telling it to get on the ground now, as his eyes start to glow purple, as he's using his mystic arts called the Evil Ghost Advent, aka his magic eyes. The vulture feels a primordial fear, and immediately dives past Woonhui, directly into the floor, and Woonhui says that's not what he meant. The other ghost says it's a miracle it didn't break its neck, and it seems that its body is as sturdy as you'd expect from a parasitic vulture. Dumpling says they surely used rare materials and spent a long time making just one of these, and it just had to go up against Woonhui. Woonhui says they all seem pretty pleased with themselves, even though he's the one who did all the work, and he tells the bird to get up, and it immediately does so. He says he's going to give it two choices, asking if it'll fight the other Jiangxi, or if it plans to fight Woonhui. The vulture looks terrified and immediately leaps away, attacking the Jiangxi from behind. It wonders why it's attacking him and how he lost control of it. Then he realizes that must mean the caster is skilled enough to take control from him, and he didn't even sense them. Qujin immediately jumps up behind him, laughing, saying if he lets his guard down like that, she won't hesitate to strike him down. As we see her cleave through him, we see that it was actually his arm that she managed to cut off, and the dude says he needs to retreat immediately once his arm hits the floor. He wonders why she's not doing anything else, so he asks her what she's doing, saying she could have killed him with an attack just now, or if she's showing mercy because of Sanyang. She starts to laugh, saying, as if, and it's so that he can thoroughly repent for salvation, and she's going to shred him to bits very slowly. He tells her that she's insane, asking how this is the face of a Taoist. The parasitic vulture does a drive-by, scratching the dude's eyes. He screams, looking at it, and Kyujin says that she doesn't know why the beast turned against him, but now is her chance to get rid of the remaining ghost fog, as she starts to use another ability called One Energy of Heaven and Earth. It's just her Taoist energy and uses a technique called the Evil Expelling Torrent. The guy then realizes that the ghost fog and his ghostly amplification technique have both been dispelled, so he needs to quickly find a way to escape. He says there's still a shred of the ghost fog remaining, which is his last chance, as he starts to channel aura into his hand. He slams it down into the ground, causing a minor shockwave. Kyujin blocks, thinking it's an attack, but instead, he immediately leaps backward, going to grab his arm. Kyujin and the parasitic vulture immediately chase after him, asking where he thinks he's going. The man senses something and decides to leave his arm behind as it starts to glow. Kyujin gets caught in the explosion, but she quickly regains her balance. We see the man cracking some kind of pill in his hand, and Kyujin leaps off the ground, dashing towards him, trying to stop him from doing whatever he is planning. As the blade gets closer to his face, we see it pierce some kind of fog instead of the man, as he's already gotten away. She says that things really went exactly as Woonhui planned. Back to the flashback before this all started, she tried telling him that it was a spell from the unorthodox faction, and he asked if she would mind assisting him. He started yapping to her, and we learned that he didn't want her to kill the Jiangshi to begin with, as he needed to extract the information from it. They may be a branch family, but there's still a manor of the Tang clan, and if it was capable of sneaking in here and setting up a ghost fog, it can likely use some formation sorcery. So it will likely use a return crystal to escape through the Hell Gate when in critical danger, and with his current skills, he has no way of beating the Jiangshi here now that it's set up a formation spell. But if she can make the Jiangshi escape outside of the formation spell, he can figure out who the puppeteer is that dared intrude upon the 9-dragon branch family. She says that if this really is about to happen, then it's probably an assassin hired by their mother, and he wonders what she'll do if she plans to side with her. Woonhui sits up, saying if that were to happen, that just means that he's a loser that lost in the battle of wits, and that is just the natural order of things. She says that for Woonhui, who would continually face his hardships, the Tang clan is nothing but a den of trickery and deception. However, she'll make him see that what he knows is not the only identity of the Tang clan. For that, she needs to work harder. The flashback ends with the derpy-ass vulture cawing at her, and she starts to go crazy saying that she can get rid of it. Leave the bird alone, lady. We then see where the other man has jumped to, as he's now regaining his footing, saying that he can't believe he failed his mission and had to flee. He can always reattach a new arm, but he's lost the parasitic vulture, and now the family is going to be on high alert, and his master will never tolerate this. He starts screaming, saying if only it wasn't for that damn Taoist. We then hear Woonhui saying that he should have gone further away, and he can't believe he stopped so close to the manor. The dude immediately freaks out because he didn't even sense his presence, but he recognizes Woonhui, wondering what he's doing here and how he followed him. He thinks he might have been instructed by the sorcerer backing him. Since they are capable enough to seize control of the parasitic vulture, they were likely able to figure out the location of the escape gate. Whatever the case is, this is a great opportunity, because if he can capture Woonhui, he can figure out the identity of the sorcerer and even retrieve the parasitic vulture. But we see in the reflection of his eyes, it's not about to go as planned, as Woonhui starts to release his ghost key. The man says that it must just be something that the sorcerer has lent him. He says the appearance is a bit hazy, but he wonders why the energy is so familiar. Woonhui says that he knows Sanyang was desperate, but how could she join forces with the Black Bone Ghost Valley when she's from the Namgung clan? The guy is surprised, asking how he knew that, and Woonhui asks him what he thinks. As his ghost key starts to form around him, the dude immediately realizes what's going on, and he says no way, as we see Woonhui slowly getting covered more and more by the aura, until it forms a robe, which we learn is called the Evil Ghost Battle Robe. Woonhui says he must be something of a veteran if he recognizes this, and everyone who was at the Black Bone Ghost Valley 10 years ago remembers it. It was the mystic armor the junior demon lord Woonhui wore when he intended to level an area. The man asks him how someone like him is in possession of this, and Woonhui asks him if the person in his memory was someone to answer such questions. And he has many things he wants to ask him. The dude says he'll never talk, and Woonhui says he may be saying that now, which is why they'll talk after he has been thoroughly pummeled. The Jiangshi says that if he really is the junior lord, then he risks dying in one shot. Woonhui clenches his fist, and starts to release an even more powerful aura. The Jiangshi wonders if it's going to be dark arts or the Ghost King's power. Woonhui immediately closes the gap, rearing his fist back. The Jiangshi is just confused at its martial arts, and is too confused to react, so he gets hit. straight in the face, and it low-key dents his head. He gets sent flying as blood starts to pour out of his nose, and he lands and hits a tree, sliding down against it. He manages to catch his footing, saying that was the wild wind dance. He wonders why he's using martial arts instead of dark arts, and starts to smile, which turns to laughter. He says that he's not the Junior Lord, as the Junior Lord can't use martial arts. He's a monster who could blow up an unorthodox warrior like him with a finger. As he keeps yapping, he says he doesn't know how he could have seen the Junior Lord's skills to imitate them. We see little portals open up as purple beams shoot out of them. They are called magic imprisonment chains. The dude says that the monster made this equipment himself, and Woonhui says he can't believe he missed. He wonders why he called him a monster instead of a genius. The man then starts to wonder if maybe it really is the Junior Lord, asking how he could still be alive and using martial arts. Woonhui says he can tell he's confused, wondering whether he's the man he knows or not, and asks him if he thinks he has the time to even debate this right now. The Jiangshi says he's right. If he drags this out too long, either the Taoist girl will come back or someone else will. And that being said, he can't just run away, as this bastard knows who they are, so he needs to shut him up. However, if he really is the Junior Lord, he doesn't know how that'll go. Woonhui sighs, saying he can't believe he's still not moving, asking if they really promote soft guys like him to unorthodox warriors, saying, given how he goes around with a parasitic vulture on hand, it looks like he can't even do a single thing right. The Jiangshi starts to get angry. Woonhui laughs, saying maybe he should just go back, and he wanted to get some kind of information, but there's no way a guy like this would know anything. The Jiangshi starts to get pissed, saying even if he has to burn through his lifespan, he'll make him regret that, as he dashes forward, screaming while attacking at Woonhui. Woonhui asks if he's finally in the mood to fight, as he lets him grab him by the face, and they get sent flying. He says he was trying to buy time and distance himself from the village, as it would just cause him problems if the Jiangshi got scared and ran. And he guesses it's time for him to try out the thing he didn't have a chance to do when dueling his sister. They start to fly directly into a cliff, actually smashing into it, caving a section of it out. The Jiangshi says that he was supposed to take the corpse with him, but he got too excited, and at least his mouth can rival the Junior Lord's, calling him a tier 1000 yapper. Woonhui then grabs onto his hand, saying now he can relax. When using the return crystal, he should be at least this far away to rest. The Jiangshi wonders why his attack didn't work at all, and Woonhui asks how he could carry his corpse back with an attack like that, when it was so half-assed. The Jiangshi pulls his hand away from him, wondering if it really is the evil ghost battle robe, saying that's not possible. He then uses his one arm and unleashes a barrage at Woonhui, who sits there tanking it. He wonders how his fist, which has been enhanced by overloaded demonic essence, isn't making even the slightest impact upon hitting him. Woonhui asks him if these are really meant to kill him. The Jiangshi rears his fist back for an even bigger hit, punching forward, and it makes a great impact, but we see Woonhui caught it. He says he's done testing his defensive capability. Now it's time for him to test out his attack. As he imbues his fist with aura, he punches the dude straight in the stomach, sending him flying backwards out of the cliff. Sending him flying backwards all the way out into the ground. The Jiangshi says that strike confirms it, and this dude is in the lower level. His attacks definitely can't hurt him. If he waits for the evil ghost battle robe to run out, he can win. Woonhui asks what he's laughing at, and asks if it's because his attacks feel weaker than he thought they would, or if he's thinking that he just has to hold out until the robe wears off. He says that since he chased after him, knowing full well that he's a black-bone ghost Jiangshi, he wants the Jiangshi to think about if he really didn't prepare anything at all, or if he's just dumb because his brain is rotted like the rest of his body. The dude gets offended, saying he just keeps talking shit while relying on the battle robe, telling him to show what he's prepared then. And he starts to wildly swing at him, saying that he better do it before the effects of the robe wear off, and we see not a single attack has landed on Woonhui. He even tries to go for a kick, only to hit an afterimage, as Woonhui has leapt up behind him using the shadow step. Woonhui then kicks him in the back of the neck, but the Jiangshi is not fazed, saying that his attacks have no impact. Woonhui already knows this, saying that it's not possible for him to penetrate his defense yet, since he's an unorthodox warrior, but he still has a couple things he can try. He lands back on the ground, saying it's a bit of a shame, but he should probably just finish this fight off. We see Woonhui preparing the same attack he blocked Kyujin's sword ki with, but the Jiangshi doesn't seem fazed, asking if he still hasn't figured it out, that his attacks have no effect on him, as he just laughs while the attacks hit him. Woonhui dashes past him after finishing his barrage, but the dude still says that shit just tickles, and unlike his ghost battle robe, He doesn't have a time limit. He can hit him all he wants, as he'll suffer his payback soon. Woonhui lands from his dash, saying that he was worried he was going to evade and cause things to drag out, but it seems as if he is foolishly taking all the blows he can. But it makes sense, since he's a Jiangshi, and his brain is rotten. He says that now he's just yapping, since he's at a disadvantage, asking how long he's going to keep running his mouth. But then blood starts to fly out of his mouth and nose, and he says that these are the symptoms of poisoning, asking how poison can even affect him in the first place. Woonhui says that it's not a normal poison, and immediately the Jiangshi realizes it's a ghost poison. Woonhui thanks him for letting himself get hit, saying he packed it densely throughout his body, telling him to have as much fun as he wants. We see a bunch of ghosts fly out of his body, eating away from the inside. He does his best to pull them off, and they start to materialize, turning into straight nightmare fuel, completely eating away at his body, causing him to scream out very loudly until he drops to his knees, looking utterly defeated. Woonhui gazes down on him, as if he was looking at a bug, and the Jiangshi asks him to just answer one question, wanting to know if he's the Junior Lord. Woonhui stares down at him for a second, and then crouches down, saying that this isn't the end of him. As he holds out a chain, which is the magic imprisonment, the Jiangshi starts to shake, saying no way. Woonhui gets rid of his robe, telling the elders he's going to be heading out first, and to make sure to educate the new recruit so he obeys orders, as we see the elders now regaining their actual forms, saying that his wish is their command. What a cool scene. Woonhui walks away, confidently knowing that the boys got his back. Woonhui says that was harder than he expected, and he guesses it's because he's not proficient enough to subconsciously use martial arts, so he's unable to use spells that require longer prep time. Once he gets more used to it, though, he can start working on his spell casting speed, and he guesses he just has a lot more homework from now on. He then senses something, saying that somebody's staring at him, but he wonders if somebody's been watching this entire time, wondering who it is and where they are watching him from, and we see it's none other than his father, Hosen. Woonhui sighs, saying that he gets that he's part of the Tang clan, but to not do a thing while watching it all. With how far away he is, he likely couldn't see exactly what he was doing, but he should have been able to see that he was fighting an intruder, and he calls him disgusting. Kyujin then calls out his name as she starts running over, and he says that she didn't have to come find him. Then he freezes for a second, as he sees her dragging the vulture by the neck as she asks him if he's hurt. He says no, but wonders what she's doing, and she says that she thought maybe she'd learned something, and she wanted to cut off its wings so it couldn't fly away, but its wings were tougher than she expected, and she couldn't cut through them. So instead, she just beat the hell out of it, and he says he should make sure not to anger her in the future. He bows, saying unfortunately he got away, and she worked hard to set it up for him, and he's sorry. Kyujin then says that she's sure they can figure out where the whereabouts of the other people are by beating up this Jiangshi. The vulture immediately hides, running to Woonhui, and starts to cry while seemingly begging him. Woonhui says sneaking in a beast Jiangshi of this size won't be easy, and we see the vulture start to glow purple as it quickly shifts to a smaller form that looks nothing like a bird. What the hell is this thing? Woonhui's surprised that it just knows spells, and then realizes something, but changes the conversation saying he's going to keep him in the white pavilion for now, and he's sure that she's tired as well so she should head back. She looks worried about something, but says that since the intruders ran away, she'll head to her room. And immediately turns around, but we see she has a whole different expression on her face. We then hear Woonhui asking somebody if their master is the neglectful white bone wraith. It's the dude from earlier who's bowing, saying that is correct. Woonhui says it's been a while since he's seen him, and the dude goes to ask him if he's ever met his master, but immediately says the dude's name instead. Woonhui says he knows him a little bit. He learned some dark arts from him in the past, though he ran out of things to learn after only a month. But on top of him, the fortunate Blue Bone Phantom, the awakened Crimson Spectre, and the immortal Green Devil are also here, which means that 4 of the 12 dark ghosts have set up near their county and are scheming something. Woonhui says for all 4 of them to be nearby, there's only one reason to have any interest in this county at the moment. It's the visit of the Dark Sovereign. Since he is one of the 10 Grand Masters under heaven, and with Moonhyuk's plan to establish a new special martial unit from their perspective of the cult, they can't just stand by and watch it grow. Normally they would plan on either planting a spy within the martial unit or making the unit smaller than the clan's ideal plan. But if that was all they intended, it would not call for the presence of 4 elders. Seeing as how they roped in Sanyong, their schemes are going to be far more grand and sinister, and the divergent organization that has seized control of the heavenly demon cult, aka the Society, They might be trying to increase the strength of the heavenly demon cult by pulling strings behind the scenes. Normally it would have been a ploy that would have been reckless and stupid, but now it could become a valid move, and it would be a plan that they could have never even dreamed of carrying out before, which means they are planning to assassinate the Dark Sovereign. All of the elders call him foolish, saying even having the 12 dark ghosts here are no match for the Dark Sovereign, as even the sect masters of the 9 great demon sects couldn't do a thing to him, since he is one of the 10 grand masters under heaven. Wunhui asks the Jiangshi if he and the White Bone Wraith are the advanced team. The Jiangshi says that he doesn't know the details, but he does know that reinforcements are coming in from the Tianshan Mountains. Wunhui is surprised and finally gives the dude a nickname of number 15, and asks him what he needs. Wunhui asks 15 if he knows anything about the society, and 15 says since he is a pretty lowly being, he doesn't know of which society he is speaking of. Wunhui says that's alright, which means that the orthodox warriors of the Black Bone Ghost Valley are too low on the totem pole. That means he needs to capture the geezer instead, aka the White Bone Wraith, to obtain information. The problem is that if he tried capturing him at his current level, he'd be absolutely defeated by his fortress of spells. Wunhui says that he guesses this is everything he can learn from number 15. Gon immediately enters the room asking Wunhui if he is safe, then says he was ordered by Hosen to summon him, asking why his yard is in such a bad state. Wunhui asks what he means, and 15 tells him that he thinks he's referring to the mess from the fight between him and Q Jin. Wunhui tells him to calm down as he'll explain it on the way, and this could be easily solved by borrowing the strength of Gon in the Righteous Wind Hall. But before that, he needs to take care of business, as we see his father waiting for him. Wunhui needs to figure out what he knows and how he'll act. Wunhui respectfully greets him, saying that he is graced by his presence, calling him the branch family head. His father wonders why he's still calling him the branch family head in private, saying he understood he did it at the duel, but he still wants to remain distant, even in private. Wunhui immediately drops formality, saying he apologizes as it's been too long since they've seen each other in private. Gon asks him if he's insane, saying he went through the trouble of boasting to Hosen, and yet he's dragging himself back down. Wunhui starts to smirk, saying it seems like he's been complimenting him, and it's going to make him blush, but Gon tells him that now is not the time to joke. Wunhui tells him to watch. He asks his father if he's intending to reward him for defeating the intruder. But he knows if he intended to reward him for defeating the intruder, he would have done it in a public setting, as what Hosen wants to check isn't something like a father-son bond. Rather, he wants to know how much Wunhui knows. Hosen says he seems to know exactly why he called him, and Wunhui says it seems he's already confirmed the identity of the intruder, along with their connections to the Grand Matriarch. Wunhui says it's only natural, as it is related to the clan head's visit, which means he must know about their plans to assassinate the Dark Sovereign. Hosen says the fact that he isn't surprised must mean that he also has figured it out, and he heard that he has recently turned a new leaf, but this goes far beyond that. His inner energy, foresight, strategy, and everything else is not something he could obtain in a year or even 2, and he must have been hiding within the deepest burrow he possibly could have, training in absolute secret, and he can't believe he's fooled even him for so long, and his wickedness is truly worthy of the Tang clan name. Wunhui bows, saying it may sound like an insult, but it is actually high praise within the Tang clan. Hosen tells him not to take it any further than this. Wunhui asks what he means, and Hosen says no matter what sort of war he and Sanyong wage against each other in the manor, he will not interfere, but he needs to not mess with the people backing Sanyong. Wunhui says he's okay with his son and wife having a messy fight over household disputes, yet he wants to leave the cult and a group of outsiders alone, and he wonders what the hell he's planning, calling him a wicked snake. Wunhui says okay though, and whatever his reason is, he cannot go after the White Bone for now, and Hosen says that since his business is over, he's going to excuse himself. Wunhui says that before he leaves, surely he should be rewarded for defeating the intruder. Hosen says judging by how he stopped him, he must want something specific, that he cannot obtain himself, telling him to ask for it, and Wunhui says he would like to train within the Twisted Forests, which we learn is a special environment full of poisonous bugs and bizarre beasts, and if he goes there, he can quickly recover the mystic powers of his past life. Hosen thinks about it, but tells him that only the clan head has the authority over that place, and he can make the request when he sees him, but he cannot make any promises. Wunhui says that it seems like the plan is a no-go. His father then says he can make up for that. As he reaches into his robe, he pulls out a butterfly, telling Wunhui that he can take this with him, as it sits on his index finger. Gon is surprised by it, and Hosen tells him to be quiet. Wunhui wonders what it could be and why Gon is so flustered by it. It doesn't look like anything more than a decoration, But maybe there's more to it. Hosen asks if it's not to his liking, but Woonhui says it is. He can't believe his father asked him that, yet he spreads his energy around so much that he can't approach. He's basically telling him to use some other means to take it. Woonhui tells 15 to get on it, and he immediately starts to fly in. The butterfly decoration then starts to move, which Hosen notices as it lifts up off of his hand, floating through the air straight back to Woonhui. We see Hosen even has a slight smirk on his face, and he says now it is his. He tells Gon they should get going, but Gon is actually freaking out internally. He quickly runs over to Hosen. Woonhui wonders what this is. Goatee says that from the looks of it, it might be a high-quality ornament, and Dumpling says that it might be some kind of assassination weapon. Woonhui squeezes them. Poor Baldy caught a stray and asks if he ever wanted their opinion, saying that they need to follow them. They immediately fly off, saying, "My bad." We hear Gon asking Hosen if that was really okay, saying that the blood butterfly is extremely precious to him. Hosen says that it is, but the Wild Wind Squad has disbanded, and it has been 20 years since the Nine Dragons branch family was established. Above all, Woonhui said he wanted to continue the Wild Wind. Gon says that now he understands why he handed it over to him, as he too must have had regrets for not being able to fulfill the hopes of the Wild Wind Squad. Gon says the other two children have seen it, but Q Jin and Yu Chong had no interest. However, Woonhui took the blood butterfly from him, even though he's not sure how he did it. He laughs, saying he supposes that he could say he took it with the wild wind. This is why he thinks that Woonhui could be the one to discover the secret of the blood butterfly. Back to Woonhui, saying he didn't even think about using the wild wind in the first place, and he asks if they ever mentioned what it actually was. They say no, but they do understand it's a precious item. We hear 15 from inside the butterfly saying every time it moves, it consumes an incredible amount of spiritual power. Considering the large amount it consumes, it looks to be some kind of magic tool. Woonhui wonders what exactly its use could be and tells 15 to get out of there so he can confirm it. He starts to pour his own aura into it, saying that since it belongs to the Tang clan, who don't specialize in spiritual power, he wonders how much it could possibly consume. As we see it starting to absorb his power, but then it just stops, leaving everybody confused. But Woonhui starts to get pissed, asking why it's such a pain to charge. As he starts to release even more aura, pouring literally everything he is into it, nothing happens, and they all sit there blankly again. He starts to scream, saying he'll just continue doing it until he can't. We see him in bed saying that he's been so pissed off about that damn butterfly that he wasn't able to sleep at all. If he can't figure out what it is, so he'll just leave it alone for now. As if the White Bone Wraith figures out about yesterday's failed attack, he will try something new. But due to Hosen's warning, it's difficult for him to act rashly, and he wonders if there's any way he can stop White Bone's plan without drawing the attention of Hosen. It's not like the answer will fall from the skies or anything, so he should just take his time. But of course, that's exactly what happens as that little bird guy comes back. He almost forgot about him, and he actually did fall from the sky. He looks down at him curiously, saying that the parasitic vulture is a powerful beast Jiangshi, but it's not strong enough to go up against many unorthodox warriors. So he needs to make it even stronger so he can use it. As he starts to make his own hand bleed, he says his blood will act as a medium and produce a special refinement item loaded with information about the Ghost King using his Reaper's Sight, otherwise known as the Ghost King's blood. All of the other ghost boys are surprised to see that, saying they can't believe they are envious of the beast. As their forms start to break, Goatee yells at them, saying they need to lock back in. Since it was loaded with information about the Ghost King, it is an exceptional elixir for those associated with ghosts. Woonhui asks the little bird if he wants it. It, of course, does, and he asks him why he should give it to him, as it hasn't given him anything yet. If he tells him where the black-boned ghost beast's Jiangshi farm is, he'll give it to him, but wonders if he'll even give it to him. Birdie immediately starts headbanging, and Woonhui says that's good enough, giving him the treat. Bro immediately transforms from his cute self to the ugly bird form. He starts screeching while absorbing the power, and we see his feathers being grown anew as his facial features start to change too. All of the Ghost Brothers notice this as the bird is transformed from a vulture to a whole different creature. They say, according to the rumors, this wicked beast is the lucky bird that serves as the drum of war, announcing the advance of the demonic fiends called the Jah. Woonhui asks Birdie how it feels to be born again, saying it looks like this body is more useful than a spider's. We see a ghostly figure looking at his hand, and it's none other than Spidey, who's surprised by what's going on. Goatee's so happy that Spidey wasn't killed. We learn Spidey's name is actually Huan. Huan asks Woonhui why him, and Woonhui says that he has 3 reasons. First, as a reward for his loyalty, the moment that those bastards who were running away from him died, they were cursing him out, but he was different. The second reason is because he expected him to ensure the safety of his daughter. Huan's surprised by that, and Woonhui asks how he's supposed to guarantee the safety of his daughter when he doesn't know what she looks like. Instead of making him find time to spare, he should go find her himself with his own hands. Huan's completely taken aback, and Woonhui says that the third reason is because he'll understand a ghost's words more easily than a bird's. Huan wishes he left that part out. He says that he thought he had been freed of his restraints, and it seems like he cannot truly be free from the Junior Lord. He says that after losing his wife, he had but one goal, which was his daughter. The moment that Hajin kidnapped her was the moment his life crumbled. In the end, even though he betrayed both the cult lord and Woonhui, he wasn't able to protect his daughter, but now that opportunity has returned to him. We finally learn his title is the Resentful Demon. He says he pledges loyalty to him and that he will follow him until the end of time, all due to the second chance that Woonhui has given him. What an absolute Chad. Woonhui asks him if the vulture's memories remain, since if they do, he will know where the farm is. Huan says he will immediately fly there and tear those guys apart with his newly attained beak and talons. Woonhui tells the resentful demon to head out and destroy the farms and notify those traitors of the divine cult's advance. Huan says, "As you command," and immediately flies out of the house. Woonhui says once he begins to destroy the farms, White Bone won't have time to pay him any mind, and he can buy time this way. Manhwa. We see a carriage pulling back up to the estate as it's none other than San Yang, saying traveling through the night sure is tiring. She then sees a report from Mu Yang, which is the budget Hyang Sam, and she says that since the corner is folded, it means it's urgent. She reads that Yu Chong sparred against the bastard and that Woonhui actually managed to win. He even fought off against Q Jin, and it was a draw, and that it all happened within the presence of Hosen. She wonders just how this all happened, but before she can get too lost in thought, Q Jin screams out her name, asking where she has been. San Yang panics and quickly changes the conversation, asking what she's doing here so early, saying that she just had some urgent matters outside. Q Jin wonders if she can't discuss what she was doing out there with her, but tells her anyway that a Jiangshi trespassed into the Nine Dragons branch family and attacked Woonhui last night. San Yang feigns ignorance, asking how such a terrible thing could happen. She then says that the one she saw yesterday must have dealt with the bastard, and it's unfortunate, but at least the bastard is now gone. However, Q Jin then tells her that she fought against it, which catches San Yang completely off guard. She asks why she would fight it in the first place and if she's hurt anywhere. Q Jin says she's fine and that the intruder brought her up and hesitated to face her. San Yang starts to feel stressed, asking how they could cause such a mess, and says that she does everything for her, but it's not for her sake, and the bastard is nothing but a hindrance in their lives. Q Jin asks if she really hates Woonhui that much, so much that she'd hire a Jiangshi when her own daughter trains in the Guangcheng sect. San Yang starts to feel scared, but Q Jin turns around, saying that if she has no intentions to stop walking down the wrong path, then her daughter will be the one stopping her. San Yang's voice starts to break as she calls out to her, and she starts to have a complete mental breakdown, asking why Q Jin doesn't understand that this is all for her. She falls to her knees, letting out a blood-curdling scream, saying it's all that bastard's fault, and she should have crushed him a long time ago. She says she'll go straight back to the temple immediately, as this is the only path for Q Jin's sake. Back to the boys out on the town, we see Gon telling Woonhui that he sure has guts, asking if he really has to go outside today even after getting attacked last night. Woonhui says if he's going to keep complaining, he should go back to the estate. Gon says he cannot, as he must follow the family head's orders. Woonhui tells him to stop complaining, and they get to where they're going, which is none other than a place called Lueben's Forge. Woonhui says he must be quite confident in himself, naming the forge after the god of Taoist skills and craftsmanship, aka the first sacred master craftsman. Woonhui walks inside with Gon, and they ask if the master is here. One of the workers recognizes Gon, saying that the master is in the back. The master then comes out, asking if the wild horse is here, and Gon says he's glad to see him. He introduces Woonhui to him as the blacksmith's owner, named Tang Chuk Yang. Woonhui tells him it's an honor to meet him and goes to say who he is, but Chuk Yang asks if he's the stubborn blockhead's second son. Woonhui is a bit taken aback but says yes, and he heard he's known Hosen since the Wild Wind Squad era, but to call him a blockhead is a bit rash. Chuk Yang then tells Gon that he's sure he didn't bring him all the way here just to introduce him. Gon laughs, saying it's just as Woonhui says, there's something he wishes to be made. We see Chuk Yong has an arm made of metal, and he says Woonhui must have not been satisfied with what the 9 Dragons branch family had and came here instead. He says he'll make it for him if he can just leave the blueprint here and go back home. Woonhui looks over, saying he sure does have a lot of commissions. He's not surprised, as plenty of the Tang clan members asked to get their weapons inspected to prepare for the Dark Sovereign's visit, and he bets that he would have been turned away at the door if Gon wasn't with him. He tells him that his blueprint is quite complex, so he may need his presence to explain it to him. Chuk Yong asks if he thinks it's his first time making something for the clan members, calling him a brat. Since no matter how boldly he's drawn it, he can craft any assassination weapon to perfection. Woonhui says that he's not actually commissioning an assassination weapon but rather just a sword. Chuk Yong goes to ask him if he's going to become a Taoist like his sister, but Gon immediately starts screaming out sword and starts shaking the absolute piss out of Woonhui, asking if they came all this way to commission a stupid sword and not an assassination weapon, and demands to know the reason. Woonhui dies, the end. He tells Gon that he asked him to introduce him to a skilled craftsman, and he never said anything about commissioning an assassination weapon. Gon says that it's true, and he starts to cry. Woonhui says now he feels sorry for him. Chuk Yong says that the wild horse must have high expectations of him. He tells him to come on in the back, as he wants to see his blueprint up close. Woonhui lays it down on the table, saying he wants to remodel this black sword into this new design. Chuk Yong's surprised, and Gon asks what kind of sword it is. When Gon takes a look, all he sees is that it's a steel folding fan, but Chuk Yong tells him it's actually a sword. Woonhui says that he's much more skilled than he expected to find it immediately, and Chuk Yong says that using wires is quite interesting and deceptive, to be honest. Woonhui says he's grateful that he finds it so interesting, and Chuk Yong says he's not here for the flattery, telling him to come over and explain this outrageous sword to him. As they start doing it, Gon watches from the other side of the table, as do the ghost boys, saying they never knew that Woonhui was so knowledgeable about such devices, as they can't even follow the conversation. Goatee wonders why a sword would be made in the shape of a fan. Baldy says that they're even going to put gunpowder into it, and he wonders if any of them have seen a sword like this, saying it might be a secret weapon of the Tang clan. They start to float around Gon, who's also completely lost about the conversation, but he's pretending he understands, the best character in the series. Chuk Yong says this is quite an egregious sword, and Woonhui laughs, saying there's just too many things he wishes to do with it. Chuk Yong says that it appears he's going to have to do this one personally. Gon is surprised by this, and Chuk Yong says that this device, the sly snake of a boy wants to build, isn't something his disciples can even handle. Woonhui says now's the time, and he immediately goes into the most formal bow you've ever seen, saying that it's a true honor to be able to showcase a sword made by a master craftsman like him during the clan head's visit. Chuk Yong says there's still 20 days until he comes, and Woonhui asks if he's not going to be able to meet the deadline. Chuk Yong tries to tell him that his schedule is busy, and Woonhui says that he sees that it must just be impossible for him to complete, and he's sorry, starting to bait him. Chuk Yong completely falls for it, saying that he is Luoban incarnate, and 15 days is more than enough for him to make this sword. Woonhui laughs, saying that's why they call him Sir Luoban. Gon and the ghosts all understand that another one has fallen to his petty tricks. Outside, Woonhui says that he's glad that Chuk Yong is more talented than he expected and that Huan must be destroying the beast farm right now. And there's only one thing left. He then hears Q Jin calling out to him, and he asks her what's wrong as she looks a little down. She says there's something she must ask him. He says that he can sense the bloodthirst of the blue ghost face root and that she is extremely distressed, enough that she can't control the teachings of the one energy of heaven and earth, and he can already tell what this is. Q Jin says this may be a weird question but wants to know his opinion on the past. Specifically, she wants to know whether he bears any grudges or emotions similar to that. Woonhui asks if she's trying to grasp the wind, which confuses her, and he says they can temporarily contain it but cannot grab a permanent hold of it because once it stops moving, it is no longer the wind. He asks her what's so important about the past as there are so many things he has to do and wants to do right now. He says the future matters so much more than the past to him. Turns out the metaphor was well received, and she starts to smile, saying she understands, and thanks to him, she's made up her mind entirely. She says that now there's something she has to do, so she won't be around for a while. She walks past him and leaps off, leaving him there. The ghosts say they can't believe that she would get so enraged, and Woonhui lets out a sigh, telling them to stop yapping and go keep an eye on her, but he only needs 2 of them to do it. He's sure that Q Jin had a big argument with San Yang, and that's the only reason she could be like this. Sanyong won't remain still if they're having such a heated argument with their daughter. In that case, it's time for him to prepare for some unwelcome guests. Back at Hosen's quarter, the assistant is telling him that Woonhui is requesting an audience. We see Gon there, surprised, and Hosen tells them to let him come in. Once inside, Gon starts asking him what he's doing here using sound telepathy, and Woonhui says he wants to pay respects to his father as a son. Gon tells him if he's only here to yap, he should just leave. Woonhui says he's still a young master, so that's quite a bit harsh of an attitude, and Gon laughs, asking how about he does something to truly deserve his honor. Hosen then gets to the point, asking what he's here for. Woonhui says he's here to discuss the matter he spoke of the other night, and he wants to make a trade. Hosen thinks about it and calls out to Gon. Gon says as he commands, then immediately vanishes, as do other people in the rafters, and Woonhui wonders how many people there are to begin with. Hosen says that by involving himself in this matter again, a problem may arise in the progress of the Tang clan's plans, so he will need a good reason to persuade him. Woonhui says he felt it on the practice grounds, but this is not the energy a mere branch head should have. He also just mentioned the Tang clan's plans, so they must be planning something. Average Sherlock Holmes moment. Hosen says if he wants to make a trade, they must give and receive something of equal value, asking what he can give him. Woonhui says he doesn't have anything he can give right now, but he promises that he will. Hosen wonders what he means, and Woonhui says he will protect his big sister Kyujin. Surely his father knows what kind of people Sanyong has formed ties with. Hosen's silent for a second, and then uses sound telepathy telling him to speak freely. Woonhui says this must mean there are still people hiding, and he says that if their relationship between Sanyong and the demonic cult is exposed, Kyujin and Yuchong won't be able to escape the aftermath, as they will be labeled lackeys of the demonic cult, and surely Hosen himself knows that that's how it will go, and how those people have been treated so far, as they won't ever be able to step foot anywhere around here again. Hosen says that he's the one who has led the Wild Wind Squad at the vanguard to stop the demonic leader, so who would be able to label his children as demonic cult lackeys? Woonhui says of course they would behave normally in front of him, however the world doesn't overlook fault so easily as that, therefore he will ensure that such a label does not get put on Kyujin. Hosen says setting aside how he would even carry out such a promise, what is it that he wants in the first place? Woonhui says that since his involvement in this matter would be by no means small, he wants to take an active role in his plan. Hosen asks if he believes himself capable enough to be added to the plans. Woonhui says he will prove it. Woonhui says the words white bone wraith, and that he will bring the head of one of the demonic leaders here himself. Back to the geezer, we see him praying, as Sanyong's back again, asking how he handled her matter so carelessly. Even though she's given him so much money, he calls out to her in a calm tone, and she asks if he understands that her daughter said she would take care of her. He then yells out her name, which startles her a little bit, and he says he also feels that his judgment was poor seeing how it turned out like this, and he also lost a disciple, so he will not stand idly by anymore. She can be at ease as he will head out himself. Then the small Jiangxi from before comes in screaming his name, and he asks what she wants, and she tells him it's an emergency. The white bone wraith sighs, telling Sanyong to please take a seat and wait, as it can't be helped. She says she's not happy about being bullied, but his skills are the real deal, and since he said he would head out himself, then the bastard should be finished off this time. She then hears him screaming as he was just informed about his beast farm being attacked, and even though his farm was operating completely within secret for decades, a single bird with the same spiritual base as the parasitic vulture he made came back to his own farm and single-handedly wiped out every single beast he had raised thus far. Sanyong asks what in the world happened that he's so worked up, and he calls her a bitch while reaching for her throat. As he starts choking her, he slams her straight to the ground, saying that she dare trick him, and there is a high-ranking sorcerer with enough authority to take a vulture he made and evolve it. She really expects him to believe that they sided with a lowly bastard within the Tang family, saying that is completely absurd. She must have conspired with the sorcerer to stab him in the back. She says that she has no idea what he's talking about, and he starts to release a deathly aura, asking if she's genuine or just pretending, asking if she thinks so little of him, even though he's a member of the Black Bone Ghost. That's the first time she's hearing of this, since she can't believe that he's a part of the demonic cult, as she thought he was just some quack. The white bone wraith can tell just by how surprised her face is that she doesn't actually know anything, and that the Namgung family must have intended to use her and throw her away. He lets go of her and says that he had a brief misunderstanding, and he can't believe she really didn't know. She then starts to understand that this means she formed ties with a demonic leader, and she was introduced to this by the orders from her own family, which means that the Namgung clan has formed ties with the demonic leaders. He then asks her if her second child is home, saying now that he thinks about it, even his name is similar to a piece of shit that he knows, and even without her request, he has now a reason to tear apart both her son and the sorcerer supporting him, asking if she will help him. It then jumps to her saying that she has made a mistake, as we see she's talking to Woonhui, asking if he would like anything as an apology, as she'll give him whatever he wants. He seems really smug, saying that this is so sudden, and he can't believe that she's apologizing. She says she doesn't want to do this either, but it's part of the demonic leader's order, as he told her that they need to make sure that they drop their guard, so she should go get some kind of favor with her bastard child. And she asks why she would do such a thing, and he says that he guesses it can be helped, and he'll have to convert her into an advanced Jiangshi and make her do what he wants. She tells him to wait, saying she'll do it, and she says that she needs to do whatever she can to get on Woonhui's good side and catch his backer, and while it's humiliating, she still wants to live. He says that she sure is acting rather fearlessly, and then uses sound telepathy, saying that he supposes she's afraid that the branch family head will find out that she has formed ties with the demonic cult, and she sweats nervously asking how he knew, and she can tell he's not just saying things either, as his eyes are full of certainty. She starts to shiver in fear, saying that she only just now found out they are demonic cult members, so how in the world did he know? Woonhui then starts to completely overwhelm her, saying that she seems to be very flustered. He starts to walk towards her, and she says that she thought that the backer he's been with for the past few months was the one controlling him, but those eyes of his are not the eyes of someone who would be controlled by anybody. And while she doesn't know whether or not his backer offered him aid, the one running the show the entire time has been none other than Woonhui. However, if he still has only a shallow understanding of everything, she can try to play it off, so she tells him she has no idea what he's saying, and he says that this means she would have no problem with him telling the branch family head. He starts to use sound telepathy again, saying if he starts with the Righteous Wind Hall's investigation, the information about the strange shrine she visited often will come out, and all the items in storage related to her family's clan will come to light. He says that that sounds fun, as who knows what the Namgung clan would say about all of this. She realizes that they would completely exile her, as they would say they didn't know she had formed ties with the demonic cult, and she would be the only one taking the fall, and it is completely feasible that the Namgung clan would do that to her. Her voice starts to shake, and she says that she is still the matriarch here, so there's no way she can be disposed of so easily. Woonhui laughs, saying even if she is the grand matriarch, it seems she can't be honest with herself, and she asks him what exactly he wants. He then starts to grin ear to ear, saying there's quite a lot of information that he would want from her. We then learn that over the course of a week, Sanyong showered him with all sorts of treasures, such as a heavenly silk robe, some gauntlets, some boots, and other shit. To purchase these rare items in such a short time, Sanyong had no time to scheme, and as a result, he is now dripped out from head to toe. He says that the Namgung clan is really rich, and even after extorting so much, they still have a lot left. The ghost boys say that it must be pretty nice to be covered head to toe in such rare items, and that she must be close to bankruptcy. They say she's a fool for picking a fight with the junior lord, and Woonhui says they shouldn't be the ones to talk, as they did the same thing. But these items will definitely help a lot. But this is the most important thing he's got, as he pulls out a green orb, and they can immediately tell it has a lot of poison energy, asking what it is. He says it's a medicine he created by mixing some wilting fungus and toxic flame herb with white life oil. They say that looks like actual poison, asking if he's attempting to level his Venom Dragon Essence art to 6-star. Woonhui smiles, saying that's right, as he's going to open up his middle dantian and rise to the peak stage. As he heads outside, he says that the wilting fungus is often used as an ingredient in elixirs, but incorrect usage can make the toxic fungus grow and kill you from the inside out. To enhance that toxic growth, he combined it with a toxic flame herb and white life oil, making this pill's properties incredibly poisonous. For someone who practices the Venom Dragon art, there is no better elixir. The ghosts say they understand his intentions, but it might be too poisonous even for him, asking if he's sure he can handle it. He sighs, saying that's why he also procured this, which is the divine Azurite medicine, an elixir said to boost one's inner energy, which was made by the divine doctor of life and death. He swallows it, saying he'll first use this to level up his inner energy, and now that he has pure energy flowing through his mind, it is time for him to use the next thing, which is the wilting fungus thing he made. As the elders said, the poison would normally be impossible to digest. With his Venom Dragon art being at the level it is, he will surely experience intense and sufferable pain unlike anything he has ever felt before. As we see it swirling around his lower dantian as he is slowly starting to absorb it, he screams out in pain while making a strained face. The poison ki starts to erupt from his body, sending the ghost flying backwards, and they can't believe it's exuding so much, asking Wunhui if he's okay. Wunhui says that the fungus poison is exploding through his whole body, and he needs to take it and convert it into energy for his venom dragon art. As we see it all coalescing into his lower core until it's condensed into one ball, he says now he has to use this energy and bring it straight up to his upper dantian, which is his heart. An orb starts to form there as the aura immediately shifts to a purplish hue, different from the green one we saw before, showing that he succeeded. He sighs out of relief, saying he actually did it, as he has now achieved the 6-star venom dragon art. All of the ghost boys start congratulating him for reaching a new stage, saying that his growth is unparalleled. Wunhui says though still small, he can feel the essence has taken hold in his middle dantian, and he endured the 5 dragons crossings, reaching the peak stage. We then see Gon leaning over the wall, saying he heard a loud sound and came running worried, but turns out that wasn't the case, and he asks Wunhui what he did this time. Wunhui says he ate an elixir that his father gave him. Gon says he doesn't know which elixir that was, but he bets that he definitely ripped her off, and whatever the case, he's sure that he's itching to find out how much stronger he's grown. Wunhui immediately starts releasing his aura while holding onto his staff, saying he truly has a good martial instructor, and he leaps forward, saying he won't refuse the offer and he'll go all out. As he readies his weapon, Gon says that it's crazy he can already imbue his weapon with ki, and they trade blow for blow right in the middle of the arena. Gon says that strike had quite some power behind it, asking if he can handle this as he thrusts his staff forward. Wunhui says that Gon's movements used to be impossible for him to follow, but now he can see them clearly, and on top of that, he can move his body more freely as well, as we see him advancing through Gon's barrage, saying this is the clear difference between stages, and he can now share the same sight as his instructor, and by imbuing his weapon with even more ki, it means that he can take every one of his techniques to the next level. Gon immediately recognizes that he's using the 12 fierce tiger steps with the spear, and does his best to block the attacks as it's Wunhui's turn to release an onslaught. Gon does manage to block it, but it causes him to have to create some distance, but he manages to catch his footing, saying that he guesses he can't half-ass it any longer, and Wunhui says he already told him he was going to work him to the bone. Sometime later, after their sparring, Gon asks if he's heard the rumors that's been circulating, and Wunhui asks what he means. He says that it's the rumor that he and Sanyong have made peace, and they're even saying nonsense like he's been given up on becoming the heir, so he has been blessed by Sanyong. He asks what's wrong with that, saying maybe he does plan on giving up on it for the harmony of the family. Gon asks if he even knows what that word means, saying that the rumor stems from all of the gifts she is giving him, but he knows that no such thing could happen between them. Wunhui starts to use sound telepathy, saying he can't say that he's wrong, but he needs Sanyong to act that way, so it's easier for him to go after the White Bone Wraith. Gon asks who that is, and then recognizes it, asking him if he means the neglectful White Bone Wraith, one of the demonic leaders of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Wunhui asks if he didn't hear from Hosen, and Gon goes to tell him, but Wunhui says he must have dozed off in the meeting. Gon says that now he understands that Wunhui must have figured out that she's connected to them. Wunhui compliments him, saying even though he acts like a bum most of the time, he becomes serious as soon as the cult is mentioned. Gon asks how he plans on fighting them when they fortify their bases with spells, and Wunhui asks if he means the Mystic Ghost Formation. Gon says that means he's aware, and within that formation, advanced Jiangxes has become even more powerful. And to tell him the truth, even if he went all out, he's not confident he could defeat a demonic leader inside of that formation. Wunhui says he knows, and if they fight them head on, there will be immense losses. According to the information spilled by number 15, the temple forces are composed of 4 unorthodox warriors and a spirit class warrior created by White Bone, and White Bone is said to have achieved a higher stage not long after his death, as the society likely bestowed him with power. Gon then asks what his plan is, saying surely he has won. Wunhui says of course, as the final piece is about to fall into his hands, so he just has to be a chill guy and wait. That night, we see Sanyong begging for him to save her on her knees, and he says that since she's here in the middle of the night, a bystander might assume that he's the one trying to kill her, and he can see that she's having a hard time, thanks to both the temple and the Namgung clan. She says that's right, and he knows the situation she's in, as we see she looks completely exhausted and drained. She tells him that the demonic leader is threatening to turn her into an advanced Jiangxi if she doesn't bring him clues about the sorcerer backing him. At this rate it is going to be bad for her, and Wunhui says that it's definitely not going to be a pleasant death. She says she'll do whatever he wants, no matter what it is. Woonhui then asks her if she will give up the air seat that she has been putting so much preparation into, and we see her obviously taking a bit of a blow from this, but she tightens the grip on her clothing, saying of course, and that she will convince both of her children to give up on succession, and she'll even seclude herself and never appear in front of him again, begging that he save her. He says fine, but she needs to make sure she listens to him. She says she'll do anything so long as she can be rid of the demonic leader. Woonhui then smiles, saying this is what he wanted, and that there is something else he needs her to prepare for. The final piece is up to Woonhui, as he needs to pull a Luigi Mangione on White Bone. It then jumps back to Chuck Yong's workshop, and he says that he's in quite a bit of trouble now. He got distracted by the schematics, but it'll take half a month to take care of this black sword that the kid has brought. Since it is a magic tool containing ghost key made from black steel, it's a kind of rare find, and he can't believe he's going to use it as material. While he may be a child, he's definitely a total snake, as he pulled a fast one on him. The difficulty of the schematics requires one to work day and night for a fortnight, not the game. And his disciples are nowhere near skilled enough to help. He doesn't have two bodies, so he has no choice but to tell him that he's going to be late. We then hear another man saying that he's surprised to see him backing out of something. And when Chuck Yong turns around, he's surprised, asking him why the hell he's here. The man laughs, asking why he's so scared, saying it's been so long since they've seen each other and that he's hurting his big brother's feelings. And we are finally introduced to Moonhyuk in the flesh, the Dark Sovereign. Did not know these two old dudes were brothers. Chuck Yong says that's because he should be at the Nine Dragons branch family, asking why he's here without his guards. Moonhyuk gives him the thumbs up, saying that he snuck out. Chuck Yong says that he's causing trouble for Yi-won again. But Moonhyuk says that it's quite an interesting toy, asking who requested it. Chuck Yong says that it's the son of that emotionless statue, Hosen. Moonhyuk says that he heard he was called the Shadow Genius, but for a child of Hosen's to request something like this when they're so young is pretty crazy. Chuck Yong says no bro, second child, not third. Moonhyuk double checks that he means Woonhui, saying that he heard that he was weak and talentless. Chuck Yong says that he was surprised when he saw it himself, but he's actually a total snake. He wants to use sword techniques and fan techniques with a single weapon to confuse his enemies, buying the distance he needs to throw assassination tools the entire time. Moonhyuk seems happy, saying that's a toy befitting the Tang name. Chuck Yong says if that was all, it wouldn't be so difficult, but there's two other parts. He shows him the material that he's trying to make it with. Of course, we already know what it is by this point, but he also mentions how he learned sorcery to master cursed poison. Moonhyuk picks up the blade, saying that means he wants to apply cursed poison to his sword and throwing weapons, asking what the final hurdle is. Chuck Yong then tells him that he's that dumbass's disciple, and he asks if he's talking about Gon. Chuck Yong says yeah, but it gets worse, as he actually learned the wild wind dance from him as well. Moonhyuk seems genuinely surprised, while Chuck Yong continues, saying that he wants this singular weapon to not only contain multiple forms, but also to be capable of wielding wild wind and curses. Noticing if he now understands how greedy this kid is, Moonhyuk begins to smirk, saying that he was complaining about not having enough hands. Chuck Yong says yeah, asking why it matters, then tells him to wait, as we see Moonhyuk rolling up his sleeve, saying that now he can't wait to see how that kid will use this toy. It jumps back to Woonhui, as Sanyong is saying that she's finished the preparations he asked for, but confirms that it's just going to be the two of them going. He tells her that Gon will be coming as well, but he had something to take care of before departing. He finally makes his appearance, jumping over the wall, asking if it's necessary to leave at such a weird hour. Woonhui tells him that this is the best time. Gon then informs him that he has eliminated Mu Young, Budget Hyung Sam. Woonhui says good work, but Sanyong yells, asking why he would do such a thing. Woonhui says that Mu Young was smuggling intel out of the Nine Branches dragon family to the Namgung clan and even the temple. Sanyong sweats nervously, saying that she sees, that she can't believe how sloppy the Mind Shadow troop of the Namgung clan is. On top of finding Mu Young, Woonhui uncovered something even she wasn't aware of, and she's been getting played in the palm of his hand this entire time. Gon asks if it's really just going to be the three of them, while Woonhui holds up a grody-looking face mask, telling him yes, and to wear this for now. Gon asks if he's sure about this. Woonhui says of course, and they already know what they both look like, telling him to put it on as they should get going. Gon sighs, saying this is troublesome. On the way there, Gon mentions how the fog is getting really thick. Woonhui says that means they're getting to the start of their territory. Then Gon immediately asks if he senses that as well. Woonhui says yup. Even though they're hiding their presence in the ghost fog, he can see them clearly thanks to his Reaper sight. There are countless Jiangsis, and they've likely increased security due to their farms being attacked. And it wasn't just a rumor that the White Bone achieved a higher stage. His formation sorcery is also more advanced. Woonhui then notices something else, saying that the flow of this mystic power is familiar, telling 15 to come out. 15 says reporting for duty. Then Woonhui asks if White Bone took his sorcery manual. 15 says that he doesn't know the specifics, but he heard the 12 dark ghosts found an incredible item while cleaning up the wreckage of the Junior Lord's quarters. All the other ghost boys start yelling, calling him foolish, asking how dare he steal from the Junior Lord. But 15 says that it wasn't even him. Woonhui says he thought it would all be blown to dust by the explosion, but some of his pieces of the Ghost King grimoire survived. Using spells against someone who knows the properties of your sorcery is akin to using a lock against someone who has a copy of the key. He'll have to be careful of using spells until he adjusts his Ghost King grimoire. The carriage finally comes to a stop, as the carriage dude says they've arrived. They both help Sanyong out. I just now realized they are dressed up in blue to symbolize the Namgung clan, or I'm cooked. The door then opens as the little Jiangshi welcomes her, asking what she's doing here. Sanyong says she brought the bastard child's items as the Master Templar requested. The little Jiangshi says that recent developments have put them on high alert. Because of that, she'll transport the boxes, telling them to keep them here. Gon is surprised, and asks Woonhui if they're going to have to brute force their way through. Woonhui tells him to have some patience, as Sanyong clutches up, saying that she doesn't know what the items have, as they might have spells cast on them, and that mystic powers become tainted when they're handled by the dead. She's asking her if she'll be fine if it gets tainted by her hands. The little Jiangshi realizes she's right, and tells them to go ahead and follow her in. What a W from Sanyong. She then tells White Bone that Sanyong has brought the items she requested. He yells, saying to let her in, all excited, and as the doors open, Sanyong looks nervous, and greets White Bone. White Bone says it's about damn time, asking her if she's brought his things. She says yes, and she's unable to discern what items have been enchanted, so she just grabbed everything in his room while he was gone. White Bone laughs, saying good work, and this is more surefire than her making a bad guess. Sanyong then nods to Woonhui and Gon to walk with the boxes, and they do exactly that. White Bone says he can feel the mystic powers without even opening the chest, and that she's done very well, and that he's going to use these right away to track him. As soon as he opens the chest, he's surprised by what's inside, saying this is odd, as he sees a whole chest of bombs. He asks what the meaning of this is, as both Woonhui and Gon grab onto Sanyong, darting out of the temple. While White Bone is still confused, Bro is slow in the head. He then hears the fire burning on the fuse, and has an oh shit moment. He realizes this is bad, but his boomer reflexes weren't enough, as the explosion roars throughout the temple, even making its way to the front gate, exploding everything inside, sending it flying everywhere. It even makes its way to the forest, as we see Woonhui and the rest taking cover. Gon says that should have nullified the formation while taking off his mask. Woonhui does the same, saying mostly that the spell is not fully gone yet. Gon asks if he's saying that the White Bone lived through that explosion. Woonhui reminds him that he's a Jiangshi. He saw him unleash his mystic power before it exploded. He might have lost an arm or a leg, but he's definitely still alive. Not to mention, there's also his squad, as we see them flying in under the moon. They land in front, and the little one takes the lead of the advanced Jiangshi squad. Getting angry, asking how dare they do this in their holy grounds. Woonhui says she sure is angry, even though all they did was blow up a house. Gon reminds him that he would also be pissed if this happened to him. One of the advanced Jiangshi tells the little one that he recognizes Gon, as he's considered the second strongest martial artist in the Nine Dragons branch family. And the one next to him is the bastard son of the family. They realize that since they are both here, it means that their plans were uncovered by the Tang clan. Gon asks if Woonhui's sure he's going to be okay by himself. Woonhui says he should worry about his own fight instead. The Jiangshi says they don't know how much of the plan has gone astray, but they have to capture them alive. But before they even get to start, the one who gave them the order turns into mist, surprising the little one by how fast it was. She turns nervous, as we see it laying on the floor, and Gon asks how dare a monster pretend to be human. The little one says that he might not have been fully on guard, but to take down one of their warriors in one blow means he is a martial master at the supreme peak stage. Woonhui says that he sure is reliable, telling him that he'll be back later. While the other advanced Jiangshi wonder where he's going, the little one reminds them that he's no threat and to ignore him, as right now, They need to focus on putting their entire effort into defeating Gon. Gon laughs, asking if they really think they stand a chance. As Woonhui makes his way to Whitebone crawling out of the wreckage, he asks how dare that stupid bitch betray him and that he's having a hard time healing due to the explosion messing with his formation. He needs to quickly decide if he should reconstruct it before the Tang clan arrives or if he should dispose of the evidence and run. Woonhui says he came all the way here personally, yet he's thinking of running, asking him if he thinks he's being a bad host while laughing. Whitebone says that he must be the bastard of the Branch family and that this was all the plan of his backer. Woonhui tells him it's been a while, saying they haven't met in private since he learned sorcery from him. Whitebone asks what kind of nonsense he's yapping about. Woonhui continues, asking if he forgot, saying though they were from different sects, they were a master and disciple for a month. Whitebone starts to really think about it, then recognizes his manner of speech, saying that's impossible. Woonhui says he can't believe he hasn't recognized him even after stealing his sorcery and that he's hurt his feelings while releasing his Ghost King aura. Whitebone immediately recognizes him as the junior heavenly demon and starts to freak out. Now that he understands that if he doesn't fight, he will die, he starts to unleash all of his aura, creating a beam straight up into the sky. Woonhui laughs, saying he really has reached a higher stage and things would have been bad had he not blown up his formation. Whitebone then slams his hand onto the ground as a massive explosion follows. Time to scrap. As Woonhui wonders what's going on, since it doesn't feel like he's activating a spell, he has to be up to something. He then uses his Reaper sight, saying that he'll still be able to see through all of it. But then he's confused, as Whitebone is nowhere to be found. He asks where he went, saying that stealth is not a specialty of his, and he doesn't sense any mystic power, so it's not an illusion. The ghost boys tell him that he's up in the air, and Woonhui is still seriously confused. He wonders if he's planning some kind of aerial attack, while the rest say that they think he's just running away, never mind the fight. Woonhui says he doesn't know if he should make fun of him for being a coward, or compliment him for being fast and decisive. But of all the directions he could have chosen, he picked the wrong way, so he sure is unlucky. While Whitebone is flying away, he says he can't believe it's the junior heavenly demon, asking how he is still alive. But that's not what's most important, he's revealed himself, indicating he has a surefire way of defeating him. Because that's the kind of person he is, he needs to make sure to retreat. He then senses some energy down on the ground, and we see it's none other than Q Jin, preparing some energy from the Quangcheng sect. She unleashes an attack in a cross pattern, as it soars to the air up to Whitebone. He realizes this is no good, as he has no way to dodge the attack. As he gets hit directly by the attack, even his bird gets destroyed. Woonhui says that's what he gets for ignoring him and leaving, and then greets Q Jin. She asks what he's doing here, and he says he was exterminating demon cultists with Sanyang. She's surprised, and he says that Jiangxi he just knocked down is a heavenly demon cultist, and he's here to defeat him. She says that she only came here because she heard that her mother was scheming with a sorcerer that resided in this mountain, but for it to have been a cultist, that's unbelievable. Woonhui says that he gets her confusion, but he needs to focus on the geezer before he tries to run again, and he tells her that he'll deal with the cultist himself, asking if she can go help Gon as he is fighting multiple opponents alone while protecting Sanyang. She barks at him, asking if he really came with just the three of them, and he says that's because it was a sneak attack. Woonhui says that even though she fought with her mother, she still cares about her deeply, which is a good sign. Q Jin says that since things are urgent, so she'll ask questions later, telling him to run away if things get dangerous. She then nods, telling him she'll be back, as she starts running towards Gon. Woonhui laughs, saying now then, he thinks he's got enough of a break while he chatted with his sister, telling him to get up already. He knows that a demon fate Jiangxi of the Black Bone Ghost Valley can easily recover from this, and he better not be scheming in hopes that he lowers his guard. Whitebone then comes out of the ground, annoyed that he saw through him, and grits his teeth as he piccolos himself a whole new arm. He says he hasn't changed that mocking tone of his, but he was definitely dead, asking how he's alive. Woonhui tells him that it's hard to believe, as immortality and reincarnation are the eternal wish of all sorcerers, but this is more than enough proof. As he starts to equip his battle robe, Whitebone realizes he's not bluffing, and screams, saying he sure has transcended death, and he can't believe to see that somebody has actually done it. Now it's time to scrap. Woonhui tells him that he has a lot of questions for him and not to run away like a coward, as they should keep this quick. Whitebone prepares an attack, saying that he sees he's still a pro at running his mouth, and then he's going to rip it off of him for being so disrespectful. Whitebone's monsters then make their way out of the forest, as we see an army of beast Jiangxis leaping towards Woonhui. Woonhui raises his hand up while using the wild wind dance, specifically the wild wind frenzy. He dashes through all of the beast Jiangsis, ripping them apart one by one, making his way directly to White Bone. White Bone's surprised that he's using martial arts, as he gets hit straight in the face, sending him flying as he even lost some of his teeth. White Bone says that he's fast, but the reports always mention that the bastard child has yet to reach the peak stage. So this power of his makes no sense. He wonders how he leveled up so quickly in a short time period. As Woonhui begins to unleash a flurry of blows, White Bone says that it's crazy that the bastard is able to use martial arts, saying that even Woonhui wasn't able to in his past life. He roars, making Woonhui backstep to create distance, and when Woonhui lands on his feet, he asks if he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, saying that if this is all he's got, then he's pretty disappointed. Once more, White Bone signals to send his troops forward, telling him to shut up. Woonhui asks if he's really using the same move, saying that while he may be stupid, he's not this stupid. White Bone then clenches his fist, yelling explode, as all of the beast Jiangsis start to swell up like balloons. Woonhui says corpse explosion was way too obvious of a move, and as the explosion hits immediately after, White Bone sprints off, saying he can't believe he had to waste his precious Jiangsis like that, but that should have bought him some time. Of course, it didn't. Woonhui's already beside him, asking him where he thinks he's going, punching his face one more time, sending him flying away, crashing into the ground. White Bone is now struggling to even breathe a little bit, and he looks up, saying that it's all because his formation was destroyed, and he needs a lot of time to cast large spells, but he's not giving him any time to begin with. Woonhui asks if this is really the best he can do despite stealing his spell book. White Bone says that it's because he blew up his mystic formation that he's unable to do anything. Woonhui says he did do that, but he's still absolutely useless and is only capable of running away it seems. He was expecting more after hearing he had reached a higher stage, calling him pathetic. White Bone starts to get hella pissed, as he starts to concentrate the aura on his hand to go in for an attack. He dashes off the ground, leaping forward towards Woonhui, saying he won't let him have his way. Woonhui says even after all the taunting this might be the best he can do, and that he's seen enough now, as he grabs onto White Bone's hands. White Bone still tries to fight through it to stop Woonhui, but is no match, as he gets kicked straight in the stomach, getting launched flying. White Bone then looks up, wondering if this is how it's going to end, and Woonhui says he's indeed a demon fate Jiangshi, as he's so damn sturdy. White Bone screams, saying he gives up and that he'll tell him everything, so just to spare him. Woonhui runs over, kicking him in the head, asking if he has dementia, saying he has the magic imprisonment chains, so he shouldn't even bother keeping him alive, while holding his foot on his head. He rears his fist back, saying that they'll meet again when he's a ghost. While White Bone now realizes that he's truly going to die, he begins to sweat nervously and screams, saying he refuses to go out like this. As an aura emanates from his mouth, Woonhui is surprised, asking what this is. Woonhui accepts it, wondering what kind of attack it'll be, only to now be on a beach, saying that he can't believe he was hiding a trick like this, and he can't believe he used soul enchantment. He even broke through the robe's mental protection to cast it. The little ghosts say that this is high-level sorcery that's on another level from the original ones of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Woonhui says they're right, it's far too high class for the geezer, which proves that he has connections to the society. White Bone then calls out to Woonhui, saying that he is now locked inside of his soul prison. Woonhui looks up into the sky, as White Bone is a giant tsunami coming straight toward him, telling him that this spell is something he cast by offering his life, and it should be impossible for him to nullify, and he can't believe he forced him to go to such extremes. Woonhui asks why he's mad at him, saying it's his fault for not having a backup for his formation, and sighs. White Bone tells him to shut up, as Woonhui immediately taunts him, saying that he has some serious anger issues. The ghost boys tell him to stop taunting him. Tsunami crashes into Woonhui. White Bone tells him that he shall take away everything that is his. Woonhui begins to descend deep into the ocean. 15 says that he didn't know White Bone possessed such a spell. Woonhui says that the water is everywhere now, and a spell of creating such a lifelike artificial space won't have an easy escape gate, and he guesses it's come down to whether he can analyze the spell before he drowns. Everything looks the same all around him, but he can see the mystic power flowing through the currents, which gives him a read on the spell structure. If he considers the giant wave from earlier as the restricting gate, then this current is the danger gate. By following the danger gate, he can arrive at the central gate where the entire spell can be observed. He can't see the death gate or the life gate, which is the escape gate. You need a PhD for this shit. White Bone used his life to cast this spell, and his words earlier show how strongly he is attached to life, which means that rather than killing him, this spell is meant to rob his body. He continues to Sherlock Holmes it, saying it means the escape gate is none other than death, as Woonhui covers his hand in aura and stabs himself directly through the chest. The ghosts wonder why he's committing suicide. Woonhui tells them not to make a fuss, as a death other than drowning is the true secret to the gate. Asking White Bone if he's right, Woonhui grabs onto his heart, which White Bone is now taking out of. As the ghosts still ask him if he's gone crazy, Woonhui rips his own beating heart directly out of his chest. Even White Bone asks him if he is mentally ill. What a raw scene. Back to Gon's side, as a giant attack is seen on the mountain, he's swirling his whip around, showing off that he is truly a master of the wild wind. Every strike of his whip is hitting one of the advanced Jiangxis, not allowing them to get close. One of them retreats, telling the little one that they won't last much longer by themselves. She says she knows that, but she needs an opening to take advantage of, asking how he's so strong when he's just a human. Gon taunts them, saying they acted like they were strong, yet they're all just side characters. As this is the time the attack flies directly towards the little one, she puts her arms up, blocking it, which she deflects away, saying that she's different from those other guys. He asks if that's the case, then how she feels about this one, as he uses one of his techniques called the graceful blossoming, knocking all of the advanced Jiangxis away, except for her. As they land behind her in the woods, she says that even she, a spirit warrior, barely managed to block it, and the normal warriors won't last much longer. At this rate, they're going to be wiped out. She has to sacrifice the three of them to take his life. She calls out to the other Jiangxi, telling them to offer their lives now. They are completely down for it, as they start all seizing up at the mouth. Gon asks what's going on, saying their vibes are weird. As they leap off the ground directly at him, he asks if they think that jumping at him is all it will take, and he this time cuts one of them in half. As the other two use that chance to get close, he asks what's going on, saying that he'd cut off their arms and legs. As they get close, he now realizes this is bad. As they are holding on to him, he looks up, unable to move while the little one gets right into his face. He says that she must have used the other Jiangxis to obscure his line of sight. No matter how he dodges, he'll have to give up an arm at the very least. As the attack flies in, we see something absolutely delete the little one's arm, as it's none other than Q Jin's sword. Gon recognizes it, and so does the little one as anti-demon energy. She wonders if it's Q Jin, who of course we see it is, and she asks Uncle Gon if he's okay. While the little one is still taking in the situation, Gon frees himself, saying that she just saved his life. He then swings his whip forward, cutting the little one in half, and her final words are calling out to White Bone as she hits the floor. Q Jin asks if this is all of them, and he says yes, as he finished off the rest of them earlier. He asks what she's doing here, and she nervously changes the conversation, saying that she should go help Woonhui. Gon sighs, saying that he told him to wait at the temple when he's done, as he wants to defeat the boss alone. This surprises Q Jin as they both look off into the forest. Gon says he looked confident, so he should be fine. Back to Woonhui. White Bone is asking how many lives he has, if he's so nonchalant about ripping out his own heart. Woonhui says that was the escape gate, and he bet he could only have taken over his body if he lost consciousness by drowning. White Bone says even if that conclusion was logical, to take his own life is absurd, and calls him a suicidal freak as Woonhui crushes his own heart in his hands. A white light appears, which begins to blind him. As he opens his eyes, he says the space changed in a short time, and it turns out that was just the first stage, as he is now in the jungle. White Bone says that this place is crawling with all sorts of poisonous creatures, and he can't wait to see him squirm in agony after being consumed by their poison. Woonhui says first water, and now this, asking if this is the best he can do. He then grabs onto something from the tree, which is none other than a little lizard frog thing, who makes a very awkward hiss sound. Woonhui says that he can't believe dude is role-playing. White Bone yells, saying that he can't believe this shit, changing the scenery once more, as Woonhui is now floating high up in the sky. He begins to fall, POV you're playing Skyblock. He then looks around, saying that he knows exactly what White Bone is up to now, as he unleashes an attack towards the sky itself. As a giant eyeball appears, looking at the attack, wondering how he already knew. And this continues on and on and on until they're finally back to the beach scenery. Woonhui asks if he really went through all that struggle just to get here, and he's out of ideas. White Bone asks what kind of trickery he's using to find the escape gates. Woonhui says it's simple, only because he's a genius. The technique of capturing a soul within a fake world he is using is specifically called the Mirage Maze. White Bone asks how he figured out the name so fast, and he says that he was too confident in his spell and he talked too much. Thanks to that, he was able to fully analyze it. The name of a spell is more than a moniker. Unlike martial artists who try to garner fame for their techniques by shouting them out, sorcerers try their best to hide the names of the spells, because spells are more effective the less is known about them. The spell's name is condensed as a description of the spell's nature and structure. As Wunhui punches the ground, the entire area starts to break and fragment as if it was made of glass, he says. A spell that's had its nature and structure read can no longer act as a prison, as he's starting to free himself. White Bone says there's no way this is a spell he traded his life for. As we see his eyes appearing on all these broken fragments, he screams out Wunhui's name. Wunhui appears back in reality, saying that took long enough, and thanks to White Bone, he's learned an interesting spell. White Bone's spirit starts to leave his body, and he asks how he could just die like this without even putting up a real fight. Wunhui says that surely it feels great to meet like this after death. White Bone starts to break down, asking him how he reincarnated, and if he tells him the method, he'll share all the information he has with him. Wunhui grabs onto his face, saying that he misunderstands something, and it must be because he showed him kindness, yet he's trying to bargain now, as he slams his head into the ground. He says that he's the one asking questions, and he only needs answers, asking if he understands. White Bone says, "Yes, sir." Wunhui says that 6 years ago, when he died on the sky-shattering peak, he wants to know what happened to the Tian Shan Mountains, to tell him every single thing and not to leave out any details. He explains that 6 years ago, the bloody battle of the sky-shattering peak after Wunhui took himself and many elders and executives to the netherworld, the rebellion occurred in the cults, and it occurred when 5 of the 9 great demon sects formed an alliance. They destroyed the Sun Moon Black Demon sect, which protected the Lord's Hall. After that, they even invaded the grounds of the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect to obtain his master's body. This could secure his master's body after eliminating him. Only the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect would fight back. The other sects would have no choice but to follow, and the alliance would be able to maintain their rule, but a civil war occurred. As the rumor said, they failed to secure the body. Wunhui then says he wants to know immediately what happened to his master. As he starts to use his Reaper's sight, White Bone starts to freak out, asking if those are the eyes a human can possess, but remembers that he has that unbelievable ability to rule over the dead while being alive. That is why he has the moniker of Ghost King. After becoming a ghost, he can feel such an irresistible fear from Wunhui. If he can't oppose him, he needs to avoid being destroyed. He then goes to tell him about the cult leader, but they both sense something ominous instantly. Wunhui asks what that is, as something is approaching them. A red mist begins to envelop Ghost Bone, as he is confused. He then recognizes it, as the little ghost tells Wunhui this is bad. Wunhui leaps away from it, while White Bone sticks his hand out begging him, saying that he told him everything he knows, asking to be saved. As the red mist eats him as if it was a fly trap, White Bone screams, then falls silent. Wunhui asks if his soul was just consumed, sweating nervously, so do all the ghost boys, as they wonder what the hell this is. Dumpling says that he needs to move away from that, and even the rest agree that the thing is dangerous. He says it's moving, so he has to respond, but it disappears straight into the ground as if it was a shadow, leaving behind only a tiny puddle behind. They're slightly confused, asking if it really just left, and wondering if maybe its sole objective was to consume White Bone's soul. 15 says that he heard of this from White Bone before, and that may be Raga. Wunhui asks what Raga is. 15 says it's not a magical monster or a creature, but it's closer to a phenomenon. It's an incomprehensible oddity. It grants great strength to the contracted sorcerer, but if they cannot wield the power properly, their soul will be swallowed whole. Wunhui says that must mean that Raga's contract took precedence over the power of his Ghost King, and they say that must be the case. Wunhui says taking a ghosty bounds with his authority as the Ghost King is absurd. There was still a large amount of information he needed to hear from him, but the informant he finally obtained was taken without him being able to do anything. Wunhui says that actually might not be the case. As fragments of White Bone's thoughts are still here, as he sticks his hand out, he says he needs to obtain all the information he has, even if it's just a little bit. Wunhui starts combing through the fragment's memories, saying that it must be something related to the society, and what he just found is the moment he contracted with Raga. We see him bowing his head at the Lord Hall of the cults. As all of the elders of the Black Bone Ghost Valley are kneeling, Wunhui starts to feel an incredible pressure, saying that he can't believe he's able to feel it through a memory, and that this must be one of the divergence from the society. The face is too obscured for him to clearly make out, and he says in the end it's still just the memories, and he cannot confirm things that White Bone himself never checked. But there is one thing he remembers, and that's that his eyes have a reversed yin-yang inside of them. This is all he can gather from the remaining thoughts as the fragment starts to break apart. He says that he obtained a useful characteristic to identify his enemy, at least. Even more so when these enemies hold special powers that can exceed that of his Ghost King. He says that since there's nothing else to look at, he should start cleaning up the mess. But as he looks down at his hand, it has a red aura stopping him from lifting it up. It then starts to crawl up him, and he says that these are the cracks that Raga appeared from, and that this is dangerous since these are the memories consumed by Raga. He was detected in turn by Raga's master. At this rate, he will be able to figure out his identity. No, even worse, he could die, and he needs to get out of here no matter what. We see blood come out of his mouth as he rips his hand away, distancing himself from the hole. All the ghost boys immediately surround him, asking if he's okay. Saying it hasn't even been that long, yet he's covered in a cold sweat. He says he's fine and ought not to make a fuss, but he almost just got dealt a serious blow. But it was not fruitless, as he got great information. They say as expected of the Junior Lord. And Woonhui says even if he tries to hide the information from him, he'll uncover everything that the society has to offer in regards to his master. It jumps back to Hosen reading a report, and we hear a voice saying that he must be worried about Woonhui. Hosen asks why they think so, and we are introduced to the Nine Dragon family manager named Gui Jagaltang Gun. They say that Hosen hasn't been able to concentrate on his task at all ever since he was informed about young Master Woonhui bringing both Gon and his wife outside. Hosen sighs, saying that they seem quite excited. Gui Jagal says that if Woonhui were to bring back Whitebone's head, there's nothing more interesting than that. Hosen asks if they really think that's possible. Gui Jagal says that they think he'll be able to do it. Hosen wonders why they have faith, but Gui Jagal says that his recent feats indicate it to be possible. After 2 months of rumors about him saying he changed, he defeated Yu Chong. He then kept up with Q Jin even if it was just for a moment, but he also defeated the intruders together with her, and then brought his fox-like wife to her knees. He's the one who's created so many variables for their plan already. Thanks to that, Whitebone and his wife's actions made it easier for them to track down the secret actions of the Demi cult and the Namgung family, but that's all they were able to calculate, until Woonhui said he would attack Whitebone. Their heart hurt a lot when they heard that. Hosen asks why they didn't stop them, and Gui Jagal laughs, asking how they could. With so many entertaining events happening in succession, they just heard something very interesting, asking if he knows where the clan leader is. Hosen asks how the clan leader ties into all this, so Gui Jagal tells him that he is at the foundry right now, and that it's not just him, but he is hammering away together with Chuk Yong, and they're crafting a special weapon requested by a certain someone. Hosen asks who. Gui Jagal says that they don't know the details, but the certain something that Woonhui showed them piqued the interest of the two of them. So now that's why they're telling Hosen that young master might just be able to actually bring back Whitebone's head. Hosen says that this means there is more than enough evidence. Gui Jagal says what they should really be wondering about is if they should tell Woonhui the true extent of their plan, and if so, what task to assign him, or they can choose to leave him be like they've been doing. Hosen says that he thinks that Gui Jagal is leaning towards leaving him in the dark. Hosen continues, saying that Gon recently mentioned that if things were left be, then they'd work out. Then it'd just be himself trying to grab a hold of things. Then it decides to assume that Woonhui has defeated Whitebone and will adjust the plan accordingly. Hosen tells them to do so while looking up at the moon. It jumps back to the building in ruins. As Woonhui begins to approach Gon and the rest, Gon says that he was taking so long that he thought he was gone. Woonhui laughs, saying that he should trust his disciple more. Q Jin quickly runs over asking if he's hurt, but he tells her he's fine. Gon then wonders what he's holding onto, so Woonhui raises it up, saying that it's Whitebone's head. Gon starts tweaking, saying to get that shit away from him, asking why he brought that, and if he really plans to put that on a pike like the demon cult does. He says of course not, it's just his achievement to let people know. Gon says there's no way, and there's still one of the orthodox sects, asking where he'd learned such a thing. Q Jin is just surprised that he beat an elder of the demon cult, saying that he wasn't that strong when she fought him a few days ago, but the aura coming from him right now has strengthened overnight. His martial achievements are impressive, but more importantly, he managed to rope their mother into the plan, and she never expected to see them together, wondering what he did to make such a situation possible. We see her blue ghost say that he is the same breed as her. Kyujin asks if that means he has a soul streak, but the blue ghost says no, and his talent is not that impressive. She then asks what she means exactly, and how his talent isn't impressive when he's so skilled. She says that's what makes him better. He is a demon, rather, the Demon King. He will devour anything that gets in his way. But he's a human, so how is he so similar to her? She starts laughing, saying that it's strange. Kyujin just finds her noisy as hell. But the blue ghost tells her not to get in his way, and she wants to be the one eating him, rather than the one being devoured. Kyujin says that for her to react that way he must be pretty scary. Now, with the demon cult moving again, and with Woonhui going to be known in Sichuan for having destroyed their outpost, his feats are incomparable to hers, something she only achieved through her own limited talent. It's quite likely he will become the one to succeed the family. She wonders what her mother will do, and she tightens the grip on her blade, saying that she'll take care of her. Gon asks what he's looking for after blowing the house up, and Woonhui says that he has some leads from Whitebone. He asks 15 where Whitebone might have kept his hidden treasures or letters. 15 flies over, saying that there's only one room that he and the other Jiangshi could enter, and he believes that he'll be able to find what he's looking for there. Woonhui walks over to it, saying that there's a contraption, so something must be hidden underground. As it starts to fall open, Woonhui says this might be his treasure chamber. He and Gon leap down into it. Gon says that he sees his letters and treasures were well organized, and it must also be a code that the demon cult uses, so it's going to be hard to interpret them here. When he looks over at Woonhui staring intently at it, Woonhui is actually reading it, and it says that they have found 3 who appear to be of the demon god mythos, and they need to pursue and capture them before the mythos leader arrives. Woonhui says with this he's found what he was looking for. Afterwards, they search the rest of the chamber and read Whitebone's records of what he did to get settled, the messages he exchanged with his superiors, also how he acquired the funds from his antics. They also found a box of secret records labeled Namgung. Woonhui says they should move them before the demon cult and the Namgung clan notice and deter them. They can't carry everything immediately. Woonhui tells Gon to guard this place, and that Kyujin and Mother can head back to get people to help them carry it all. She asks what he'll be doing, and he says that he's going to chase a clue left by Whitebone. She asks what he means, and he says that he got some information while he fought him, and he's going to check on it before it gets removed. She asks alone, saying that it might be a trap. He says that he still needs to do it, as the information could change what the Tang clan must do. Gon sighs, saying that he guesses he can't stop him, but one of the other 12 black specters might appear, so he will accompany him. Woonhui says that he's trying to say that he won't be able to take care of the other ones as easily as Whitebone, but it's going to be a pain for others who accompany him while he searches for people of the revered demon god mythos. He tells Gon he needs to guard here, and it would be a great loss to the Tang clan if they fail to protect all of this. Gon realizes he's right, saying alright. He tells Kyujin the only person who can relay the information properly would be her. She asks what he means, and she realizes that with her mother here, even if the other accompanies them, she might be able to twist the information into something favorable for her. Only she can relay the information to their father. Woonhui says that he'll leave a trace wherever he goes. She can send backup when she finishes taking care of relaying the information. She says alright. And that she'll come as soon as she gets this sorted out, so he needs to run if it gets dangerous. Gon says that he'll stay here and protect it, and Woonhui tells him they worry too much and that he's going to head out now. As he darts away, leaving them there, he gets deeper into the forest. Goatee says that even from their perspectives, nobody else has ever trusted him as much as he does. Baldy says that he also sees the sincerity in their worry for him. Goatee says if they had been in the same faction, they would have loved to have a drink with them. He smiles, saying they truly are great people. If it weren't for those 2 within the family, his identity as Woonhui wouldn't have meant much more than his body to him, and he now has people that he wants to have by his side, but his rescue isn't the duty of Woonhui of the 9 Dragon family. It's the duty of Woonhui the cult heir instead. Woonhui arrives in Daochang County, and he asks if it's meant to be this busy. Goatee says that it appears the lodgings of the 9 Dragons County are overflowing due to the visit of the Dark Supreme, so people have come to the nearby county of Daochang. Woonhui says that it'll take them some time to find them. He tells the boys to split up and look for clues, some Scooby-Doo shit, for the survivors of the mythos, pursuers from the Black Valley, or any trace they might have left. They say yes sir, and he says that if there are this many people, he guesses his only choice is to view from a high point. He spots the perfect place and walks over. One of the inn workers quickly runs over, welcoming him. Woonhui asks if there's a room on the top floor, and the dude says there's just one left. Woonhui says he'll take it, flicks him the money, as the guy tells him to follow. He says there's a spot perfect for viewing the city from it. Woonhui says that demonic humans roaming around would easily be able to hide their aura. Thankfully, there are traces of demonic energy remaining around here, and they must have not left Daochang County yet. Goatee says he's found a hidden observer, and there's an assassin nearby. Woonhui tells him to find the direction they are headed towards, as the followers of the mythos should be there. He also tells him that he's overheard a conversation, and Woonhui asks what it was. Goatee says that they seem to know they have pursuers on them, due to the followers erasing their tracks. The pursuers can't seem to catch them easily. Woonhui asks how many are being pursued. Goatee says 3. Woonhui then asks how many pursuers there are. Goatee says there are a total of 9 that he's identified. He is not sure yet, but one of them appears to be a demonic human of the 9 Dragons mythos. Woonhui says that it's a mythos that would accompany the Blackbone Ghost Valley, and it must be the Blade Demon North Sea mythos. He explains that the Blade Demon North Sea mythos is located in the north. Who would have thunk it? It is a wasteland of glaciers and snow, the North Sea Ice Palace. But with their demise, the remnants join the divine cult. The chill they create is powerful enough to freeze the ground wherever they go. They were able to become one of the 9 demon mythos groups within a short time of entering the cult. The prized treasure of the North Sea mythos, the Ice Essence, holds an immense amount of yin energy, which is an essential material for the Blackbone Ghost Valley to craft their superior Jiangshi. Because of that, the Blackbone Ghost Valley had sworn loyalty under the Sword Demon North Sea mythos, acting as their hunting dog. So the people behind the assassination attempt of the Dark Supreme would be the Sword Demon North Sea mythos. Woonhui asks Goatee how strong someone from their group is. Goatee says they had kept their aura hidden, so he was not able to tell. Woonhui understands, though, that if someone can perfectly hide their aura, it is a master who has reached the peak stage, and this will be more difficult than expected. He tells him to identify their location, and follow them more clearly. Goatee says okay, then heads out. Woonhui watches the sun setting, saying that it took longer than he expected to find them. We hear a man yelling, asking if there are really no more rooms. The guy apologizes, saying that it's quite busy today. The dude asks why he's giving such an excuse, and Woonhui says that there are 3 of them by his age wearing good clothes, and they must be children from prestigious families. He doesn't know about the guy, but the 2 girls have immense aura. They probably would be able to make their name as well known as his sister. The guy introduces himself as Dork Loser of the Golden Sword sect. He'll politely ask one of the guests to leave, so they should let him in. Woonhui has heard of the Golden Sword sect from when he was in the cult. It is a new sect founded about 30 years ago, with no shortage of money and power from establishing trade with the West. Woonhui watches Dork Loser, and the girls try telling him that they'll be fine, and it's unfortunate that they don't get to try the tea of Dao Qing, but nothing can be done if there is no room. Woonhui says that he can tell that he's trying to impress the girls, but he's having the wrong effect. I guess I'll call this guy by his name, which is Woogie. Woogie spots Woonhui, asking him how he's been. He can't believe that he knew him, saying this makes things complicated. He then walks over, saying there's no room, asking if they can sit together. Woonhui says judging by his rude demeanor, they weren't friends, but it's only natural that he wouldn't have any, and that he'd normally beat him up, but he doesn't have the time to worry about someone like this, and he'll be leaving soon once his boys bring him the location of the others. So he tells him to go ahead. Woogie tells the girls to come over, and we learn that their names are Shima and Suman. Woogie then sits down asking for the menu, as one of the ghost boys flies up quickly, telling Woonhui that they found the others and that there's 3. Woonhui says finally, but then they get interrupted by a very loud sound, and the innkeeper tries telling a man that he can't do something, and he gets bumped out of the way. The dude says that he has business here, so nobody should move. As him and his group enter, Woogie starts to get scared, asking what's going on. Goatee recognizes their weapons and aura, saying they appear to be swordsmen of the Lion sect. As their name implies, they are known for their sharpness and their aggressive behavior. The guy approaches the table, asking one of the women if she is Shima Sunyi of the Changhua cabin. Woonhui asks what that is, and we learn that she is the daughter of the Clear Sword Sky Emperor, and he is one of the top 10 strongest martial masters along with Woonhui's master and the Dark Supreme. One of the ghost boys also tells him that the sect leader of the Lion sect challenged a year ago, and that he got destroyed in only 10 exchanges. So they must want to take revenge on the daughter of the Sword Emperor. Sunyi asks what he'll do if she is, and the guy introduces himself as Baek Doyoung as a representative of the Lion sect. He challenges her to a duel. Some of the patrons of the Yin recognize him as the Crimson Lion Blade, saying that he's brutal, and they can't believe the second disciple of the Lion sect leader would be here. The other woman, Sumin, speaks up, saying this is too rude, to challenge someone out of nowhere. Doyoung says that seeing as how she is with Sunyi, she must be the youngest disciple of the MA sect leader, and she is the Clear Moon Lady. And we learn that her full name is Yusumin. He tells her that the quarrel is between the Lion sect and the Changhua cabin, and he doesn't believe it's right for the MA sect to interfere. And if Shima just can't win on her own, he guesses it wouldn't matter if she attacked as well. Sunyi says that she will accept this stupid challenge, and Sumin tries to talk her out of it, but she tells her not to worry, as if she backs out of matters like this, then she shouldn't be able to call herself the daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor. Doyoung laughs, saying she's bold, just as expected of the Sword Emperor's kin, and they should move to a better location, and the backyard of this tea house is quite large, perfect for them to fight. Go-T says that the situation appears to be wrapping up, and that the people they are looking for have gone into the alleyways, and that the other boys have split to track them. Woonhui says they wasted their time over something useless, and he wants to go to the closest one. As he starts leaving, one of the dudes notices him, saying that he's sorry, but until their duel is over, he must stay in his seat. Woonhui asks what he's talking about, and Doyoung yells, saying that everybody who remains will witness their duel, particularly Woonhui, who seems to be accompanying her. Woonhui tells the guy to move, as he bumps into him, and then he puts his blade to his throat, telling him to sit back down, asking if he didn't hear. Woonhui grabs the guy by his face and slams him into a nearby wall, surprising everybody there, and he says that he already told the dude to get out of his way, asking why the hell he couldn't listen, as he starts smiling with blood all over his face. Go-T says that those fools messed with the cult heir at the time he was most on edge. The other people from the Lion group ask if he really dares touch one of their members, and two of them leap at Woonhui with their swords drawn. He starts to get pissed, asking what they mean by dare, and releases his aura while widening his stance. He then clenches his fist and punches one of the guy's swords, and the dude laughs, thinking that he just cut his hand off, saying that this is for his crime of going against their sect. Then he looks down, realizing his blade is broken, only to get kicked in the neck and sent flying across the room. The other man starts to come in from the side and swings straight down at him. Woonhui rears back his fist, punching through his sword into his face, also sending him flying. Doyoung is just surprised, saying that this is the elite Blade Lion squad that allows them to reign over the area, yet his boys just got bodied instantly. And for him to defeat two of that elite squad so easily, means that he must be decently powerful. He then says that he tried not to step in, as there is a duel to attend to, but he shall show him why they call him the Crimson Lion. He also starts screaming while running in. Woonhui says normally he'd just disarm the guy, but they messed with the wrong person, and he's not in the mood today. He dodges the first attack, and Doyoung instantly tightens the grip on his blade, going for a follow-up, saying that if his blade touches him even a single time it's over, but he misses, and this happens again and again, as he continuously says that he just needs to hit him one time. He starts to get frustrated, asking if he only knows how to run, and that he needs to stand and fight like a man. Woonhui tells him that he's just bored. As Doyoung thinks that this is his chance, he goes in with his full swing, and we hear a very loud sound that surprises everybody. Even Sunyi is surprised. As Woonhui is grabbing onto his blade, he says that he got his hit in, and it didn't work, asking what he plans to do now. Doyoung is just in disbelief. As Woonhui rears back his fist, he hits him with an uppercut that would make the boys out of Hajime no Ippo proud. Sumin says that she can't believe he defeated one of the most renowned rookies, and it was not even a close fight, as bro just got hit with the ring dinger. His men from the elite squads are screaming and drawing their blades, asking how dare he attack one of theirs, and begin charging him. Woonhui says they really like to use the word dare, and he charges straight in. They get off screen, and he tells the only dude left that he has a choice to make. The guy starts crying, calling him a monster, and Woonhui says they messed with him first, and now he's acting like they're the victims. The guy says he apologizes, just wanting to be forgiven once. Woonhui says he will, but in return, he needs to make sure to deliver this message to everybody else that he knocked out. And that'll end things here for now, but if they ever get in his way again, then he shall show them what hell truly looks like. The dude starts foaming out of the mouth due to his killing intent, and falls unconscious as Woonhui leaves. Sun Yi and Sumin are just surprised that he really dipped out after making this mess. Sumin says they don't have time for tea anymore, and Sun Yi agrees. She says that this means there's a new martial master around their age, and that she remembers Woogie saying his name. Meanwhile, in the woods, later that night, we see a guy running away with an assailant behind him. The assailant flicks his wrist, hitting the man in the back, causing him to fall to the floor. He says that he's finally caught up to him, and that he will ensure that he does the same to the rest of them, calling them filth. He looks like one of those ugly TikTok drawings from Scribblig. And the guy who got stabbed tells him to shut up, calling him an infidel. The guy laughs, saying that he can't wait to hear his screams as he begs for his life. He starts radioing in, saying that this is Owl speaking, and he's restrained the target, and they can come take him away. Nobody answers, and he wonders what's going on. He repeats it, saying that somebody needs to respond, asking why they're not saying anything. There's still nothing but silence, and he says this is weird. Even if they're slacking off, it doesn't make sense for there to be no response at all like this. He wonders if it could be that somebody has taken them out as he draws his weapon. We then hear Woonhui asking if he's scared that his teammates aren't responding. Owl starts panicking, saying that they infiltrated their means of contact, asking who he is. Woonhui says he can't believe that he's still using the spirit contact bond. Owl sweats nervously that he knows about the contact bond, but then wonders why his manner of speech is so familiar. Woonhui says he's too slow in making decisions, and his other friends notice much faster. Owl turns, asking when he got there, as Woonhui reveals himself wearing his evil ghost robe. The guy recognizes his robe, along with his eyes, saying that there's no way. Woonhui says that he seemed quite excited chasing a member of the demon god mythos. He then grabs the man by the throat, saying that his people shouldn't be the ones hunted, and rather should be them, because they are the traitors. It jumps to a man overlooking the city, and he turns after hearing somebody behind him. He then puts his hands together, bowing respectfully, greeting the young master, who asks if it's done yet. The man tells the young master that he believes it will take a while because of all the potential witnesses. He sighs, calling them all useless, and the man says that he's sorry for making him wait. The young master says it's fine, the longer he waits, the longer he can enjoy the screams of Woonhui's servants. The guy calls out to him once more, and the young master says that he realizes he's being a coward, but he can still clearly recall that son of a bitch's face. Back in the day when he was one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path fighting for the succession. We get a flashback to an explosion, as we see the young master laying in the dirt. Woonhui asks what the hell this weakling is doing here, and the young master says that he can't even use martial arts, but he wonders how the hell he was able to do so much with just his chain. Woonhui says that he shouldn't speak, because being weak might be infectious. The young master can't believe he's getting roasted so hard, and Woonhui leaves, saying there's no need for him to even fight him, since he's just this weak and he should get out of here. We learn that he is the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path, and one of the successor candidates to the heavenly demon, and he lost everything from that one loss. He had barely made it to the early supreme peak afterwards, but that bastard just died without giving him a chance to get revenge. But he hasn't lost everything yet, because if he kills all of his followers, he should feel at least half of the mortification that he does. The man says that he will do everything he can in his remaining life to help with this. The young master says he appreciates it, and then they both sense something off in the distance. We learn that his servant is named Beg-Zan, and Beg-Zan says that it is the energy of the demon god mythos, and there must be a sorcerer over there. The young master says that he seems a lot less skilled compared to Woonhui. But a dead swordsman of the Black Bone Ghost Valley won't be able to defeat him. Beg-Zan says that he will take care of it if he permits it, and the young master grants him permission. Beg-Zan dashes off, and the young master grits his teeth, saying that energy is disgustingly similar to Woonhui's. Back to the present, Woonhui asks how he dared to put his hand on one of his followers. Al says that he was just doing what he was ordered to, and Woonhui says he's sure someone like him wouldn't have any authority. Al says he's grateful that he understands, before Woonhui pierces straight through his chest with his hand, stabbing him into the wall. Al asks why. Woonhui tells him that divine punishment to those who betray the cult is something that will never be forgotten, and that his friends will follow soon, and he clenches his fists, telling them all to die. As Al starts to crack into tons of pieces, he then explodes outward, painting the wall. Woonhui then hears footsteps and turns, seeing the person from earlier, who notices the robe and the eyes. He then takes off the hood, asking if he is truly the successor. Woonhui smiles, asking who else they think it would be, and they immediately get excited, running forward, calling him a young leader. They say they're so glad that he's alright. Woonhui says that he's done well, and the kid starts crying, but Woonhui tells them that he doesn't have to say anything because he knows how he feels, and they have a wholesome moment. But it doesn't last for long, as Woonhui senses somebody, saying that he would love to stay and talk for longer, but it seems an interesting individual has shown up, so they should stay away. Bae-Xan then lands beside them, saying that he didn't know there was someone at this skill level here, looking at Owl's exploded corpse. He says it looks like they've caught a bigger fish than he expected, and Woonhui tells him it's been a while, saying that he didn't know the living corpse of the Northern Sea was still out and about, and he guesses that means that Gu Minky is somewhere nearby, asking how the weakling is doing. Bae-Xan says that he thought his outfit looked familiar, and there was also a man who used to call the young master by such a nickname. Woonhui says that he's exactly who he thinks he is. As Bae-Xan starts to release his aura, the cold energy starts to encase the entire area, and the ghost boys tell Woonhui to be careful, as Bae-Xan is a blade demon and the guardian of the master of the Northern Sea's demonic path, second son, and that he was the strongest out of the blade demons, but didn't know he was this strong. Woonhui says that it's surprising that an ice ghost that only lives 10 years is still alive, saying that he should be around 15. Bae-Xan says that he thought he died 6 years ago, so it's more surprising to see him alive, and that he's been guiding his followers to hell, thinking that he'd be there, but it seems like they won't get the chance to meet him. Woonhui starts to have a sinking feeling in his stomach and turns, looking towards the child from earlier, who begins crying, looking super sad, saying that Minky was obsessed with them. Woonhui starts to get pissed. Bae-Xan then starts to form an icy blade on his hand, saying that it seems like he's barely managed to stay alive, and compared to Minky's ki, his is not even comparable, and that he won't lose this opportunity to kill him here and now. Woonhui tells him that he seems to be mistaken. His whole life has always been full of hardships, and that is a life that he has been accustomed to thus far, but even though that's how his life has been, he has never once known defeat, and he tells Bae-Xan that he'll give him 3 seconds. Bae-Xan says that he would like to see if the even lasts that long, as he dashes forward, saying that he won't let him run his mouth anymore. Woonhui says that people like him never seem to learn, as he opens his eyes widely, staring directly at Bae-Xan, who begins to freeze up, realizing what's going on, as a purple mist begins to envelop them both. Woonhui says they never learn their lesson. Bae-Xan asked when he had the time to prepare this array, and if he was waiting for him to attack him. Woonhui asks if his intelligence has gotten worse since he's closer to death, wondering what kind of idiot runs at a sorcerer. Bae-Xan raises his ice blade arm and looks a bit worried. He asks if this is the Blackbone Territory's thorny ghost fog, asking if he thought this would be enough to trap him in. Woonhui says it's a little bit different than that, as it gives off a purple aura to deflect his attack, so much so that it makes him backpedal to create distance. He realizes it's not just ordinary thorny ghost fog, asking what else he's imbued with it. Woonhui says he made it specifically for them. It's called the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. It's a very advanced technique made with the unique mystic techniques of the society, but it requires an enormous amount of energy to activate, and he doesn't have enough for it in the realm he's at now. But if you're wondering why he's still using it, it's pretty simple. It's because his purple eyes are specialized in effectively and quickly activating these kinds of things, and he can use his purple eyes to prevent using too much energy, and he also used the thorny ghost fog, since it works nicely with the soul restraining fantasy net. Paired with his eyes and his own unique twist on the spell, he wants to call this one the purple fantasy net. Bae-Xan laughs, saying it does seem like he mixed in quite an advanced technique, but he shouldn't have enough energy to withstand his power. Woonhui says that he's going to prevent him from doing that. As a purple miasma floats around Bae-Xan's chest, he immediately spits up blood, wondering when exactly he was poisoned. Woonhui says that he mixed it into the ghost fog itself, so if he tries to use his ki right now, it'll just worsen his condition. And he'll have no choice but to hold his breath and circulate ki if he wants to get rid of the poison. But it will not work, because his wraith poison is special. Just circulating his ki won't be able to stop it from spreading because of how fast it is, especially when it's his body full of yin energy. His body is the best environment for his wraith poison. Baek-zan tells him to stop hiding like a coward and show himself, and Woonhui asks what he means by coward, saying that's quite the praise. As he appears behind him, Baek-zan says he was going to die anyways, and he'd rather kill both of them than to die from these stupid tricks. He starts to imbue everything he is into his sword and swings down using the Ice Soul Blade technique, specifically the Heavenly Ice Slash, as he shatters the ground, sending out an icy chill across the entire area, blowing back a lot of the thorny ghost fog. Woonhui says that he knew that it would be destroyed because he activated it in a rush, though he still can't help but be disappointed. It seems like the poison did its job though, as Baek-zan's face starts to have a dark hue to it, but he says that him closing the distance when the sorcery has been broken is naive of him. Woonhui asks what he's talking about, saying that it is rather too close for him to activate a new one, as he blocks the attack with his wrist. Baek-zan says that he may have the evil ghost war robe to protect him, but he doesn't have as much energy as before. Woonhui says that surely he thought he would have considered that too, as he's also changed already, as he starts to imbue his hand with aura. Baek-zan is completely caught off guard by this, as Woonhui launches the Tempest Dance Northernwood Blizzard towards him, hitting him, knocking his arm backwards. Baek-zan is surprised that he's using martial arts, saying that he thought his Dan Tian was destroyed. He then realizes this is bad, as it's not just some basic martial arts for self-defense, and that this is something that someone's only capable of after they've reached close to the true peak. We see a giant purple explosion ensue, and Woonhui explains that he reinforced his internal energy with the evil ghost war robe and ghost fog. He used the purple fantasy net to make him use up his internal energy and weakened him with the wraith poison. Even then, it seems like it still wasn't enough, as he gets sent flying backwards, so much so that it destroyed the ground with him. The ghost boys immediately surround him, asking if he's okay, saying that he should be in a terrible state from the poison, but despite that, he's still attacking, and that he must really hate him. Woonhui charges back in with a smile on his face, saying that this is really fun. It's fun that he gets to test his skills and see what he can improve in, as Baek-zan leaps away from the attack. Woonhui says that the world of martial arts is new ground for him, and fighting in real life like this makes the flaws of his martial arts even more clear. As Baek-zan sidestepping each and every attack, Woonhui continues, saying that enlightenment reached through to a section of a technique, and to endless pieces and segments to try and find its flaws. That martial arts is just the tool for him to express and expand himself. The important part is the vessel carrying out the actions. Him. As he starts smiling, he says instead of copying others' techniques, he needs to make them his own. He has too little information on how to do that effectively. He wanted to figure out how to change martial arts to fit his own needs, and that this is an example right in front of him. Baek-zan's Ice Soul Blaze technique is a good choice because the movements are slightly different from the original. His expression of the Ice Soul Blaze technique is like a blizzard, which is very sharp and fast, and those who do not pierce through will be buried in the snow and end up freezing to death. He says that his technique is based on the Ice Soul Blaze technique, so he's going to copy his sword trajectory, breathing, pretty much everything that he has to offer, which catches him off guard because he mimics it perfectly. Baek-zan asks how he's able to use the Ice Soul Blaze technique, and if he's copying it after only seeing it once. Woonhui starts demonstrating it by using it against him, and he says that he needs to choose the trajectory that would fit him best, and then use his own martial arts intent in unison to create something brand new, which he calls the Snow Tiger's 12 Blades, as he has the aura of a tiger behind him leaping forward. He starts cutting Baek-zan all over his body, and Baek-zan asks if he really just combined his techniques after only seeing it so briefly, saying that he's an absolute monster. Woonhui says that he doesn't know why he's calling him such names when he's a literal ghost that should have already been long dead. As he swings down using his tiger's claws, he says that he could be nice and call him a prodigy instead. Baek-zan's arm gets cut off as it soars through the air, and Baek-zan says that if he dies like this, he would be too ashamed to see the young master again. As he manages to stay upright, charging forward with a palm strike, it is called the Ice Soul Divine Palm, as it hits Woonhui directly on the chest, sending out a frost explosion between the two of them. Woonhui looks down at his palm and realizes something as he backpedals to create distance. Baekzan laughs, saying that he should have not let his guard down, asking how their ice poison tastes. Woonhui puts his hand up to his chest, as the ghost boys surround him, saying that they can't believe he's still putting up a fight. But this is really bad, because at this rate, his vessels will all freeze up. Woonhui can tell that this is different from the old ice poison. Baekzan laughs, asking if he's noticed, as it's called the heart-corroding ice poison, and it eats away at the heart until its victim is dead. There is no antidote either, as it was created with not having one in mind to begin with. Woonhui says he was wondering why they were going after the Tang clan, but he guesses this is why. He asks if this is what he has received from the society, which catches Baekzan off guard, surprised that he knew about them to begin with, but realizes that he should have expected as much from him, and that it's a good thing he's getting rid of him now. Woonhui tells him not to get ahead of himself, since he took care of 5 dead swordsmen of the Blackbone on the way here. As he consumes all of their wraith spheres at one time, he starts to feel an intense flow of aura in his body, and it starts to shoot out with his distinct purplish color. Baekzan laughs, saying it's pointless to struggle, saying surely he heard him, that there is no antidote. Woonhui says it's just as he said, and that it cannot be detoxified, but what he's trying to do right now isn't to get rid of it. With the energy from the wraith spheres, he'll resume circulation of blood in his freezing vessels, and thereby absorb the ice poison, and that it's definitely a great weapon, but also a powerful yin energy and poison, which are both just great resources of power to him. Immediately the energy around Woonhui starts to change, as Baekzan realizes it, saying there's no way he just converted it all into internal energy. Woonhui says it was stupid to try to kill the Ghost King with yin energy, when that's literally his thing, and that his intelligence really seems to have degraded. Baekzan falls to his knees, saying that he doesn't know what to do, and that he's just been mocking him this entire time, and he screams out to Woonhui with his final breath before the energy runs out in his eyes, and he falls face first into the floor. Woonhui says that that was quite a meaningless death for someone of his rank, saying surely he agrees. Now that he's taken his loot, he needs to take care of the corpses using the true fire technique to avoid being tracked down. The little kid from earlier says that he didn't think he'd be able to witness this with his own eyes, and that it sure is an honor. He then feels a familiar energy as he looks up seeing a bird. He yells, telling Woonhui that that's the energy from the Blackbone Ghost Valley, and it's an enemy. Woonhui tells him not to worry about it, as it's none other than an ally. It's Huan, who has been destroying their camps ever since he left earlier. He says he has returned after having fulfilled his orders. All of the ghost boys surround him, and Bro is feeling himself. Woonhui tells him to be quiet, asking if he destroyed all of the farms. Huan says yes, but there's something he has to report, and he found this while destroying the farms, as he pulls it out into his beak. Woonhui picks it up and looks down at it, saying that this means he has to hurry. Meanwhile, Minky is flying in with somebody, asking if he's sure this is the right direction. The man tells him not to worry, as their beast, Jiangxi, possesses dark essence in their body, and there's no way they can avoid his soul tracking. This is one of the 12 black specters of the Blackbone Ghost Valley, the Redbone Terror. Minky asks why he wasn't able to capture that monstrous bird until now if it can't avoid his tracking. He says that there was interference, and it's not their fault. Minky says that he doesn't want excuses, and he should just do his job. The Redbone Terror says he forgot how bad this kid's inferiority complex was. They arrive at the spot, and he says according to his tracking technique, the bird never left this area, only for them to find nothing here but cold energy. He looks around, saying that this energy is from the Blade Demon North Sea mythos. Minky tells him that he had Baekzan track down the revered demon god mythos. Redbone Terror says that it must have been a pretty skilled person if they were fighting this much. Minky can sense the heart-corroding ice poison being used, which is something that requires a lot of internal energy required to activate it, so much so that it definitely cut away at the user's lifespan. And if Baekzan, who didn't have much time, used it, it means that he is no longer here. The Redbone Terror says this is strange because according to his soul tracking, the bird should be here, only for him to get grabbed by the throat. As Minky lifts him into the air, he asks why he's doing this. Minky tells him to listen, as he followed him here on the orders of his master to kill that stupid bird. But not only is nobody here, there are even traces of a battle, and he had him do the tracking, But there aren't any traces here of anyone leaving this place, despite the fact that the heart-corroding ice poison was used. And he needs to find the connection between the monstrous bird and the other members of the demon god mythos, and that he better tell him everything he knows about the bird's owner, unless he wants to find out how well his life-stealing sword truly works, as he starts to point it towards him. The Redbone Terror, in a panic, tells him that it's the Nine Dragons division. The monster that the bird thereafter was made solely to assassinate the son of the Nine Dragons division. Minky realizes this is where the assassination of the Dark Supreme is meant to take place, saying that he wants to hear more. Redbone tells him that they were trying to win over the wife of the house to infiltrate, and then she requested that they assassinate the second son, but the assassin they sent after him went missing, and for some reason, the bird mutated and began attacking their farms instead. Minky drops into the floor, saying they are nothing but useless shits, and Redbone says that the instructor is investigating the issue, but as he knows, they have not completely infiltrated the Nine Dragons division. Minky says that everybody knows how closed off the Tang clan bastards are, and Redbone says that's exactly why it's taking longer than expected. The problem is that they can't even guess the organization that might be behind the bastardized son. Just a few months ago, he was being neglected, and then he suddenly changed and began getting in the way of their plans. Minky tells him that's pretty sus, asking what his name is. He then says it, which causes him to freeze up. He says that not only is there a sorcerer of the demon god mythos that killed Wava, but there's also a sorcerer powerful enough to take away their bird and evolve it, and that this bastard's name just happens to be Woonhui, and it leaves him with a disgusting feeling. We see the little boy and two other children who introduce themselves as the three birds of Kunlun, and they bow, greeting the cult heir. Woonhui thanks them for lasting until now and asks if the cult leader is okay. They start shaking, and Woonhui wonders if something has happened to them. They say no, but they thought that if he were alive, they assumed that he would be with the cult leader. Woonhui begins to grow anxious that his master is not with them, telling them to explain the situation. Right after the blood fest in the cult heir's chamber, when the rebelling five mythos arrived, Master and the guards were already gone. Due to the lack of both leaders, the revered demon god mythos was expelled from Sichuan and scattered across the lands. The members of the mythos had gone everywhere they could go in order to find Master while also avoiding the society, and after 6 years, they finally found the mark he made at the inn. The three birds of Kunlun were sent to verify its legitimacy. Woonhui says a leader must stay close to his followers even in times of chaos, and he apologizes for his lack of ability. They start to sob, telling him to stop saying such things, as they are so thankful for him returning. Woonhui says as they might have realized, he is not with his master. They also begin to look a little anxious, and Woonhui says he has not even been able to recover to his state from 6 years ago. The warding demon squad may have disappeared together, but their opponents are the society and the five demon mythos. Moreover, if Master was fine, there is no way they wouldn't have taken these followers under. As he starts to wonder how his master is doing, he wonders what he must do from now on as the cult heir. The three birds ask what he needs them to do. Something clicks, and Woonhui says he understands. It's only been a few months for him, but they have waited 6 whole years. He recalls his master telling him to keep this in mind. The leader is somebody that the people need to worship. Woonhui, now understanding the position he is in, says all demons must bow down to them so that they may be revered. He begins to release the divine fire that began at Tianshan, and he says it shall reach Sichuan and burn all of his enemies. He begins showing off the power of the revered demon god mythos. The three birds begin crying, but so do the ghost boys as well. Woonhui says he will take them three in his master's stead, and so they will prepare the throne for his master to return to. In order for him to do so, he wants them to believe in him. They bow, saying of course. Woonhui says he needs to gather the followers that have scattered throughout the lands, asking who is currently leading their organization. The white-haired one says that it is one of the 5 sword captains, the vampiric spectre. Woonhui says that vampiric sect leader Na is still safe, and is a blessing from the first heavenly demon himself. The white-haired one says they will return to deliver this information to the vampiric spectre immediately. The other 2 instead tell him to stay here, as they'll head back. Woonhui tells them to deliver the message that the new leader of the revered demon god mythos will be waiting in the Tang clan village. On a carriage, Woonhui asks the boys if it is that bad. Dumpling tells him that his internal energies are severe. He shot out his energy before he even had a chance to organize his energy, and he could fall into key deviation at any moment. Go-T tells him that the bond between his body and soul is unstable, and they all agree that he overworked himself, but they are not quite sure how he is conscious. Woonhui says to the followers, the leader of a mythos must not just be a ruler, but a true god. That is what his master told him. To revere is to look forth at someone who has ascended to a divine position. If that being were to descend, the follower's line of vision should also fall to the ground. With the absence of his master, he must become a beacon that the followers can rely on, even if that path is harsh and lonely. They begin to grow worried, but he understands now what he was not able to understand in the past, and that he is only experiencing a fraction of the loneliness his master felt. Woonhui says what is important now is to recover his body. Huan tells him he needs at least a month of rest, then Woonhui says he doesn't have much time, as there are only a few days left until the Dark Supreme visits. Huan says he needs to refine his yin energy and mount his new energy into the body. He says that is the only way, and it can't be helped, as he starts to assume the lotus position. They ask if he is planning to do it in a shaky carriage. He says he has to take care of it before the yin energy makes things worse. The cause of this internal energy is the fact that he tried to fill it up while things were still unstable due to his new energy. The energies were not able to form a balance, and instead bunched up, so he needs to dismantle them and exclude the unnecessary bits, and properly refine them to form a new yin essence with all unnecessary parts removed and refined for himself. He needs to let it take place in his central core. As he begins to levitate in the carriage itself, Huan asks if it is really possible that he dismantled the energies one by one and refined them, and just the thought of it is making him go crazy. And only the cult heir is capable of such a thing. As the energy begins to stop swirling so violently, they say he must have finished its stabilizing. Woonhui opens his eyes and sighs. They congratulate him on his new level, saying that they can't believe he did that, and that he might be the GOAT. As creating a new method of cultivation is insane. Woonhui asks what he's talking about. Huan says that he thought he just moved the key of his central core according to his will. Woonhui says he did. Huan informs him that's the end goal of learning the central core cultivation method, which surprises him. He continues, saying that the mystic arts of his upper core, and the martial key of his lower core, and the icy energy from the heart-corroding ice poison, all moved according to his will, so he has created a central core cultivation method that is specialized for himself. He let the yin essence flow and rebuilt the things that he has dismantled. Woonhui asks if that was really his own personal central core cultivation method. In his upper core, he has the Phantom King tome he used in his previous life, while in his lower core, it is the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart Arts, and he'll focus on learning it later. Learning both would be more than enough to make him one of the 10 strongest masters in the land, but that only applies if the enemies he is to face are from these lands, and the beings he has to face now are a group of diversions who have reached the astral heaven realm. Using both the Phantom King tome and the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart Arts separately won't allow him to surpass them. However, if he can combine his mystic and martial arts into one, it might be worth it. Huan tells him it's going to be a hard journey, but with what they have observed till now, it is undoubtedly possible. Woonhui says that he's decided on his path. As it takes the attribute of water, pulses like a black dragon, it has a purity like true energy, and with this black dragon water true energy, he shall use this for him to cultivate his central core. Calling it the Black Dragon Key Arts. Back at the Tang clan, we see somebody being told they're ready to depart. Kyujin thanks him, saying that she couldn't believe that the righteous Wind Squad leader himself would come to help. He says that's what he must do, and if Gon had reported properly, things would have been easier. One of the guards then notices something, wondering who it is at this early hour. We see the little white-haired boy, and he asks what brings him here to the branch family of the Tang clan at this hour. Woonhui starts to get off, asking what he's talking about, as he's returning from a mission. The guard is surprised, and even Kyujin is. She quickly runs over and yells out his name. He says he didn't expect her to be waiting here. She starts inspecting him, checking out if he's okay or not. She sighs out of relief, saying that if he's already back, it must have flopped, though she's grateful he's back safe. He then tells her that he slayed one of the North Sea Mythos members, as he holds the head in the bag. She stares at him for a second, asking if he'd really finish it that quickly. Then it jumps to inside the clan as we hear somebody screaming. It's none other than Beg Zan calling out to Woonhui. Woonhui tells him to be thankful that he's ending him here. The ghost boys say that he tore his soul apart to torture him, and then used his powers to bring him back over and over again, and that becoming a wraith was a better fate than they thought. Woonhui says now they've got plenty of information about the North Sea mythos, and it's about noon. The door gets slammed open by Gon, who yells out to him. He says he heard he got himself into a mess. Woonhui asks what he's talking about, as he just proved his worth to the family, and slayed a demonic cult member. Gon says that's not what he's talking about, and he heard what happened to the Lion Sect members. Woonhui says he forgot about them because they were just side characters, and asks why it's a big deal, as it was just a little banter, and if the Lion Blade King himself is going to try to hold him accountable. Gon says that's exactly it, asking how he knew. Woonhui looks at him in disbelief, and Gon says that the very Lion Blade King is coming personally. Woonhui says a man who's considered the supreme of his region is really coming for some youthful squabble. He says he heard him the first time. Woonhui sighs, saying he was not expecting to get compliments, but he guesses he's going to get yelled at. Gon tells him that they should get to it. As they head inside, Woonhui greets his father, telling him that he's returned from accomplishing his mission. His father looks dead on the inside, and says on top of White Bone's head, he also brought back the head of the Blade Demon of the North Sea mythos. Not only that, he managed to piss off the Lion Sect, and bring the Lion Blade King here. Woonhui says that the Lion Sect provoked him, and he actually has one more thing to add. His father wonders what he's going to tell him. Woonhui pulls out a note from his robe, as he reveals these are the details for what the North Sea mythos is plotting. His father looks surprised and freezes up. Woonhui asks if this is enough to participate in the game that he has been plotting now. As they start heading into a secret underground area of the Tang clan, Woonhui says if he knew this had existed, he would have checked that out earlier, and maybe he should send a wraith to spy on his father. But he says that wouldn't have been possible, as he needed to track Sanyong early on. But also the other Namgung members too. As they head further down, his father opens a door revealing a bright light. As Woonhui goes in, he says this is far beyond his expectations. As we see a whole group of people underground, he says he never expected such a large space here. The ghost boys tell him to check this shit out, as it's a map that covers almost the entire world, asking how it could be so detailed. They start looking at it, naming all of the continents and countries, as even the small sects and organizations are named with their details and size, and even the records of their relationships to the Tang clan, and the direction to improve diplomacy. Woonhui says it has the entire range where the divine heavenly cult is as well, and the location of the towers where they have transcended. And he understands now what the Tang clan is plotting. As we see Gui Jaggle behind Woonhui. Gui Jaggle then appears, saying that it's impressive to think his master would bring him here so quickly. Woonhui says that he was wondering where Gui Jaggle spent their time, but he guesses it was here. Gui Jaggle then asks how it feels to see the Wind Evolution Center. Woonhui asks if they're intending to bring the wind to the world. He can see what goals they have been thinking about, and why they made this map. It's not just China, but the entire world. It'll be a global network. Gui Jaggle screams, saying exactly, and then runs over to Hosen, begging that he hand over Woonhui, as bro is mega mind. Even his morals are good, but so are his guts. Everything is perfect, meaning he's the ideal or. If Hosen hands Woonhui over, in just 10 years, they plan to turn the Tang clan into the most powerful organization in the world. Gon asks what the hell they're yapping about, as the young master's actions have been that of a warrior, and they don't belong behind a desk. Gui Jaggle says combat is not what the most important thing is to a member of the Tang clan, it's the venomous determination to accomplish their goal at any cost. Martial arts and strategy are just mere measures to accomplish goals. Gon says that there's no way they will have him cooped up in a room like Gui Jaggle despite having such martial talent. Gui Jaggle says that this is the makings of a king, as one can train martial arts at any time, but the talent of a king can only be grown in a position where they can overlook others. Hosen tells them both to stop bickering, as the path Woonhui will take is his own choice. They should leave the fighting for later. He then tells Woonhui he saw well, as this place is something the Tang clan created to connect the entire world. The people of the Zhonghu refer to their clan as the barrier that prevents external forces from entering the Zhonghu. But he, nor the clan head, intend to leave the Tang clan as just a mere wall, as the Tang clan itself aims to become a castle, one that stands so high it will overlook the entire world, that nobody will dare try to climb above it. But in order for that castle to take root, they first must become an impenetrable fortress, one that the zealots of the demon cult cannot touch. Half a year ago, they received news that the zealots of the demon cult dared to plot the assassination of the clan head. To be exact, the Namgung clan intended to use the demon cult to slay their clan head. At first, they tried preventing it. But the clan head, his father, is stubborn as hell, and told him that preventing it will just leave them to capture the tail, as they need to go for the body, so he will act as bait. And so the plan was set up, and they were going to use the Dark Supreme himself to capture them all. Woonhui says they intended to use this assassination to give reason to attack the demon cult. And since the demon cult has infiltrated the Zhonghu, it's time for the Tang clan to gather forces. And he can't believe that Moonhyuk would put his life at stake just for that goal, and he sure is insane. His ability to gain information and his decision-making skills are impressive, but he's underestimating the external forces, because that plan will most definitely fail. The largest variable to this plan is none other than the society, who they don't have much information on. His father asks what he means by fail, and better choose his words wisely and explain his reasoning. Gui Jaggle then runs in, saying that Woonhui may not be aware, but they've made more than enough preparations for this attack. The mechanisms, the formations, and even the mystic arts, alongside the movements of the guards of the clan head, have all been planned out. Woonhui says he can see everything outlined on this table, and these allowed him to understand that the Wind Evolution Center used its excellent ability to gather information for its strategy. Gui Jaggle then asks why he's saying it would fail after noticing all of that. Woonhui pulls out a piece of paper, saying that this is the information he gained. Gui Jaggle looks ecstatic, saying that this is the location and overall schematics of the members of the North Sea Mythos and Blackbone Ghost Valley that have infiltrated the Nine Dragons County. Hosen asks how well their info lines up. Gui Jaggle says it's 90% similar to what they've identified, only 10% is different. Their plan fits right into one of their predicted possibilities, and with this level of accuracy, the information must have come from inside the demonic cult. His father confirms that this was the complete plan of the North Sea Mythos. Woonhui says yes, and his father says that with this, they verified his information is accurate, and he also agrees that their strategy is excellent. So what does he think will cause their plan to actually fail? Woonhui says that's a pretty simple answer. The demonic cult is one level more powerful than what he and the Wind Evolution Chamber have predicted. Hosen asks what he means by their estimates being wrong, and if he truly believes that the old Tempest Squad members and he have not had experience fighting the North Sea Mythos, they've taken into account every possibility of them getting stronger. Woonhui says that he's saying that's not enough. And he's really surprised, honestly. This plan would have guaranteed victory even if the enemy forces were at the peak of their range. However, it only applies to typical enemies. Whitebone and Beg Zan's levels were significantly higher than 6 years ago, as they've received power from the society since then. The soul-restraining fantasy net requires immense mystic energy, but is near impossible to escape from, while the heart-crowding ice poison would consume significant internal energy, but is then impossible to deal with once infected. Considering these and the other assistive measures of the society, his current plan is not enough to stop them. Hosen asks if his son's really trying to insinuate that their clan is not ready to defeat the demonic cult. Woonhui says based on what he has seen, that's what he believes. His father tells them that if he wishes to claim so, he must prove it, that their predictions are wrong. He starts to release aura, saying that he needs to prove that he is right and put his life on the line. He's restrained his power to the typical level of an enemy captain that the Wind Evolution Chamber has predicted. If the demonic cult members are truly a level stronger than their predictions, he should be able to win as someone who defeated Beg Zan, who was second in command. But if they've predicted them correctly, then that won't be the case. Woonhui says he understands, that means he would die to the secret arts of the Tang clan. Gui Jaggle says that's way too much, and Gon agrees, saying that shit's overkill. But Woonhui says that his father's made the wrong judgment as he releases his own aura. Gon says that it hasn't even been a week since he's unlocked his central core. His father asks what exactly he judged wrong, but he compliments his level of aura, telling him that it's weaker than the level of the enemies he has restrained himself to. Woonhui says he's not wrong, but Beg Zan who he slayed had a level of aura 1 stage above the energy he's emitting right now. His father asks how he defeated him if that's the case, and Woonhui says it would be better to show him himself. He gets into a stance, and his father says that since he's not showing his full hand, he'll give him a compliment for that too. They start dashing around the entire room, looking a lot like Bellamy from One Piece. Gui Jaggle realizes the research is getting ripped apart, and he starts screaming, but Gon holds him back. Woonhui says that his father is going easy on him. His eyes track the future trajectory of his motions, but he's attacking one beat later. He's restraining himself to the predicted level of an enemy captain. The reason might be to prove that the information he has is accurate, but it really pisses him off. Woonhui charges in with a palm strike, and his father says that's the martial arts of the enemy sword demons. But Woonhui says it's not just an imitation, and his father says it's been melted well into his martial arts, and he commends his skill, but it still does not prove his case. As he starts attacking directly towards Woonhui's face, we see a giant explosion, and blood begins to fly. Gon yells out for Woonhui, and his father says that he can't say he likes it, but the moment the poison reached him, he blocked off part of his blood flow and expelled the blood before he was intoxicated. On top of that, he was willing to take an indirect hit to strike back. A sword demon of the North Sea mythos would have died from this. Woonhui says he was able to do it since he could tell he was restraining himself to that level, and his father says that this is why he dislikes it. Gui Jaggle starts crying, asking if they're done, and they need to kill him if they wish to destroy the chamber any further. Hosen asks if Woonhui still determined that their plan will fail, and if so, he wants to know if he has a solution. Woonhui says he does, and his father asks what it is. It jumps to later, but we don't get to hear the plan yet. His father is looking down at his hand, saying that even if he was restraining his internal energy, it's surprising to think that his son could manage to damage him. He asks Gui Jaggle and Gon what they think they should do now, and Gon goes to speak up, but Hosen says he already knows his opinion, so it's okay. Hosen explains that when his son first showed talent and said that he'd carry on the Wild Wind squad, he knows Gon must have aligned himself towards him then. Gon looks surprised, but Hosen says he doesn't intend to get angry. Even if he weighs them both on a scale, he knows that he's only here because of the Wild Wind squad. Gon looks down and starts to recall how Hosen told him that he gave him his word, that he will make it so they can stand on that plane once again and believe in him, but Hosen also says that he can't be the new Wild Wind squad leader after all. Gui Jaggle says he has a question that he'd like answered before he says the rest of his plans, wondering if he has any intentions to make Woonhui his successor. Hosen asks why he's bringing that up, and Gui Jaggle says that if he does not trust Woonhui completely yet, that he shall not have a position of power. If he doubts him, leave him out, but if he wishes to make use of him, then do not doubt him. The most risky thing in the world is to leave a task to someone without trusting them. Hosen says he understands the old proverb, and Gui Jaggle says that if he really doubts the information Woonhui has brought, then they just need to keep allowing him to move on his own like before. And they can stop the cult's attacks based on their preparations, but if he does trust Woonhui, then to trust him entirely. Moreover, Qiu Jin never had an interest in succeeding him, and Yu Chong is unworthy. So, Hosen thinks about trusting his son, and we get a flashback to when he talked about him and his plan. Woonhui told him it was simple, and that he should just leave it all to him, and he'll take command of this entire thing. Hosen smiles, saying he's made his mind. And on the next day, a large paper was posted in the main fields of their family, announcing that the second son will now become the clan heir. It jumps to Woonhui looking impressed, as we see a plate of food. The white-haired kid says that he apologizes, and the kitchen wasn't properly stocked, so this is all they could prepare as the first round. Woonhui is surprised that he says the first round, but the kid continues, saying that he just had Hyung Sam go get more ingredients, so they should be able to prepare dishes that are more to his liking soon. The ghost boy says that he is a sincere, subordinate, and faithful. Woonhui says yeah, unlike some other people. The ghost boys apologizes, saying they've changed after death. Woonhui says it doesn't matter anymore, and he told his father to hand over the rights to the issue, but he just gave him all of the Vice Branch clan head responsibilities right before a big event. The Northern Sea Mythos' scheme means that he needs to greet guests, compromise with other clans, prepare food for the Dark Supreme, pretty much just prepare for a festival, and just thinking about all of it gives him a headache. His sister then barges in, saying that it's a whole banquet, as we see her sitting on top of a window congratulating him. He thanks her, and she asks what's wrong with his face and if he's not comfortable with her or something. He says that she's already drunk, and she says yes, since today's a good day. It's the day he's finally being recognized by the household. He says it's also the day that she'll be freed from the position she hated. She laughs, saying that he caught her, and he says that she's much more fit for the Kwangcheng rather than the Tang clan. She says that he's definitely right about that, because when she thinks about the days she trained in the Kwangcheng sect, it was the happiest days of her life. Woonhui says that he knows she is not an irresponsible person, and he's sure she didn't cut out on as a successor even while training in her martial arts. All the preparations she had made until now were in vain, but even then he could tell that she felt genuinely happy for him. He says that his subordinate is bringing more food, so she should join him. She quickly leaps in, saying she was waiting for his invitation, and she brought some really good wine. He looks at it surprised, and she says that this is daughter in red, saying surely he knows how rare it is. Woonhui says that a tradition of the Sichuan region is you make the wine when a daughter is born and bury it. It's a congratulatory wine that you take out to drink when the child gets married or accomplishes something great in life. Originally, they would have taken this out when she became the vice branch clan head. He asks if she's sure about this, and she says yeah, today is a happier day than if she had been the one to become the vice branch clan head. He says that if she says so, and Gon appears yelling congratulations, and he's also going through the window. Woonhui points towards the door, and Gon says that he shouldn't focus on unnecessary details, and he brought a whole bunch of drinks. Q-Jin greets him, and he laughs, saying hello, and then realizes that this is a little unsightly and goes to leave, but he says that she's here to congratulate him too. He says that he was worried that he intervened on an important conversation and notices the drink she brought, saying that they started without him. He tells her that it's her daughter in red, and he's absolutely surprised. She tells him not to worry, as she's glad to be free of the successor position. She starts pouring him some, and he laughs, and then she pours Woonhui, who says that he'll do hers. She looks down at it, smiling, saying it smells great, and she raises it up, saying that this is for the future of Woonhui and the branch clan, and they all cheers one another. They start digging into the food, and she says that Cook is really skilled while they're pigging out. He says that he's curious about something, and she asks what it is. He wants to know what happens to her relationship with the senior disciple of Kwangcheng if she opens this bottle now. She spits out her drink, asking why he's bringing this up now, and Gon asks if her and Chul-san got a thing. And she yells, telling him that it's not what he thinks. Gon says they need a matchmaker, rather he has to go talk to the branch head, but she tells him that it's not that. She doesn't intend on getting married, as she's going to leave the clan permanently once this festival is all over. They're both surprised, and Gon asks what she means and if it's because of what her mother did. She says no, but that's part of it. It's something she's considered for years. She only needed a month to become proficient at something in Kwangcheng, that would have taken a year in the clan, and she's just always been better with the sword. Gon says it's hard for him to honestly understand, as she knows he's been part of this clan for his entire life, and he is a Tang through and through. But he gets that she thought about this deeply, and she's just surprised that he's so caring, but Woonhui says he started to say this while they're meant to be celebrating, and she wonders what it's about to be. He says as she already knows, he will need to wield the sword before the festival when the Dark Supreme visits, asking if she will be his sword then. She says that if he's talking about eliminating the demonic cult, then yes. He thrusts towards her and stops just shy of her face, saying that it's not just the demonic cult that the sword will need to slay, as he's referencing her mother. He tells her that if that sword cannot find it in the will to slay a certain opponent, and she cuts him off, saying that he will need to find another sword. He says that's right. He will help her so that she can leave the clan before the festival if she feels that she is unable to do so. He says he's so cruel at times, and she feels like she's always been on his side, even if it cost fights between her and mother. He says that he's only telling her this because of his position in the clan now changing. She says she made up her mind about it a long time ago. If there is one thing she learned, both in Kwangcheng and the Tang clan, it's this, which is none other than righteousness. She walks towards him, saying that the standard of her decisions are all based on whether something is righteous or not. If it's just as he is after, she will follow. However, and he says this means she won't do it. She says exactly. She judged that what mother was trying to do was far from right. That's why she's always been at odds with her. And if he's doubting her faith, then they need to split ways here. Woonhui says this is something he has not even considered. Until now, righteousness that the people talked about was more selfish than righteous. However, that does not seem to be the case with Kyujin. Her voice is genuine, and he can tell how warm she speaks of it. And he apologizes, saying he made a mistake. She was prepared to cut off even familial relations to prove her righteousness. And she says that she thinks that it's something he can do as the vice branch clan head. So she will be his sword, and she will become his sword that lives and dies for him until this is over. He says that he'll try to make sure that she doesn't have to get dirty, and he'll only use her for clean purposes. And Gon laughs, saying they forgot about him, and he cheers with them. I guess he understands that he doesn't need to force her to kill her own mother. It jumps to the walled city, specifically the Gold Sword sect. We hear a guy screaming out Woonhui's name, asking how that loser became the Tang clan's vice branch clan head. He says he was already humiliated in front of Sun Yi and Sumin because of that bastard. I honestly don't remember his name. But he says that now he has to offer him a present in the festival with the Dark Supreme visiting and apologize, but he's in the wrong, not him. And if he was also born in a renowned household, it would have definitely been different. Rather, he would have been much stronger. Somebody reaches forward, grabbing the paper that he crumpled, and he says that if he's offering a present to Woonhui, he's in the right place. The guy turns, asking who he is, and Minky says he doesn't need to know that. He swings his hand, sending out an icy aura, creating an ice wall behind the guy, and he says that he wants to see that it's Woonhui, so he's going to have to use him, saying surely he won't mind. Bro is a clingy ex. It jumps to Woonhui and Kyujin drinking on the roof, and he asks if it's really okay for someone of the Kwangcheng sect to be drinking like this, since they're all meant to be goody two-shoes. She asks what he's talking about, as it's called being a Taoist. He says yeah, same thing, and that he's always been curious about something, wondering why she is so nice to him. She looks genuinely surprised, and says that she was going to talk to him about that one day, but she guesses today can be it, and that she made a promise. He asked to who, and she says that was to his mother, and that his mother was a very warm woman. As we get a flashback of her running towards her as a child, she looked excited to see her, and she taught Kyujin, who was always tired from the Tang clan's trainings, how big the world outside the manor was, specifically how big the Jianghu is, how graceful the Kwangcheng mountain is, how precious the Yimi mountain is, as well as how sweet and delicious candied fruits are. She just always enjoyed spending time with her, and then one day, she found out the truth. As she's looking at the medicine Woonhui's mother was consuming, it turns out that her own mother had been mixing poison into the medicine. She immediately recognized it and starts panicking, but Woonhui's mother tells her to be quiet. She asked why she's taking it even though she knows what it is. She says that the thing inside the medicine doesn't have any effect on her, and she has a disease that cannot be cured. Kyujin looks surprised, and she continues, saying that she had been keeping it at bay thanks to the branch clan head, but it got worse after giving birth to Woonhui. The medicine only quickens the arrival of the day she needs to leave. Kyujin says that she should try staying with them longer instead, but Woonhui's mother says she doesn't want to create unnecessary problems by doing that. Kyujin starts to tear up, and Woonhui's mother grabs her hands, saying that she knows it's a difficult favor to ask, asking if she could promise her one thing, and she wants her to stay good friends with Woonhui even after she's gone. Kyujin cries, saying that she's not gonna make that promise, so she can't die, and she started crying as she was embraced. Woonhui's mother says she's sure that Kyujin will be a great woman when she grows up, so she should never lose that warm, affectionate heart of hers. Kyujin says that's the promise she made with her before she passed away, but even after that, her mother wouldn't stop. She began spreading false rumors, slandering Woonhui and his mother, and everyone in the Nine Dragons division believed their stories. It's kind of ridiculous if you think about it. There's no way that Hosen who reached the Supreme Peak realm could not overcome drunkenness. Even if it was a rumor that would degrade his image, Sanyang was able to degrade Woonhui and his mother even worse with the rumor. She says that it must not feel good to know that's why she was nice to him, and he says that she's got it wrong. She wonders what he means, and he says that she was nice to him even before his mother asked her for that promise, before she knew of her mother's wrongdoings, and that's just the kind of person she is. Kyujin starts laughing and thanks him. Woonhui says that it's a mystery how she grew up so kind when she was born between Hosen and that awful woman, and then he thanks her. He recalls there was a feeling he didn't understand that Woonhui had within him. Sanyang is someone that he doesn't really care about what happens to, and the tables have already been turned, and she'll have been sealed a brand new traitor after the Dark Supreme's visit, even if he didn't do anything to her. However, this feeling that he gets, regardless of the gap between the original owner and his soul, the resentment that he held in his heart, feelings of grief and despair that he can't understand, having been an orphan in his past life, but he's starting to understand those feelings if he thinks of his master as a parental figure. He tightens his fist, saying that he has to take care of something, and he'll be excusing himself for a bit. Kyujin says she'll see him later, and he says that if she's still drinking even when he's back, he's going to tell her senior disciple. She asks why he's mentioning him, and then sighs out of relief once he's gone. She tightens the grip on her blade and sits there, and there's some kind of giant shadow, but I can't really understand what it is, maybe some symbolism. Let me know in the comments. The next day, at Sanyong's house, she's tweaking, saying that not only was that bastard recognized as a successor candidate as soon as he came back, he was also announced as the vice branch clan head, and that means her children and her have been abandoned, and that she needs to do something about this. She says that it's those righteous Wind Squad bastards again, and she already stated she has nothing more to say. Yu Chong calls out to his mother, and she says that the Went Squad members should be standing at the door, asking how he got here. He says he asked father for permission. She says that she's glad he's here and grabs his shoulder, telling him to listen closely, as there's no way they're safe for that bastard as the vice branch clan head, and that he needs to go stay with her family. She says the people from the Namgung clan who came with her are all being watched by the Wind Squad. She says all of those who came with her have been caught, but there is still hope, and if he leaves this marking at the southern corner of the Wind Pavilion's back garden and leave a message saying to come to the Crimson Pavilion, somebody will come find him in the night. He says that he can't believe there was still someone that she was hiding even now, and he crumples up the paper. She wonders where this anger is coming from, and he says that he knew that she didn't trust his sister, but he thought she trusted him. She says she's sorry, but that's not what's important, but he starts throwing a tantrum, asking why she is allied with the demonic cult, and he starts crying, and his face looks full of regret and other mixed emotions. She asks how he knows, and he said that he wanted to do it all on his own, whether that was his martial arts or the politics of the branch clan. Getting help from the Namgung clan was just for his improvement too, and he wanted to prove his worth all on his own. And he wanted to win as a Tang. She can't believe she neglected her own son's emotions, and we hear Woonhui saying that with this, the conversation has concluded, and there are still spies of the Namgung clan left, asking Gui Jaggle what he thinks of that. He says that he thought he had taken care of all of them, and it makes him rather embarrassed. Sanyong looks surprised and wonders what's going on, then realizes that Yu Chong must be in on this, and yells at Woonhui, asking why he would make her son do this. He says that she promised him that if he wanted, she'd retire and give up the succession rights. She starts to panic, realizing that she can't let Yu Chong hear this, and tries telling him not to fall for it. Kyujin is on Woonhui's side, saying that they've already shown him the proof. Realizing that her children have all turned against her, she crumbles to the ground, and Gui Jaggle says that she can tell the rest of the details at the Wind Pavilion, and he hopes that she is aware that there's nothing more she can do now. She looks up at their worried faces, as Yu Chong's full of regret. Kyujin is just disappointed. Sanyong says that there's no way she would accept this, and she starts screaming as a red fiery aura starts to get released from her. It explodes out from her body, starting to cover the entire room. Woonhui says this is demonic energy. Yu Chong is just confused, and the ghost boys ask if this is what they think it is. It is the explosive reverse blood flow demonic arts that's banned even in the divine cult. Woonhui says it's something that amplifies your internal energy multiple times temporarily, but in return, you lose your mind and reason, and see all those around you as enemies, and with enough time, it will kill them. It's a technique that is meant to be used only as a last resort in the most dire of situations. Sanyong starts to blame Woonhui, saying if it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. Woonhui says that he's sure it was the Namgung clan that introduced White Bone, so why is she getting mad at him? She tells him to shut up as she starts to grab onto a table, and then throws the entire thing directly at him. He raises his arm, blocking it easily, and we see it fall into pieces in front of Yu Chong, who's freaking out, saying that he can't believe his own mother is using demonic arts. Kyujin tells him to step back a bit as she starts to walk forward. She says that she hopes her mother does not worsen the weight of her sins. Woonhui tells her that it's too late to try to persuade her. She's already lost her reason, as blood begins pouring from her eyes, and we see them completely red. Sanyong says that even if Kyujin is her daughter, since she never listens to her, she doesn't need her at all, as she starts to leap towards her. Kyujin unsheathes her blade and swings forward. Kyujin's blade starts burning at her wrist, and we see that Kyujin's ki actually begins burning her. Dumpling says that he would not expect any less of a Taoist of Guangcheng, and she was able to disperse the demonic energy with her anti-demonic energy. Go-Ti says that woman is just wasting her efforts, but Woonhui says he's not sure about that. Even if she didn't know that the explosive reverse blood flow demonic arts was a demonic art, she would have at least known that it would be harmful to her before using it. He wonders if Sanyong used it just because she wanted to defeat him, but he says there's no way. Sanyong starts attacking while swinging forward, sending out her own ki towards the entire group. Kyujin sits there and endures it. As it cuts through her cheek, she says that she's being selfish until the very end, and she begins crying. She says that her mother would already know what choice she would make, and she's going to stay true to her own path. As the tear hits the ground, she draws her blade once more, saying that this is for the Guangcheng sect. She starts pretty much just saying a mantra of her sect, as it's something the Guangcheng sect members must do before they are allowed to eradicate demons. But we see that her eyes are still filled with tears. Sanyong is so far gone that she's only just saying kill over and over, and starts screaming it as loud as she can. She then leaps directly towards Kyujin, who widens her stance, and dashes through, cutting straight through her mother with her own blade. Her eyes look full of regret, but she understands that this is what she must do. Rain begins pouring down in the pavilion, and the ghost boys ask Woonhui if he saw the face she made right before she died. Woonhui says he doesn't really feel too good about it now, and even Yuchong looks sad. Right as Kyujin cut through her, her expression was completely that of a mother who was too late to realize how far off the deep end she had gone, but also that she was so proud of her daughter. Woonhui says it's because of her deeply twisted love as a mother that she wanted to kill him, and she ended up hurting her own children. Woonhui finally understands a bit of the emotions he's been feeling, and starts to have some form of enlightenment. The ghost boys say that his spirit and flesh are harmonizing, but Woonhui says it's the gap between the soul and the body being closed, and it seems that Woonhui's deep resentment has been resolved. Yuchong carries away his mother's head, as Gui Jaggle tells him they will announce that the First Lady accompanied him to the Namgung clan for her recuperation. Yuchong thanks him for protecting her honor. Woonhui's more worried about Kyujin, as she stands there still with her blade dripping blood, and he can tell just from her expression how much guilt she is feeling right now. Time passed quickly. After the death of Sanyong, all of the remaining spies of the Namgung clan were caught. Kyujin came to terms with any emotions she might have had following her mother's death, and helped Woonhui with his duties as the Vice Branch clan head. Soon enough, it was time for the Dark Supreme's visit. Woonhui calls out to Kyujin, saying that he has something to tell her. He says that he doesn't think this position was meant for someone as immature as him, and he's just a kid, and he feels like she's much better suited for this role, as she's responsible, mature, and loved by everyone in the family. She starts laughing, asking what he's talking about. The ghost boys also say this is a rare sight. They've watched over him for 10 years, but have never felt prouder of him. They hope to continue seeing the sibling banter for a while. Woonhui grabs onto the piss, saying that he's going to turn them into wraith orbs to consume them. They apologize. We see a familiar face arrive. She's calling out to Kyujin. We see none other than Sumin and Sunyi. Sumin is surprised as she spots Woonhui. Even Sunyi says his name. Kyujin asks how they know them. They tell her they actually met at that tea house before. Woonhui apologizes they had to see him like that, and Kyujin says she'll quickly introduce them formally. She introduces Sumin. We learn that she got to know her at a meeting called the Mount Ashu Teachings. For Sunyi, she's known as the White Sword Milan of Mountain Manor. She introduces her brother as the Vice Clan head, and he greets the two of them. Sumin is surprised that she's not the Vice Branch Clan head. Kyujin tells her it's turned out this way. Sumin says she's always complaining about not wanting the position, and it looks like she's got what she wanted. Kyujin tells her to be quiet, and off on the side, Woonhui and Sunyi are just staring at each other. Woonhui asks if there's a problem, and Sunyi says no and turns her head around. Sumin can see that she's interested and calls her evil, and then drags her away, saying that they're going to be busy and she'll see them later. Kyujin waves them by, and Woonhui says he assumes those are the last ones. Kyujin says since the sun is setting, she would think so, but she then hears a carriage and looks up, wondering where this next branch is from, and we see it's from the Gold Sword sect. Some absolute pig offers his greetings in place of the sect leader, and he is the overseer of the Gold Sword sect. So the same position as Gui Jagal, and his name is Na Jinbi. Woonhui introduces himself as the vice branch clan head, saying he's sure that his journey has been difficult. However, all of this is a little much. And Jinbi says that the sect leader was saddened to see him leave without taking anything from them. Because of that, the sect leader really wanted to relay his apologies, along with a gift that might help his branch clan. But there's more. As he turns to his side, we see that guy apologizing. Woonhui says he did forget this guy was from the Gold Sword sect, and he'll just play along and accept the gift. He says that he'll forgive him, and Jinbi and the other dude thank him. Woonhui then senses something and tells one of the assistants to escort them to the guest pavilion, as they're tired from their journey. For a brief moment, he can sense traces of demonic energy, and as they walk past him, he says the owner of this is none other than the man he's staring at, which is a disguise, as he understands exactly who this is, as it's Minky, or at least his energy. It jumps to Sumin telling Sunyi that she saw her back there, and she could not stop staring at Woonhui. Sunyi tells her it's not what she thinks. Sumin asks if she's being serious, and starts teasing her, asking her why not. As she's pulling her cheeks, Sunyi says that there was a sword sent on him. Sumin asks what she means, and Sunyi says that he did not have it before. She asks if he really learned to wield the sword in that short time. Sunyi says that it was like he was someone who had trained for years, not just years, but decades or even longer. She starts to smell another scent, and immediately grabs onto Sumin's hand as she recognizes it. She tells her that they need to get going, and they need to get directly to Woonhui and Kyujin, as this is the same sword sent as the person who fought her father. Back to Woonhui, he says that he's trying to hide his demonic energy as best as he can, but it's not enough to fool him. The ghost boys ask what he's looking at, and he says that Minky is here. They ask if he means the 7 Seconds Killer, and if the North Sea Mythos leader's second child is really infiltrated. Goatee says he knew they would try it, but this is way too quick. Dumpling asks what he's going to do, and Woonhui says it would be a bad idea to get rid of him for now. He would love to rip him to pieces right now for what he's done. However, the damages would be too great if the Northern Sea Mythos were to give up on their assassination, so he'll let Minky live a bit longer. Kyujin asks if this is the last one, and Woonhui says that the sun is completely gone now, so if anyone is late and has manners, he assumes they'll be here tomorrow morning instead. Woonhui then feels something in the air, and immediately realizes what it is. He opens his inventory, I low-key forgot the actual name, but he throws everything out of it straight into the air. Kyujin asks what's going on, and Woonhui tells the ghost boys to fetch his spear. Goatee and 15 fly off, grabbing onto it, and it starts to float back to Woonhui, at least that's the way it looks to Kyujin, and he catches it, readying himself. As he begins releasing his aura, she then senses it as well. As Woonhui dashes off, we hear tons of people screaming in pain over the wall. He flies over, and we hear an old man saying that was meant to intimidate him so that he would run off, yet he came attacking. He says that he likes him. He raises his sword into the air and swings down as a giant golden arc floats towards Woonhui. Woonhui grits his teeth and tightens the grip on his spear before he counters, attacking in rapid succession all over, and his and the golden aura start having a clash directly in the sky above the pavilion. Everybody braces themselves below, and they can't believe that there's so much pressure. Even Kyujin says they're fighting so high in the air, but there's so much dust getting kicked up. The one guy whose name I don't know starts panicking, wondering what's going on. Jinbi wonders if maybe it's the demonic cult. We see Minky admires the chaos, starting to smirk as he looks up. The old man laughs, saying that it was a rather light attack, but he didn't think he would deflect it so easily. Woonhui's panting as he stabs a spear into the ground, and he offers his greetings to the Lion Sect owner, and Murim's supreme, as this is none other than the Lion Blade King named Weiji Humyong. Humyong says that he heard that the Wild Wind swordsman raised quite the talented kids. He says that was not bad at all, and he's rather impressed. He says he's good enough to go against a disciple head-to-head, and he's definitely worth testing further. Woonhui says that just deflecting that sword energy attack worsened the internal wound. He then starts to sense another aura from behind, and says that it doesn't look like he's going to want to stop anytime soon, but it means that he's not going to have to deal with Hyun-yong. We hear Woon-hui's father saying that had he known that he was going to show up, he would have come to greet him himself. Asking why he came with no messenger beforehand. Go-T says that Woon-hui's father isn't weaker than the Golden Lion at all, and that he knew he was hiding his strength but not this much. Hyun-yong says that he heard that the people called the 9 dragons idiots, and that he may not show himself much in work, but his aura is definitely stronger, and he starts laughing. Hosen asks who cares what others call him, as what's important is that he is seeing him again in good health, and it seems like he has business with his son, so they should talk instead. Hyun-yong asks if he's afraid that he's going to hurt him, and continues laughing. Hosen says that he's being considerate since there are many eyes watching here, as their auras are colliding. Multiple of Hyun-yong's men jump from the woods and land behind him, ready to fight. He says that he's fine though. Hosen says that he guesses he will respond accordingly. We're about to have some Murim gang violence. He says that if he wishes to have Woon-hui take responsibility for what happened in the capital, which would be rather immature for his age, he will find that difficult to achieve without killing him first. Hyun-yong says that he's not going to show up. He says that he must think that if he sounds all righteous about it, that he would change his mind. Woon-hui, though, does not want this to happen, and he says that he does not want them to duel right now, especially with him directly in the middle of it. Go-T says that the Wild Wind squad is using the scattering slaughter bows, meaning they are ready for a full-on scrap. Woon-hui asks what that is, and Go-T explains that they are equipped with explosive arrows that were used when fighting the divine cult. There are explosives equipped on every arrowhead. Woon-hui sighs, saying that these bastards are insane. Hyun-yong then says that he's broken the treaty by pulling all of this out. Hosen says they're actually part of the Righteous Wind Pavilion now, and the scattering slaughter bows are no problem, since they have never left the 9 Dragons County since the treaty. Hyun-yong says that he sure does know his way with words, but surely he didn't think he would buy it. Hosen tells him it's a shame that he won't. Dumpling says there must have been some treaty signed when the Wild Wind squad was disbanded. Woon-hui does find this pretty interesting, but says the more important thing is that these guys are manipulating the situation so that a battle is justified. Hyun-yong laughs, saying that his goal is Woon-hui, who has supposedly defeated his stupid disciple, and that he is going to test whether his son has the right to subjugate the lion or not. Hosen tells him that he'll have to go through him first. Hyun-yong says if that's really what he wants, and their auras start to collide again, and we can see Hosen's in the shape of a snake. Woon-hui sighs, saying that he has no choice. Woon-hui then picks up his spear from the ground and readies it behind him, as he starts charging it up with his own aura, and he blasts it straight up into the sky, dispersing both of theirs, piercing through it, clearing the sky. And Kyujin says they weren't fighting properly yet, but their aura was still so tense, and he managed to break through it. One of the guys says that he wasn't that strong when he saw him in Daocheng County. They wonder when he got this strong. Everybody is kind of anxious. Minky is there too, and he recognizes the cold key. Woon-hui tells his father that Hyun-yong is a guest. Hosen says they are no longer guests the moment they prove themselves as foe. Woon-hui says that he already told him that he was here to see him. Since he is here for him, he is the one who should decide whether he treats him as a guest or not. Hyun-yong is surprised, goes back to chuckling before going into a full-blown laughter, saying that he is quite the bold son since he wants to treat him as a guest. Hosen wonders what Woon-hui is playing at, and decides to get closer, saying that he's sure he's noticed, but that man never knows when enough is enough, asking if he's sure. Woon-hui says he'll try his best, and his father says alright then, and waves his hand as all of the boys that were with him disappear in a flash. Hyun-yong says that if he's treating him as a guest, that means he's willing to be tested by him. Woon-hui says that's true, however, the internal injury he took during special training in Daocheng County has yet to heal, so he's not in the best condition for his test. Hyun-yong says that he's right, and it's pretty bad, and he glares back at his disciples, saying that their opponent was in this condition yet they still lost, and he calls them all fools. Hyun-yong asks if he just wants some time, and Woon-hui says he does. Hyun-yong asks how many days he needs, and Woon-hui says 10. Hyun-yong says that with his clan's knowledge, he should only need 3, but Woon-hui says he needs at least 5. Hyun-yong bargains down to 4, saying that he can't wait any longer, and Woon-hui agrees. Hosen warns him that if he causes any problems within those 4 days, and Hyun-myong tells him that he gets it, and Woon-hui offers to escort him inside. He then asks Gon for a favor. Gon says that the sun's already setting, wondering what he wants. Woon-hui says he needs to check when the thing he ordered will be ready. Gon says okay, and Woon-hui tells Hyun-myong they should head inside. As they do so, they pass by Sumin and Sunyi, who are surprised and immediately greet Hyun-myong. Woon-hui says that he'll tell them to get the food ready, as he's sure he's hungry. Hyun-myong says that he sure does know how to treat a guest, and as they walk by Sunyi, she can't help but think about her father. Later that night, Kyujin sees the two of them, saying that they must have been taken aback. Sumin says not at all. It's a great opportunity to witness the power of the martial masters. Sunyi says that she's just glad Hyun-myong was not interested in her at all. Kyujin says that's right, and Woon-hui just happened to be there. But Hyun-myong showed zero interest in her, despite her being the cause of everything, and maybe he doesn't care about the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor. Sunyi then calls out to her, asking what kind of sword technique Woon-hui uses. She says that Woon-hui's never used the sword though, and she's surprised, saying there's no way. Kyujin says that's strange, as Gon asked her a similar question. Sunyi asks if she means the Fierce Wind Knight. Kyujin says yes, and he is teaching Woon-hui. She recalls Gon asking if she ever taught Woon-hui swordsmanship. She says no, finding the question odd, saying that he never had interest in martial arts when he was younger. Gon says that he's learned the 12 beats of the Violet Tiger without him teaching him, so maybe he really does have hidden connections, like the rumors were saying. She wonders why he's asking, and he says that he took him to the Righteous Wind Pavilion's foundry and he ordered a sword. She's surprised, and Gon says that he also asked to teach him the spear, as well as blunt weapons, but for him to suddenly order a sword, that's why he thought that he might have learned sword techniques before, or that he might have a sword technique he wants to learn. After she tells her all of this, Sunyi asks why he would order a sword when he's never learned sword techniques, and she says that she has no clue. She tells Kyujin she can't hold it anymore, and she needs to talk to him ASAP. Kyujin is confused, but can tell that she's really wanting to, and says that she'll go ask him about it, and she thanks her. Sumin tells Kyujin that she's been staring at him since earlier, and that she's never been interested in anything other than plants and swords, but the way she's watching him she can tell. She also tells her that this is between them, but she wouldn't make a bad wife. Kyujin says that she is the only daughter in a renowned family of many sons, but then whispers something in her ear that we don't get to hear, and she looks surprised. They start looking at her with eyes full of pity. She wonders what the stares are for, and then she hears somebody being greeted at the gate. She wonders who is here at this hour, and it's none other than Chuk-yong. The guy asks where he should get escorted to, and Chuk-yong asks where the second child is. He says he'll guide him to the White Pavilion. Kyujin wonders if he was the one who made the sword, and Sunyi asks who that is. She immediately tells him that he's the one who made her sword too, and they recognize him as the owner of Lu Ban's foundry, and that they think this is their chance to see what kind of sword technique Woon-hui uses, and they decide to follow Chuk-yong. Woon-hui greets him at the pavilion, saying that he didn't expect him to be here himself, and Chuk-yong says he's the one who sent that loser to rush him, but Woon-hui just wanted to check on their progress, since it was close to the date. Chuk-yong says that he only knows how to run his damn mouth, and Woon-hui says if he's here, that only means one thing. Chuk-yong says of course, and that means he's finished the order, and he starts to take the box out of the bag and lift it up, and says as promised, here is the sword that he has ordered, and it sure does look unique. We get a flashback of Moon-hyuk, saying it's been a while since he took on a project this interesting, and that he managed to see through the essence of the Tang clan's martial arts at such a young age, and put all of it into a weapon. And for the main function of the weapon to be a sword, he wonders if Hosen's son will be able to handle it, and he's very curious. Back to Woon-hui holding the sword, Chuk-yong asks if it's to his liking. Woon-hui says this is even better than he expected, and Chuk-yong laughs, saying of course. Woon-hui says while it looks like a fan, it has the functions of a sword, while hiding stealth weapons. And this is exactly what he wanted. The most impressive thing is the balance of its weight. For ordinary metal fans, the weight is focused on the handle part, so that you are able to swing it with speed. But the weight on this is focused on the middle, so that he can use it as a sword. Then he thrusts the air. He then unfolds it to reveal the fan, saying that however, it has been balanced well enough that he can still use it as a fan without a problem. On top of that, as he's touching one of the tips of the fan's blades, he asks if this is made of ivory. Chuck Yong tells him his eye is sharp, and that he used the black mythical element for those parts. Woon Hui finds that surprising, because that's a very rare material that's used for sorcery artifacts. Chuck Yong then tells him that the handle is made from rosewood, and the ghost boy said that means that it is made from iron heartwood, and that it is at least 500 years old. He then goes to talk about the string on the bottom, and Woon Hui can't believe that he used all of these insanely rare materials, and wonders what the hell this dude has created. Chuck Yong says what the important thing is about the product are its features. Its form will change when he pulls on the string on the bottom, telling him to try it. Woon Hui does so, and all of the blades then immediately spring up. He tells him to point it at the ground, then pull on it again. Woon Hui points it down, and then tugs on it, releasing a ton of hidden little darts within the fan that land on the ground. How do they reload this thing? Chuck Yong tells him that the first form sprays out a bunch of needles at once, and he should try the second. He then pulls the second string, and Chuck Yong tells him to point it at the wall. Woon Hui does so, and it shoots out even more needles from the fan, but this time it scatters all the way across, and Chuck Yong says that it is called the rainstorm needle scattershot. Woon Hui says this shit is amazing, and Chuck Yong says the last one is the best. Woon Hui can't believe there's more, and Chuck Yong tells him that the third one is more special. He then pulls on it and notices that it sounds different, asking what it is. Chuck Yong tells him that it's going to explode, and Woon Hui asks what he means, and he says that the weapons he shot out just now will all explode. Woon Hui's taken aback. Chuck Yong laughs, telling him to go ahead and try it. Woon Hui says that's crazy, and he never even thought of such a feature. For such a thing to be possible, he must have planted gunpowder as well as some other reactive materials inside the needles. He says it's an amazing stealth weapon, and it will surprise the enemy twice, and that it's going to be effective and powerful, and this is what the demonic martial arts seeks. He tells him that he's the best, and Chuck Yong says that he knew he would like it. Woon Hui tugs on it, and Chuck Yong smiles. Nothing happens for a second, and they immediately start flying towards him. He immediately whips them all away, and then the ones from the wall start doing the same thing. Woon Hui realizes this is bad, and he keeps it in the fan mode, and starts to imbue it with his aura before he swings forward, deflecting all of the needles. Chuck Yong says he knew he would easily dodge those, and Woon Hui asks what the hell that was, as all of the needles he deflected are now just suspended in the air. Chuck Yong says that he didn't make it on his own, and the man who helped him wanted to test him. Woon Hui says that sure is sly, and Chuck Yong says that he's right. As they all start to have a purple aura leak out from them, Chuck Yong says he's the kind of person who would not be satisfied just with this, as they start pointing at him once more. 15 tells him that's the dark lightning which belongs to the Dark Supreme. Woon Hui can't believe that Manhua helped him make this, and if he planted his dark lightning into those small needles, it means that he has already reached the observer of celestial orbit's realm. Chuck Yong tells him that if he pulls on the string one more time, those things will attack where he is standing right now. Being struck by them will hurt tremendously, and not only that, he won't be able to use martial arts for 10 days. Woon Hui says if there's energy dispersion poison, he wonders if that was also from the Dark Supreme. Even if he were to use the Venom Dragon cultivation technique, he wouldn't even be able to fully counter the Dark Supreme's poison. In other words, if he gets hit with just one of these, he won't be able to do anything about the Northern Sea mythos invading during the festival. Chuck Yong says that he can just step away from there if he's not confident that he can deflect them all. Woon Hui asks what happens to the sword if he does. And Chuck Yong says he's glad he asked, so if he does not pull on the string after some time, or if he has not managed to deflect the dark lightning, the sword itself will explode. Woon Hui's surprised and says that he now understands that both of them are telling him that he needs to prove his worth to wield such a weapon. Since it's made of such amazing materials, he needs to prove that he's qualified. Hosen then asks what he will do as Woon Hui looks up towards the needles and says that he's going to go all in. He can't miss an opportunity for some fun when he has a sword like this. Chuck Yong says that he's always had a good eye for people and starts laughing. Woon Hui begins to release his aura and closes his eyes, readying himself to go all out. As he takes in a deep breath, he exhales, saying that he's about to start, as he starts pouring it into his sword. We see all of the girls watching from over the wall. Sumin says that's hella cool, and Kyu Jin agrees. But Sun Yi tells them that it's actually a sword, and not just a fan. They ask what she means, and she says that again, that is a sword. Sumin asks how that's a sword, when it's clearly a fan though. And Sunyi says that it looks like a fan to her too, but this sword scent coming from it ever since he got his hands on this fan is definitely the scent of a true sword. And the scent tells her that he is a genius swordsman as well. Then the lightning stuff happens, and they wonder what's going on. They all recognize the dark lightning and wonder why it's here. Woonhui raises his sword and starts to grab onto the rope, and readies himself before he tugs it. They all start to home in directly on where he's standing and fly in just as Chuck Yong said they would. They begin going, and Woonhui swings, deflecting the first batch before immediately following up with another swing. He then fans out his sword and starts to get a sharp pain in his wrist, but doesn't stop there as he keeps deflecting them. He says each one has a lot of weight and force to it, and he would not expect any less from the Dark Supreme's lightning. He's taking everything he's got to deflect them. Chuck Yong compliments him, saying that he's got the basics down as the second barrage is now ready. Woonhui says that this is more than earlier, and as they start to fly in, attacking from all sides, he says each attack's angle is lethal and efficient. He can see how systematically calculated every one of these are. It's like when a master is teaching his disciple the sword. These attacks are teaching him the most efficient way of deflecting an enemy's attacks, as he lets out a scream before swinging through, and we see the entire batch of blades this time has been finished. He exhales, thinking that it was only 2, before the dark lightning starts to come back. Woonhui looks surprised as it starts forming the third array of needles, each one slowly starting to open up, looking even more calculated than the last time. But there are hundreds of more needles than there were in the previous 2 combined, as it's blotting out the sky. He says the problem is that the difficulty of these teachings is at an insane level. It's not possible for him to deflect all of these, but with what he is right now. But with his master's sword, he might have a chance. After reincarnating and obtaining a Dantian, he has read his master's techniques, specifically the Heavenly Demon 9/, hundreds of times in the Heavenly Demon archive of his memories. The most overpowered technique among the 9/ is the Mara Thousand Swords form, but with his internal energy, he won't be able to handle the amount of ki the Mara Thousand Swords form requires. So he'll have to adapt to fit him as he is right now. They all start vibrating violently before unleashing their attack, and they all fly directly towards him. He says he'll use Wild Wind to make up for the number of slashes in the form, and Black Dragon Ki Art's Cold Energy to fill the area. As he starts swinging around him, we see it's actually starting to work. As none of the needles have gotten in close, he then swings forward as he's starting to create a barrier in front of him to block the attacks. As if he was creating a net with his sword ki, he then says he needs to make it tighter and faster, just like his master's Mara. He has now made his new version called the Wild Wind Dance Sword Tempest Mara. The needles start bouncing off of his technique, and it does create a wild wind just as the name suggests, as the dust is flying everywhere. We see Woonhui's silhouette, and he says he's passed the test, and he smiles, saying that the sword is now his. Chuck Yong then hands him a box, saying it contains the explosive needles he told him about, and the piece of paper is the recipe for the explosives. Woonhui thanks him for the weapon as well as his teachings. Chuck Yong says he should thank the other guy who helped him for the teachings instead. Woonhui says it's all because he agreed to make the sword that he decided to help. Chuck Yong says he wants to ask him something if he can, and Woonhui tells him to shoot. Chuck Yong says that the wild wind is something only those with remorse in their hearts can properly handle, but his wild wind possesses more than the normal amount of remorse, and he's so young he probably doesn't even know anything about the world, so what makes him so remorseful? Woonhui tells him that it's simply because he's an overthinker. Chuck Yong just takes it as him not wanting to tell him the truth, seeing that everybody has their own heartaches. He asks if it's okay if he names that fan sword. Woonhui says of course while laughing. Chuck Yong says that the movement from just now was like that of a tornado, so they should call it the Calamitous Wind Fan. Woonhui looks down at it and thinks about it before saying that's actually a pretty good name, then he thanks him for bestowing him it. He says the Calamitous Wind instead of the Wild Wind sure is funny. He then looks up towards the sky of the heavenly pavilion in his mind and says that perhaps this is his path. It jumps to an inn, as we see Chuck Yong there. One of the workers tell him there's no seats available, but Chuck Yong tells him that he's already got a room reserved under Lu Ban's foundry. As he's guided to his room, he says there's a ton of guests despite it being so late, wondering if they are here to see Moonhyuk, who we see when the door to his room is slid open, Moonhyuk is sitting there waiting for him. Chukyong says it's embarrassing to see people talking about him like he's a hero, when to him he's just an immature older brother. Moonhyuk asks what took him so long, and he got so bored he had to crack open a drink. Chukyong says he's been working day and night, so no way he'd be quick. Moonhyuk asks how he was, but Chukyong says he knows he was watching. Moonhyuk says he wants to hear his opinion. Chukyong says he'll grow up to be more than the wild wind, and will become the calamitous wind, and will probably sweep through the alliance. Moonhyuk asks what he thinks he'll do once he is through with the storm, pretty much saying what he thinks he'll do once he's done. Chukyong tells him not to worry, as he doubts he will tire out. Moonhyuk wonders why he thinks so, but Chukyong tells him that he'll see himself. His aura was violent and wicked, but his heart is full of resentment. To the point it was crying pitifully, and desperately. Chukyong asks the worker for another bottle, maybe to get him away from the door. But he continues, saying that he is the only one fit to inherit the Wild Wind Squad. Moonhyuk says he's got talent, determination and other stuff that overlap perfectly, even the fact he is Hosen's son. Chukyong can tell that he's hesitating, wondering what he's worried about. Moonhyuk tells him that Woonhui will need to know how to get along with others. His wind will surpass all of those around him. Chukyong says that he might create a path for others, so make him a squad leader, and if he were to do this. But Moonhyuk says that he'd do that if he was the only person he was considering for the role. Chukyong is surprised, asking who else he had in mind for the role. He tells him that he's looking at the Kwangcheng Divine Sword, Chul-san, who Kyujin has a crush on. Chukyong asks if he's out of his damn mind, wanting to have a member of the Kwangcheng sect become the Wild Wind Squad leader. Moonhyuk says that he knows well that Chul-san is considered to be among the strongest swords in the world. So it would be better if they have him on their side than someone else's. Chukyong says it sounds like he's doing it to deepen his relationship to the Tang clan, but also force competition. Moonhyuk laughs, saying he knew he'd understand. Chukyong asks if there's no way for Woonhui to survive, saying it's a shame. Moonhyuk says there is though. He's confused, but Moonhyuk continues saying it's obvious. He just needs to take his position from him, as he pours his drink. Chukyong is surprised. Moonhyuk says there's no need to get along with others if he absorbs everyone else, as the others would have to get along with him. Chukyong says he acts immature sometimes, but he is still a leader for a reason in the end. Moonhyuk's hand starts to tense up, and he drops his cup as his body starts to freeze up. His vision begins tripling, and Chukyong says it's a paralysis poison that knocks out bulls with just a drop, and he'd expect nothing less of his brother. Moonhyuk gets pissed, saying he can handle it, but wonders why he did it. Chukyong laughs, saying that he thought it'd make him have a bit of trouble talking. But he must have been taken aback to not notice it right away. Chukyong then asks him who he thinks gave it to him. Moonhyuk realizes now, and Chukyong asks who he thinks he met on the way here. Moonhyuk is surprised he sold him out, at the entrance to the inn. We see people enter, as they quickly leap up towards the room they are in, the door is kicked down, and a group of people appear behind Chukyong. Moonhyuk says he won't be caught up like this. A woman says they've surrounded the place so he should give up, and that the schedule has been delayed due to his outing, and she calls him grandfather. Back to the girls, Sumin says the Wild Wind dance is amazing, and she's never seen a sword technique like that before. Kyujin says she hasn't either, which surprises her. She says that wasn't the Wild Wind dance, it wasn't even part of their clan's martial arts, wondering where he learned it. Sunyi notices it as well, asking if it doesn't belong to the Tang clan. We see it was a bit before the final barrage, and they wondered if he'd be okay. Kyujin says this is something even a martial master, or someone at the supreme peak would struggle to deflect, so she gets up saying he's going to get hurt. But she is surprised to see the attacks already flying in, and it was when he started his new Tempest Mara, and Sunyi calls it the 10,000 sword scent. Saying it's in full bloom, but ever since he started the technique his scent is unstable. She and Sumin looked worried, asking Kyujin if she'll be fine. But Kyujin says she's never felt such intense bloodthirst before. The blue ghost face root, just calling her blue ghost for now. Says she told her he's the demon king. Kyujin says she's back with that nonsense again, but blue ghost asks why she doesn't believe her now, as he could easily rip her apart. She starts getting scared, and Kyujin tells her to shush. Saying besides the bloodlust, his ki is unstable too. The ghost boys tell Woonhui that he still has spectators. Woonhui says he thought they'd leave when Chukyong did. Go-T says they forgot they were supposed to be spying on him, since they were captivated by the divine cult's Mara. Woonhui says even if the basics were mixed with demonic arts, he put in his own technique so they probably didn't notice. The problem is the consequences of having used Mara without the heavenly demon cultivation technique. Using the Tempest Dance as a vessel for Mara was a success, but the Venom Dragon cultivation technique can't handle the Mara. The Heavenly Demon Divine Slashes was created with the Heavenly Demon cultivation in mind, because of that the bloodlust of the Mara, which should have been restrained, has lost a place to go after the attack. He might be inflicted with key blockage if he doesn't do something about it. He then realizes something, and starts laughing. Before leaping forward, stopping right before the girls, asking how long they intend to stay here. They start panicking since they were caught, and Woonhui starts smiling while laughing, saying that they are the best candidates for suppressing his bloodlust. He just means a duel as they are surprised, and Kyujin asks if he means against all of them. He says yes since it's payment for watching him. She says it's true they were wrong for spying on him, but wonders if he's sure since his ki looks unstable. He says that's exactly why he's asking, because he lacks training in swordsmanship so he needs to fight. People like them, who are experienced with it, are perfect, so he can fully digest the enlightenment he reached. Of course that is true, but it's really so that the Quang-Chang and MA's energies will help melt down his bloodlust. Kyujin says it makes sense, asking the other two what they think. Sumin says that it's true they are wrong for spying on his training, so they'll go with it. Sunyi agrees too. Woonhui laughs ominously, telling them to start then. Kyujin tells him to not push himself too hard, and he says he won't. She readies her blade, saying she's going to start. Then leaps off the ground, coming in with an attack he blocks with his new sword. She then goes for attacks in rapid succession, which he successfully blocks. He then closes the gap, readying himself to attack after finding an opening. Swinging straight towards her head, she narrowly manages to block it. But it sends her sliding backwards, creating distance once more. Realizing she needs to lock in, she starts to use her Quang-Chang Sect aura. Then continues trading blow for blow, just now using her aura. Sumin and Sunyi are confused as to why they are going so hard, when it's meant to be practice. Kyujin goes for rapid thrusts forward towards him. He blocks them all with barely any movement. She is surprised, saying she knew he was improving quickly, but that this is absolutely insane. He's a different person than he was just 2 weeks ago. Also, every time they clash swords, his techniques are becoming more and more refined. He's watching her sword and learning her techniques with each attack. We see her leap backwards to avoid an attack. And when she regains her footing, we see her sweating and gassed out. He thanks her for the practice, saying it was very helpful. She sheathes her blade, saying okay. He then asks who he is fighting next. Sumin sighs, saying if she knew it'd be so intense she'd have said no. Woonhui says he's looking forward to it. She sighs once more, unsheathing her blade, saying a deal is a deal. She points it toward him, saying she'll be going all out off rip. She charges in with a zigzag rush, then starts to raise her blade forward, going for a thrust towards him, but the wind from her attack causes Woonhui to have to block attacks from all over. He low-key starts struggling, and the ghost boys ask if he's alright. Saying as expected of the MA sect, her energy directly counters his. Woonhui says he knew this would happen, which is why he asked for it. Thankfully, the Mara's bloodlust has yet to turn into demonic energy, so her energy won't inflict any internal injuries on him. However, he can feel that he is losing a ton of his energy with each and every clash, with his hands being shaky. They both start to charge in for another clash, and he says that even though their energies are opposites, hers is even worse, which is why he needs to find a way around it, so he can counter it. The MA sect's swordsmanship is impressive too, even when not considering the sword energy. The MA sect is made up of only women. Their sword techniques make sure to compensate for women's lack of strength compared to men, while utilizing their expertise. Because of their smaller statures, they tend to swing low to avoid attacks, and use their balance to their advantage, while not allowing for a drawn-out battle. Woonhui says learning this will be insanely useful against people larger than himself. He then leaps off the ground, starting to slowly push her back with his attacks now, putting her on the defensive. He swings with a behind-the-back attack, that is aimed directly towards Sumin's throat. But he stops right before hitting her, and she sighs, saying it's enough and she's tired. Woonhui thanks her, and she says he's too obsessive with the sword, and he definitely won't be popular with women like this. Sunyi walks up, saying it's interesting. He wasn't born talented, and that Kyujin was the one born with the talent. If she considers talent alone, he is no better than a normal disciple in her sect, but regardless of this, when she watched both of them fight him, She watched him slowly make their techniques their own. The speed at which he learns is not something someone with talent can imitate. He's able to do this because his understanding of the sword is incredibly high. But he is an adept with the sword, physically, so how can his understanding of it be so deep? She then notices something, as his sword scent becomes stronger now that she's closer. She tells him that isn't how he's meant to do it. He asks what she means. She says that if he manipulates it like that, he'll harm his scent. He shouldn't try suppressing it, he needs to maintain a balance of letting it in and out. He asks what she means by sword scent. She then snaps out of it, saying it's nonsense, so ignore it all. Woonhui recalls reading a book in the divine cult, that there's an ability of the Shema clan that lets them detect others' talents. Wondering if this is what it is, saying the Clear Heaven's Sword Emperor is a sword master comparable to his own master, so he can't ignore her ability. He thinks about it, then asks if he just needs to maintain letting it in and out. Wanting her to explain it in more detail, she is surprised, as if he's the only person who thinks she isn't crazy. She instantly calls out to Suman. And she tells her to just keep it easy to understand. She then turns back, saying it's like a consumable item. Then starts to put it into an essay. The TLDR is that if it's all used up it won't come back, but if he leaves it unused for a long time it'll become more helpful when put into the sword. Suman can't believe she's yapping like this. But Sunyi looks so happy to explain it to him. Woonhui, though, just wonders what the hell she is saying. It jumps to Woonhui finally going to meet with Humyong, saying he's late after all that shit, and he hopes he doesn't get lectured for it. He apologizes to Humyong, but Humyong laughs, saying that he finally made it. He says all of that bickering in the garden when he has a guest waiting is crazy work. Woonhui says that there were lots of things he had to prepare in order to meet with one of the greatest martial masters. He's just glad Humyong isn't upset. Humyong says that was quite the preparations, and that he's gotten much stronger in just 2 hours, as he came back with some real claws. Woonhui asks if he can tell. Humyong asks how many battles he thinks he's been in. Even one of the 10 greatest martial masters wouldn't have been in as many battles as he has. Woonhui says it makes sense for someone who started as a vagabond and made it to this point. While he seems simple, he shouldn't underestimate him. Woonhui says his attitude makes him curious, wondering if he can ask a question. Humyong laughs, asking what he wants to know. Woonhui then asks what made him really come here. Humyong slams his cup, asking if he thinks he's a liar. And if he thinks he would actually lie to a child. He begins releasing aura. Woonhui says it sure is no joke. Humyong says it's interesting, saying he assumes he has a reason to think he's lying. He says to tell him what his reasoning in, depending on what it is he will test him now, rather than in 4 days. Dumpling calls him rude, and Goatee says he can't handle him right now. Woonhui says that he will tell him why he thinks there's another reason for his visit. A Grand Martial Master of Murim has come to the 9 Dragons Division, where a great festival will begin, and it was done without any notice. He's sure that he's aware of the consequences that has. If he's here for the sake of his lion sex honor, he would have come at a different time. So the only reason for him to be here now is because he needed to be here. He wants something he doesn't have yet, but Moonhyuk has managed to obtain, which is the observer of celestial orbits. He assumes he wants clues to reach that realm. Humyong instantly stops releasing his aura, saying that he probably should have been smarter against the Tang clan guys. Woonhui says he'll assist him if there's something he can help with, wondering what he needs. The ghost boys can tell he's hesitating, and Goatee says it makes sense he'd be prideful, but he's misunderstanding. Humyong then says that he's already aware he was once a vagabond. Every day was a fight for his life, but he managed to establish a sect and got to the place he is today. However, a year ago he realized his limits. As we see him on his knees, asking how the gap between them could be so large, and he is asking the Sword Emperor the difference between the two of them. The Sword Emperor says that his ultimate blade has just barely managed to reach martial peak. He can't even see what's below his feet, so why does he think he can achieve the celestial orbit realm? Humyong is surprised, asking if that realm truly does exist. The Sword Emperor says that he needs to chase the trajectories of the stars, that follow the course of the spherical heavens, and read the divine will of the heavens, allowing himself to absorb heavenly ki in his dantian. He turns back towards Humyong, telling him that the realm is a real thing. Humyong says the way he looked at him haunts him. It was full of nothing but pity, and not just for beating him. But it was genuine pity towards him. An emotion stronger than humiliation and shame took over him that day, growing his desire for power. He then went into isolation training, and he poured his all into his golden lion blade, he made when he was a vagabond. But he realizes it was way too shallow compared to the martial arts of others created by generations of martial arts. This is when he felt envy for the renowned clans and sects he's never been a part of. Coincidentally, it is when Woonhui bodied his disciples. He heard that he's done something similar to the demonic cult too. So he thought that the Tang clan with Moon Hyuk, who is considered equal or better to the Sword Emperor, would have the claws that he could not obtain. Yesterday when he tested him he was made certain. Now as well, he can tell he has claws. Countless martial artists die without obtaining it. Most don't even know how to achieve it. And that he is one of those people. Woonhui is surprised, as he didn't think he'd be this honest. Humyong says that's the reason he's here. He needs help to find the claws. Go T says for a supreme martial master to admit his faults, but also to ask for help is crazy. Woonhui says he truly doesn't care for pride. Humyong is a culmination of raw desire for strength. He hasn't seen a man like this in a long time. He tells Humyong he'll help him. Humyong asks if he's serious, but Woonhui says he has a condition. Humyong asks what it is. Woonhui says he wants to borrow his ultimate blade. Humyong asks what he means. Woonhui says that he doesn't know when, but the Lion Blade King's claws will have tremendous value at some point. Humyong laughs, saying he makes it sound like he's already obtained them. Woonhui doubles down, telling him that he is serious. He knows for a fact he will acquire them. Humyong is speechless, then laughs loudly, saying it's interesting he'd say that without any proof. He slams the table, saying surely he knows it's not something he can lend when he wants. Woonhui says of course if someone as renowned as him just took favors without thinking of the consequences there's be issues. But Humyong says that if he considers him an older brother it won't be any trouble at all. Woonhui asks him if he heard that right, and he and the ghost boys wonder what the hell Unk just said. It then jumps to Jinbi and Minky, as Jinbi tells him he told him to be careful of his actions. Asking why he's so late. Minky sighs, and Jinbi asks why he's acting this way to his superior. Minky starts to release aura, making Jinbi freak out. Asking what's wrong with his eyes. Jinbi then begins to freeze over, before shattering on the floor. A man enters, laughing saying that's a savage way to take care of that problem, as there are many eyes here. Minky says it doesn't matter, as everyone here will die, and he's starting early. The man then shifts into Jinbi's appearance, saying he's got a lot of work cut out for him. Asking about the thing he checked out. Minky says that there's no weak point at all. They then wonder if there was a leak, saying it might be too dangerous to go after Woonhui. Minky glares at him, asking if he thought he wouldn't calculate the risk. Fake Jinbi says he's sorry for crossing the line. Minky warns him not to do it again. Fake Jinbi says he won't. Then a woman enters the room. She is part of the 12 Black Spectres, the Blue Bone Merchant. She says there's an order. She then begins to put her hands together, as a giant face appears out of her aura into the room. They both immediately kneel, greeting the Mythos leader, who asks them how their preparations are going. Minky says that their white-handed squads have gotten together. Once they get the order they will begin the holy war with smiles on their faces, accepting martyrdom. Not the COD perk. The Mythos leader then gives them their order to start the first chapter in their holy war. The leader says that this is for the sake of sending a gift to an enemy they haven't seen in decades, so decapitate one of the Tempest swordsman's children, and put their head on a stick. Asking if it can be done. Minky says of course. The leader says they are looking forward to it. Before they stop their weird possession thing. Minky then tells fake Jinbi, who is Red Bone, to gather everyone, as tonight they are going to ambush Woonhui. It jumps to Woonhui being informed by Gui Jaggle about how the Northern Sea Mythos leader is here. Woonhui says it was earlier than he expected, even though he knew he was here. He's playing it off. Woonhui asks if keeping an eye on them is too much, but Gui Jaggle says they'll all end up dead. Woonhui says he doesn't want to assume the leader is going to do anything until the day of the festival. Gui Jaggle says that's good, and the rats have infiltrated and have begun their activities. Woonhui says it's interesting that they've started to work even though the patriarch isn't here yet. They probably gave up on the assassination plan when White Bone died. An assassination doesn't work when they know their plan after all. But it's not like they can give up, as their goal is to plant a seed of fear of the demon cult in the Zhongyuan, as well as to prevent the patriarch from creating a new squad. If his predictions are correct, then they'll try to start a head-on battle when the festival is at its peak. Gui Jaggle says they were thinking the same, but Woonhui cuts him off saying he must be confused on why the rats are already acting up. Gui Jaggle says exactly, he can't find out why they need to start now. Woonhui says they want to humiliate the Tang clan for having seen through their plans, and intimidate them. Gui Jagal asks why they'd give up their advantage just to intimidate them. Woonhui says that's just who they are. The most effective target would be the branch clan head, the one leading the festival. But it'd be too hard to kill him, so he'll assume they are after him instead. Gui Jagal asks how it feels to be a target. Woonhui says it's not a big deal. Gui Jagal starts fangirling, saying he's so fit to be a leader. Woonhui says nah. He reads the board, saying there's something he needs Gui Jagal to do. He smiles, saying since he's the target he will take this opportunity to use them instead. It jumps to the women at the night market. Sumin says the Tang clan is so much better when it comes to festivals. Kyujin says she meant to bring them here yesterday, but couldn't because of Woonhui. Sumin says having a duel like that day one is exhausting. Sunny though says it was nice, and Sumin barks at her and says no the hell it wasn't. Kyujin tells them both to enjoy themselves. Sumin says okay and they start to go around eating food, trying on masks, and Kyujin says she wishes her siblings could hang out like this too. She wonders how Yu Chong is doing right now. Sumin tells her she wants to go to the next spot, and when she starts walking Blue Ghost starts to react. She wonders what's going on, and Sumin, as well as Sunny, ask if she felt that too. They all then start leaping towards it. They land roughly where they sensed it, wondering if they were too slow. Sunny, though, says something is off. Because there are 0 presences around here. Kyujin says it's not that crowded usually, but it doesn't make sense for there to be nobody. She realizes it's a trap, saying they all need to get out of here. But before they can, 3 assailants appear from the rooftops. Each of the women block their attackers, ready for a scrap, causing them to distance themselves. Kyujin says based on their cold demonic energy, it's the North Sea mythos that Woonhui fought. Minky approaches them, saying as expected of the future leaders of the Sichuan Murim. As he starts to drop his disguise, he says they block their attacks so easily. Kyujin gets a shiver down her spine, saying he is at least supreme peak level. Minky instantly gets behind them, saying that there's no point in being nervous. He approaches Sumin, saying that the MA Sex anti-demonic sword will be annoying to deal with. So he plans to deal with her first. He puts his palm on her chest, making her begin to spit up blood, before he pushes through with his palm, sending her flying so fast all that's left is a shockwave from where she was standing. Sunyi yells out towards her, and Minky says that the daughter of the 9 Dragons clan, and the Sword Emperor's daughter should do. They both start to leap towards him, as their blades both cross towards his neck. He raises his hands, blocking both of them easily. It causes a bit of an internal backlash to both Kyujin and Sunyi. He then follows up, by hitting both of them in the chest with the same attack he hit Sumin with too, but they just fall to the floor instead of being deleted. Sumin then yells out for the 2 of them, as he slowly approaches her. She asks what he's planning to do with her, and he stomps his foot telling her to shut up, as the pressure begins forcing her to the floor. He says she needs to go tell the 9 Dragons clan that if they want these 2 women back, to send Woonhui to him alone. They then run off. After kidnapping Sunyi and Kyujin, Sumin begins panting while blood pours from her mouth. And she falls backwards onto the floor. She reaches into her robe, and sighs. Before pulling out a flute, and she starts to blow into it. Saying she's not going to forgive him if he fails. Of course she's talking about Woonhui. Later we see her laying in a bed in the guest room, and Gon says he's finally here. Woonhui asks how she is. He says she has external wounds, and ice poison. Because she used the great closed pulse method the poison isn't spreading, but it's bad. Woonhui says that's because the Tang clan doesn't have the means to treat it. The physician says they don't. Woonhui says that if it was an ordinary poison they'd be fine, but the heart-corroding ice poison, the North Sea mythos have is hella different from normal ice poison. He tells them to move out of the way, as he'll treat her. Goatee says this is way worse than Beg Zan's poison though. Dumpling says she's only alive because of her own intervention. Woonhui puts his hand on her chest, saying that the great closed pulse method is a way to force all of your veins and meridians, and dantian to close. It's very effective in shutting poison down, but it renders the user unconscious. Because of that it cannot be undone unless someone helps you. We get a flashback to Woonhui informing the women that if they run into the North Sea mythos, they won't try to kill them with swords, but with the ice poison instead, and if they think it's too dangerous to run. But Kyujin says she's fine, as do Sumin and Sunyi. Kyujin says it's not like he suggested this without a solution for the ice poison. Woonhui says they can stop it from spreading if they use the great closed pulse method. As long as they are alive he can treat it. Sumin says that means they just need to use it the moment they are poisoned. Woonhui says that's right, and she asks why he's looking at her like that when he suggested it. He says that he didn't think they'd agree to such a dangerous plan so easily, when they just met for the first time. She says it wasn't an easy one to make, she just decided that he's trustworthy from their duel yesterday. Then laughs warmly, saying it means he cannot fail. Woonhui says she trusted him, so he needs to keep his promise, and the energy he feels from the ice poison, he can tell that Minky has something he recognizes. Woonhui gets excited, saying that he's carrying it around since he can sense it, but he cannot make it his. Sumin slowly opens her eyes, calling out towards him. He asks if she's alright, she says she did trust him, but he didn't mention anything about a Supreme Peak Realm martial artist. Woonhui asks if he said anything to her. She tells him what he said, and Woonhui asks where he needs to go. She says he actually didn't say, and he might just be slow in the head. Woonhui says he might just be testing them. She asks what he means. He says he's testing whether the Tang clan has the power to find out where he's located or not. She asks if he can do it, he says of course. He asks Gon where he's at. Gon says that boy is in the interrogation chamber of the Righteous Wind Pavilion. Sumin grabs her blade, saying that's impressive, and she will join him. Woonhui says that she's not fully recovered from the Great Closed Pulse method, or the ice poison. She says that she cannot wait here for them to come back. Woonhui says if she really wants to, asking the physician if they still have some revitalization orbs, saying he needs them. Woonhui hands one to her, saying that the poison will slightly paralyze her nerves to trick her into forgetting her exhaustion. Woonhui says in return for helping her move around like nothing happened, she might feel even more exhausted or like there is fog in her mind once it's over, wondering if she's okay with this. She says it's better than nothing, and she wants it. Then 2 hours later at the Gold Sword Sect's manor, Gon says they've confirmed the corpses of the servants of the Gold Sword Sect. This is where the guy they had in the interrogation chamber ended up narking about. 15 warns him there's an array set up. Woonhui says he assumes it's the Northern Wind Blizzard prison array. He tells Gon and the rest to stand by until further orders. Gon tells him not to be afraid to use his signal, as he will assist him instantly. Woonhui laughs, saying he's such a worrywart. He leaps off saying he'll be back. As he starts heading into the manor, he passes through the array, as 15 says it's been activated. The entire area around Woonhui slowly turns into that of a blizzard, befitting of the name. Woonhui says this array is something the North Sea mythos created after years of research. It makes you lose sense of direction so you end up with hypothermia. For those of the Northern Sea mythos, it's an advantageous battlefield since they can use cold ki. As he gets attacked by vampires, what the hell is going on? Woonhui pulls out the fan, and he starts ripping apart the vampires one after the other, with complete ease in their own battlefield. Woonhui says they are nothing compared to Beg Zan. And that Minky is the one he needs to actually deal with, as he approaches him. He says he is here alone as requested, asking where the women are. Minky says he thought it was strange. Woonhui asks what he means. Minky says he ordered the White Hand squads to get rid of the essential members of the Nine Dragons clan. He was curious to see how long it would take him to reach him in the chaos. However, it seems that everyone has failed. The divine cult's great tactic to conquer Zhongyuan, they've been planning, was dismantled easily. Not only did he understand the strategy, which takes even the renowned members of the divine cult a while to understand, yet he's used it against them. It's impossible unless he was the one who came up with the plan to begin with. He starts to think about it, but smiles, saying it's impossible, no matter how many times he tells himself that's nonsense. But he also cannot reach a single other conclusion. Woonhui asks what the hell he's talking about. Minky says it's simple, he is actually young Woonhui, asking if he's wrong. Woonhui sits there for a second, then smiles saying he got him and he readies his fan. But it goes to Q Jin who is waking up, and Jinbi approaches her, saying she's finally awake. She recognizes him, and Red Bone says he forgot, as he undoes his disguise. Q Jin says that this aura is just like White Bone's. He says she's definitely smart, and he'd expect no less from a Quang Cheng disciple. He tells her is the Red Bone Terror, though he is also the Black Bone Ghost Valley Master. She realizes she cannot move her body at all. He says she caught on quickly, and this is his sorcery. She tells him to get his dirty ass hands away from her. He calls her loud while squeezing her face, saying she should take after her little friend. As we see Sun Yi laying there without saying a word. Red Boner says she's been quiet ever since she woke up, saying it sure is nice. He then senses something. This was when the array was activated as Woonhui entered it. Red Bone says that it seems like Woonhui has come to save them. He asks them if they are excited. Or if they feel hope. He laughs, saying they shouldn't worry. As once this is all over, he'll make them both into living Jiangshi. He then closes the door. Kyujin asks Sunyi if she's alright. She says that she is. Kyujin then says that the security is really tight, and probably multiple people like Red Bone here, also all of the arrays. Sunyi says she can't move because of the sorcery, but also the ice poison is slowly spreading. Kyujin says it's looking pretty bad. Sunyi then asks her if she thinks that Sumin is fine. Kyujin says that Woonhui probably took care of her, which Sunyi hopes so too. They decide to wait for Woonhui as planned, and it doesn't work. They can do plan B. Back to Minky being told he was right. He calls him Yun Woonhui, but Woonhui corrects him. Minky says it again, and Woonhui rage baits him, saying he still has no clue what he means. Minky grabs his blade, telling him to stop playing dumb. Then swings forward towards him. Woonhui braces himself against the cold force, and says it's the demonic blade, also called the life-stealing sword. It's a treasure of the blade demon the North Say mythos created from multiple thousand-year-old ice crystals, and it has a ton of yin energy concentrated in it. Which to him, is a whole damn miracle medicine. Goatee says that nobody else would say that. Minky says that at first he hated that he shared names with the one he despised, afterwards he was Seuss because he knew about the divine cult, and saved the demon god mythos. But now that he is standing before him, he can tell based on his arrogant attitude, tone and everything else. Bro is his number one hater, for being so observant. Minky yells saying he knows it is him. Woonhui sighs, saying he didn't know he liked him that much. Minky's blood begins to boil. Woonhui says he thought he wanted him dead, since he can't become the young leader when he's alive. Then asks if he thinks he can become the young leader now, but says that he wouldn't be here doing this if he could. Then says shit, he hasn't changed whatsoever. This begins to cut into Minky. He yells, saying that based on his insult he really is Yun Woonhui, then starts chanting his name over and over. Woonhui says to stop, as that shit is creeping him out. Minky then yells, raising his sword into the air, causing the blizzard around them to start to get sharper. As more of the vampire dudes appear from everywhere, now Woonhui is being surrounded. Minky says he surely already knows that they are invincible within this array. So he will face a pathetic death here within this blizzard. Woonhui says he seems to be the one mistaken. Minky asks what he means. Woonhui says that if he was able to tell that he is Yun Woonhui, then he should have been more careful of the array that he was going to use. As the ground begins breaking, the vampires are caught off guard by the cracks appearing. As their entire array starts to collapse, Woonhui says a shitty array like this is nothing to him. He doesn't want the yin energy used to form it to go to waste though. He starts to use his Phantom King Tome, the demonic eye's purple veil of oblivion. Woonhui says he'll put it to good use, as he forms his own array, the evil demon hell array. Minky is taken aback, as not only did he dismantle theirs instantly, but he also constructed his own. One of the vampires start to spit up blood, and they now realize he has put poison in his array. Minky yells out to him, and Woonhui says to stop calling his name already, saying they are here to fight. The vampires say that the young master's health will be compromised, so they need to jump Woonhui now. As they are all now leaping towards him, he swipes his fan saying they are all stupid. He instantly cuts one in half, then leaps into the air, saying their attacks would probably have worked in the blizzard, as it'd have been hard to see. But he says that doesn't apply now, as he can see them perfectly fine. Minky recognizes the energy he is forming. Woonhui shoots out his Mara sword Tempest that he used against Moonhyuk's test. The Mara starts to absolutely decimate the entire vampire group, ripping them to shreds. Even Minky has to block his attack. He grunts his teeth, and when he finally fights it off, he is too late, as all of his men are now cut into chunks, as the snow is now painted red. Woonhui raises his fan, showing he's ready to blast once more. Minky begins to deal with his inferiority complex once more, and screams, leaping at Woonhui, who blocks his attack with his sword. As Minky screams his name once again, Minky says he doesn't know how he's able to use internal energy, but he is still much better than he is. As Woonhui is forced to create distance, Woonhui slides backwards, catching his footing, then asks him if he is happy. This sends Bro over the edge, as he charges straight back in. He goes for a spinning backslash, which Woonhui blocks with his blade. Rather, he deflects the attack. Minky then starts channeling aura on his palm. Woonhui spots it, before dodging underneath the attack, returning with a low sweep to his legs. As Minky is starting to fall down, Woonhui charges in with a shoulder bash, sending him backwards, as now he is having to regain his footing. Woonhui refuses to lose the tempo, but Minky can't allow that, so he stomps forward, shattering the floor. An ice shard forms upwards towards Woonhui, making him jump to avoid it. As he is flipping in the air, he swaps back to the fan mode, tugging on the rope, shooting out a whole barrage of needles. Minky starts blocking his attack, but of course he cannot get all of them. 3 needles pierce into his shoulder. It causes Minky's sword to drop a bit, as he now realizes they have been poisoned. Woonhui asks how his soul-shattering sand taste. He takes the tempo back, making Minky have to defend against his attacks. Minky asks how he's losing, when Jacka is nowhere near his level in martial arts. He spots Woonhui's smiling face, and he cannot believe that he is being looked down upon. As he starts to have another bout with his inferiority complex, saying that Woonhui must be comparing him to the martial masters he fought as the young leader, and that he's belittling him for just barely passing the early Supreme Peak realm. He releases an aura that causes Woonhui to have to distance himself, asking if he doesn't think he's a worthy opponent. Minky tightens his grip on his sword, then screams while leaping towards him. As he follows through with the swing, he then sees his own arm is actually the one flying in the air now. Minky asks how, as we see a massive bright light that causes an explosion, as tons of dust is now kicked up. Minky's blade swirls in the air, before stabbing itself into the ground. Woonhui asks if he understands now why he didn't use the evil ghost war robe from the start, but says he would probably need more time to understand it. Minky holds onto his nub, trying to stop the bleeding, asking if he baited him into a large attack, asking why. Woonhui chuckles, saying he got that part at least. When Minky fully committed to the attack, Woonhui says he made him think that he was going his fastest until now, which is how he got the upper hand on him, literally. He says he let his guard down, and it must be because his ego grew as his martial realm did. He should have kept his guard up the moment he realized he wasn't wearing his evil ghost war robe, calling him an idiot. When Woonhui displays it, it cements the fact to him that it truly is the young leader. Minky says the society allowed him to reach the early Supreme Peak. Plus Woonhui is nothing compared to how he used to be in terms of strength, and his martial realm is leagues below his too. So why, despite all of the struggles he's been through, can he still not defeat him, even though he is so much stronger than he is in this moment? His worldview begins to completely collapse, as he is now starting to release aura just like Begzan did. Back to Kyujin, saying that now the demonic martial artists have begun moving, it's her time. We hear Huan giving the signal to her, and she sighs, saying that Woonhui must forget she is from a Buddhist sect since he is using a jiangshi. She also eats the pill he gave her. She recalls Woonhui saying the Righteous Wind Squad will take care of the others, but she will need to deal with those standing guard. She spots 3 of them, and charges in towards the 3 of them. She instantly stabs one in the stomach. They now realize it's an ambush, but also she is from the MA sect. With one down, she pulls her sword out of his chest. She jumps to the next, saying there are 2 more remaining. But this one manages to block her attack, allowing the last remaining one to attack from behind. But Huan flies in, slicing his back to save her. The guy she is fighting starts cursing at her, and she says his language sure is fitting for a demonic martial artist. The guy starts to lose the bout, before we hear Red Bone saying he knew she'd come. She freezes up, and in this time the guy she was fighting hits her in the side. Red Bone double checks she is alone, saying that's a mistake. She sighs, saying things aren't working out so easily. Red Bone asks again why she came alone, and that she is gravely underestimating them. As he rings his bell, he begins to speak enchantment table. It flies towards Suman. She fights back against it. Red Bone says he doesn't know why he tried, because he didn't think that would work. He sends forward the vampire dudes, who she clashes blades with. She says she cannot defeat them with her anti-demonic energy alone, wondering what she should do. She pushes back the original one, going for the one to her side, taking advantage that he wasn't expecting her. She then realizes something from trading blows, and that is their techniques are the same as what Woonhui fought them with, saying that is crazy. She gains some confidence, then pushes back all of them near her. When one of them is reeling from the attack, we see Huan overhead, who swoops down, deleting this dude's inside. Red Bone for him to find the beast Jiangshi he was looking for. It sure is a welcome coincidence. He rings the bell once more, but unlike Suman, this is effective against Huan. As he stumbles, flying into the wall, Suman sees it and wants to help. But Red Bone tells her that she needs to focus on herself. Back inside the room with the girls, Kyujin wonders if Woonhui is outside due to the vibrations. Sunyi says no, and that this scent is Suman's. Kyujin wonders why she's here and not Woonhui. Sunyi tells her she smelled him too, but it isn't him. She says that it smells a bit odd. Kyujin says it must be his bird that's here. She says she can faintly smell Woonhui's scent, but he's far away. There's also some from the Righteous Wind squad too. But she doesn't smell any other scents nearby. Kyujin asks if it's really just the bird and Sumin. Sunyi says yes and looks nervous. Since she probably hasn't recovered much energy yet. Kyujin goes into what I assume is her upper dantian, calling for the blue ghost. She asks her what she needs. She asks if she can control her body if she lends it toward her. Blue ghost starts cackling, asking if she's out of her mind. Kyujin says to answer her. Blue ghost says of course, ignoring sorceries and the ice poison is simple, although her body will be messed up after. Kyujin says if she can save her friends, it doesn't matter. Blue ghost asks if she's serious. Kyujin says yes and Blue ghost says she is happy if she can just fight. She opens her eyes inside of Kyujin's eyes. Sunyi feels the energy, asking if she just gave her body up. Blue ghost stands up now, saying she can't figure her out at all. She calls Red Bone stupid, saying he needed to take their weapons too. She then picks up Sunyi, saying she got the little kid as promised. She asks Sunyi who the strongest person is here, and Sunyi says he's right outside the building. Blue ghost swings her blade, sending out a giant energy slash. It shatters the wall behind Red Bone. Sumin realizes what it is now, as the debris is flying from the attack. Blue ghost leaps out of it, landing in the courtyard. Sumin is happy, before Sunyi gets thrown at her. She catches her as she is still paralyzed. She asks if she's okay, but Sunyi just wants the sorcery to be undone. She says that she knows they are in a hurry, but starts to do it. As Blue ghost charges at Red Bone blocks the attack, saying he didn't expect her to have a soul streak. Blue ghost then kicks him straight in the head. One of the vampires is watching it, but Sunyi and Sumin deal with him using a combo attack. They then all three start jumping Red Bone, each one of their blades piercing his chest. He then releases his aura, forcefully creating distance. He takes the chance saying that Minky probably killed the sun by now, so he needs to get to him. But Juan flies in with a sideline, causing him to fall back to the floor. The girls then take the chance to follow up, as they all cleave through him now, cutting him to pieces. Back to Woonhui's fight, we see 4 ice lances formed from the ground. He distances himself, as Minky is now standing directly before him. Bro has created an ice arm, kinda cool not gonna lie. Woonhui says he's now made his attack pointless. Minky comes in with a follow-up attack. Woonhui puts his hands up to block this, but that shit is mad heavy, sending him flying backwards. The ghost boys ask if he's fine. He says that he is, but didn't see that coming. Minky is now going for another follow-up. Woonhui compliments him, saying he's better at fighting when his brain is off. He uses his shadow step to dodge this attack. Woonhui says that it makes sense the only reason he could fight against him despite being a lower martial level is because he was only using Northern Sea Mythos attacks, meaning he could predict it and fight back. However now, that is not the case at all. As his current attack patterns are entirely random, they are purely off instinct. He's also used up too much energy on his Mara. He says he's a bit annoyed, as he thought it would be easy. He then starts to run for it, creating a ton of distance. But Minky doesn't give him a chance to breathe. Woonhui pulls the rope, causing the needles in his arm to explode. His goal right now is Minky's sword, as he finally reaches it, then uses it to kill his momentum. He says that he really wanted to play it safe. He starts to release his aura, saying now he has no choice. As he crushes the sword that is full of yin energy. As the sword's pieces begin floating around, we see Woonhui's hand emanating a blue aura now. Dumpling asks if he's really going to use the sword as a miracle medicine. Woonhui says he said it earlier. Dumpling says he did, but it's a shame as it's such a good sword. Woonhui says it isn't enough, as Minky starts hulking out of his clothes, as he lets out a bestial roar during his transformation. Woonhui says just recovering his internal energy won't be enough. The ghost boys asks if he's about to do what they think he is, as cultivating mid-battle is just wanting a death wish. Woonhui says that only if he were to use a regular method. Minky comes in with an attack, smashing the ground that Woonhui is standing upon. But we see that he has got past Minky. The ghost boys say that he is actually fighting while cultivating. Goatee says it might be the Wudong's dual internal energy art. Minky, seeing Woonhui dodge, turns around toward him. He swings wildly all around, but Woonhui starts to dodge the attacks while preparing a counter. He raises his fingers into the air, as his magic imprisonment chains fly out past Minky. Woonhui tries to catch him again, but Minky backpedals. And then dodges the follow-up as well. The ghost boys ask if he's really using sorcery. He is cultivating, using martial arts and sorcery all in tandem right now. Which is unheard of. Woonhui says in his past life, he could only perform sorcery, so he focused on this cultivation technique, in order to raise the speed of his sorcery activation, for his succession rivalry. Which is the Wudong Sex Dual Internal Energy Art. It allows the user to split their personality into two so that the user may have to thought processes at the same time. While it doubles your thinking speed, it also places a heavy burden on the upper dantian, so if things go wrong, it leads to serious harm. But what if his upper dantian could endure more than just double speed? It was a challenge he could consider because he had a malformed upper dantian that was abnormally large. So theoretically, if he could stack the use of the art, he could continue to divide himself. By 2 to 4, 4 to 8 and so on, it would be the same as him having multiple parallel cognition, which he has managed to do and dubbed it the divided mind art. He launches his chains out once more towards Minky. The ghost boys though, are still in shock, saying he hasn't recovered his past life's upper dantian yet, but he is capable of so much in an early stage. Woonhui says it's a matter of time. He needs to evade the best he can and minimize the energy for healing while maximizing the energy absorbed. The dilemma he has though, is that there is so much cold ki in the blade, really befitting of a treasure. While he is having trouble digesting it, he sees someone in front of him demonstrating how to handle the cold ki. He's lost his mind, and is coming at him like a beast, so there's no better textbook to learn than this. Minky continues his wild attacks, then starts to let out another primal roar. Woonhui asks if he's fighting with his stank breath, saying he needs to show him some martial arts. He starts to divide his mind up even more, saying that he has to analyze his movements, then change them to fit him better. He swings his chains towards his head, which Minky dodges underneath. Then leaps off the ground, coming in for an attack during this opening. Woonhui can't counter yet, so he backpedals to create distance. He then leaps backwards, giving even more space. He begins pouring his aura into the ground. As they shoot out towards Minky, Woonhui then readies another chain, shooting it forward with his aura attack, now taking the advantage in the fight. As he dashes through, getting a deep cut in Minky's side. Woonhui lands from his dash, saying that he is now getting an idea on how to handle the cold ki. As it begins forming in his dantian, again the boys can't believe he is cultivating mid-battle. Woonhui says that he needs to adapt Minky's method of handling cold ki to fit him. And absorb the venom dragon cultivation technique through his black dragon ki arts. Which will let it evolve into a unique cultivation method for him. His evolved central dantian will affect the upper dantian too. His aura starts to have an explosive reaction, as his upper dantian is evolving just as he had predicted, with him starting to undergo a transformation. We see his eyes now purple, and his hair is white, as he has 100% succeeded. The boys comment on how his hair looks like it used to. But also he has a ton of spectral and demonic ki emanating from him. His aura is just overwhelming right now. It is as if he himself is now an incarnation of Mara. Just his aura starts to pressure Minky, as Woonhui slowly walks towards him now. He pulls out his fan mode, and slices forward with it. Minky blocks the attack, but it cuts through his defense. Woonhui swings down, again piercing his defense. Woonhui then goes into an X/attack, but these attacks start to combo together, creating a cage around Minky. Woonhui puts it back into its sword form, then thrusts forward towards his Mara prison. As his aura begins to zap Minky as if it were lightning. All of the aura dissipates, as Minky drops to his knees, completely bald now. Woonhui thanks him for the lesson, then cuts his head off, saying he can't let him live any longer. Sending Minky's blood flying across the snow, Woonhui watches it fly through the air too, and the ghost boys say that he defeated an opponent of the Supreme Peak Realm despite the chaotic situation, and they don't think anyone else could advance as fast as him. Woonhui says he doesn't need them to be kiss asses, and he has to review his technique since it was rushed. He hasn't reached the Supreme Peak yet, but he managed to absorb the Extremian energy. He can also use his divided mind art for a bit, even if it's not for long. The ghost boys say it's pitiful that one of the 10 pillars has fallen like this. Woonhui asks how, as he brought it upon himself. He grew stronger by depending on the society. If he had gotten to the Supreme Peak with his own prowess, it had not have ended like this. Despite his flaws, he was one hell of an opponent. He needs to go treat Sun Yi and his sister, so he undoes his newly found transformation. He then uses his eyes to undo the array he is in, allowing him to escape from the blizzard prison. As the ground transitions into the courtyard, he spots Sumin standing before him. She turns, asking where he came from. He says he broke through the enemy's array, and it just turned out like this. He asks whose corpse that is at their feet. She tells him it's the Black Bone Ghost Valley's leader. Woonhui says he doesn't know the details of the Red Bone Terror's death, but it seems like he got ripped apart. Based on his injuries, all three of them had a part in his death, and his bell probably didn't help him at all in this fight. He says they've all accomplished a great feat. She says they just did as they should, but it was hard. Woonhui then asks where Kyujin is. Sumin says that she was just here. Woonhui then spots her hiding around the corner. He walks over, asking what's wrong with her. Blue Ghost is tweaking, saying the Demon King is going to eat her. Kyujin asks what she's talking about, and luckily manages to regain control of her body. As she stares blankly for a second, Woonhui asks if she's okay. She says yes. Then asks if it's all over now. He says that it is, as he took out the enemy's leader. But there's a hell of a lot of minions left behind. The vampires ask how dare he. The girls start wondering what to do. Woonhui smirks, as we see the vampires starting to get ripped apart with complete ease, from a range 2. As they are all being taken down in rapid succession. The girls are impressed. Gon lands before him with his squad, asking Woonhui if he's alright. Woonhui just asks what took so long. Gon says he was the one who told him not to enter the array, so everyone just waited as they noticed the vampires waiting for an ambush, so they ambushed the ambush. Woonhui says he should have helped in rescuing his sister at least. He says they wanted to, but they saw them just bullying the shit out of that guy. The girls start to get embarrassed. Gon asks if it turned out well. Woonhui says of course, then turns towards where his corpse is. Only to be surprised by a man staring down at Minky's beheaded corpse. The entire ground freezes over in an instant, as everyone has now been completely frozen over as well, as Woonhui starts to fall apart. He then snaps out of it, as everyone as well begins to have severe headaches from the attack. The girls ask what the hell that was. Woonhui says that was a really intense cold key, and just his presence alone feels like he froze to death. This is the leader of the Northern Sea mythos, Gu Raksong. Gon yells, telling the boys to get into the 7th formation, as they start to form a defensive wall for Woonhui. Gon tells him to run as they'll stall for time. Raksong says he knows war is a chaotic place, full of resentment, but it's only right that you help a parent recover their child's corpse. The squad members start to feel pressured once more, and the ghost boys say that his power is much stronger than 6 years ago, and he's now comparable to one of the 10 greatest martial masters. 15 says he doesn't know if the society helped, but he's either close, or at the celestial orbit level. Woonhui says that Minky was just bait, and he didn't expect Raksong to care for his child. But he still let him die even though he was nearby. Meaning he might have been testing their defense system, finding out how much of their scheme they are aware of, before attacking Moonhyuk. Woonhui says that this dude is actually insane. Raksong vanishes in the blink of an eye, appearing before Woonhui. Gon turns to save him. Woonhui uses sound transmission, telling him to stop. If he wanted him dead, he'd have killed him just now. Bro looks like that creepy Momo girl. Raksong says he knows exactly who he is. Woonhui greets him, saying it's an honor to meet him. Raksong, in a chilling tone, says that he is quite deceitful. He seems peaceful and calm on the outside, but inside he is boiling with rage and resentment, asking if they've met. Woonhui says this is their first time meeting. Raksong asks where his resentment comes from then. Woonhui says he is a member of the Tang clan. So what kind of Tang clan member would not harbor rage for him coming into their territory? Raksong says he isn't naive enough to believe that. The rage he has is much more barbaric and raw, which leads him to believe he killed one of his family members or something. Woonhui says he would never understand, as he uses his own son as a tool. So when Woonhui thinks of his master, who is similar to a parent to him, and that Raksong sold their cult off to the society, it makes him want to rip him apart. But he needs to remain patient. For the sake of his followers he must save in the future. Woonhui says not yet, but he cannot speak for the future. Raksong thinks about it, then someone else appears. As we hear Moonhyuk asking why an outsider wishes to know so much about them, Gon is surprised, and Woonhui says he knew this would happen. While Minky isn't a problem, but with his father here, Moonhyuk cannot just sit by and watch anymore. Moonhyuk says if there's something Raksong must do, then he needs to get it done and leave now. Kyujin calls out to him, and both Sunyi and Sumin say that based on his aura, he must be the Tang clan's patriarch. Sumin says that he's at the top of the 10 greatest martial masters too. Moonhyuk then leaps off the top, landing right behind Woonhui. Slowly walking forward, Raksong says look at who it is. It's his old friend, the leader of the Tang clan, and it's been a while. Moonhyuk says it has, although he's not happy to see him at all. Raksong says that he's being too harsh, and he's come this long way to see him. Moonhyuk says that's because he wants to take his head. Raksong says that it'll make many people happy if he were to take his head back. The ghost boys say they're both so thick-skinned, they're talking about killing each other without changing their facial expressions at all. Woonhui says they are both definitely not in their right mind, as one of them is trying to take advantage of the assassination plan to get money out of it, and the other one is fully aware of this but doesn't care. Moonhyuk then asks if he really thinks he can take his head. As he starts to release his aura and poison needles, Raksong seems amused, asking why he wouldn't be able to, as he begins releasing his aura. They start colliding with one another, sending out a massive shockwave that Woonhui has braced himself for. Even Gon says that that's crazy, and Woonhui says their pressure is no joke. They continue their WWE stare down before Raksong just turns around. Moonhyuk asks if he's leaving already. He says what's the point in staying, he's already gotten what he wanted. Moonhyuk asks if that's it, but Raksong tells him that he'll come visit again soon, and next time he'll bring a nice gift. Moonhyuk says he'll be waiting, as Raksong tells him to look forward to it before vanishing in front of everybody's eyes. Everybody instantly feels relieved, and then Woonhui bows towards Moonhyuk, thanking him. Moonhyuk says that they're all his children since they are of the Tang clan, and he just did what he should, and goes to talk to Woonhui, but as he does, Woonhui starts falling over. As he's looking up at Moonhyuk, his eyes begin to get blurry, and he passes out in Moonhyuk's arms. Moonhyuk says that his internal wounds are awful, and it's impressive that he held on this long. He wonders what Raksong meant exactly by getting what he wanted, but decides that he should start preparing. Then it jumps to some carriages heading back, and inside of one of them we see the girls all sitting there thinking about the situation. Kyujin says that she promised Woonhui she would be his sword, yet she was no help at all. She looks over at the other two girls who also feel useless, and she calls out to them, saying that she doesn't know how they feel, but she wishes to become truly stronger. Both of the girls look at each other before smiling and agreeing with her, and they all decide to become stronger together as they make it back to the clan. Some time later, Woonhui wakes up in his room, all bandaged up, and the ghost boys are crying, asking if he's okay. Woonhui sits up, asking what happened, and they tell him that the Dark Supreme treated him himself. We then hear his voice asking if he's awake, and when he glances over, Moonhyuk says that it seems like he recovered fine. Woonhui greets him, saying that he's glad he treated him, and he doesn't know how he can repay this. Moonhyuk tells him that he doesn't have to repay him for anything. He told him that he's his child if he uses the last name Tang. Woonhui glances at the girl behind Moonhyuk, who looks a little caught off guard. There's then awkward silence, and she starts playing with her hair, and he wonders who she is. Moonhyuk then tells her, as we learn that her name is Yoon, saying that this is Woonhui, the one she wanted to meet for so long. She starts getting embarrassed and pushing his face, saying that she never said that, and she looks back over, saying besides, it's not like he can remember her anyways. Woonhui is just confused, wondering what it is, and the ghost boys say that he's always putting that handsome face of his to waste, and he's so ignorant to the mind of a woman. Woonhui though just wonders what the hell he did wrong. Moonhyuk sits up, saying that he shouldn't push himself for a while. As they leave, Woonhui says that he has his thanks, and they close the door behind them. Woonhui gets up out of the bed, only to sit on the floor, and the ghost boys ask what he's about to do. He says he needs to prepare for his duel tomorrow. He first is going to use the Venom Dragon cultivation technique to open his lower dantian. After that, he'll connect the Black Dragon key to the central one, fusing them together forcefully, as he starts spitting out blood. We see him shaking as he's struggling to combine it, and with the upper dantian, his Phantom King's tome will take over as he starts channeling it. It's a battle of 3 types of true ki, all fighting within his body, ripping him apart from the inside, and he lets out a primal scream. As his eyes go pure bloodshot, we see them bleeding, before a giant light starts to shine out of his room, and we see a chair knocked on the floor. The ghost boys are impressed, saying that this is the heavenly demon heart protection arts. As Woonhui is once more in his new form with white hair, he opens his eyes as they're no longer bloodshot, but we see his blood beginning to get mixed with sweat, and he says that he's all done now. It then jumps to Humyong, saying that he's surprised Woonhui defeated one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path. To be honest, he had low hopes. A duel against a kid who has not even reached supreme peak, he has no idea what he was trying to learn from it. It was honestly nothing more than an excuse to meet the Dark Supreme, but now he's improved enough within just a few days to be able to defeat a supreme peak martial master. How could he dare to dream of observing the celestial orbits when he can't even properly observe those below him? He then gets up, saying that what is below him would be the martial arts that he has learned until now. He looks at his blade, saying that it was his golden lion blade technique that was the problem. He has wielded the sword for as long as any of the top 10 martial masters. He then starts to say if only he had been a child of a renowned sect or clan. If he had just had a master to guide him down the right path. He then realizes something, saying that's right, Woonhui seemed like he knew something that he didn't. He even defeated his disciple, though he only just began wielding the sword. And now, as well as Minky, he exits the door, looking towards the training area, wondering what exactly Woonhui knows, saying that he needs to find out. It then jumps to Woonhui, who's wrapping a bandage around his abdomen, and the ghost boys are worried for him. Goatee says that the Dark Supreme might have treated him, but he should still be resting. They try to tell him to stop, as Woonhui exits the building and grabs his blade. They say that he shouldn't be training in his current state. He says that he can't afford to skip out on training. He widens his stance and unsheathes his blade, looking towards the trees, saying there's also another reason, and that is because he promised to help Humyong, as Humyong is watching him. Woonhui raises his sword up slowly and closes his eyes, and Humyong watches, saying that a child of his status must have received some special teachings, and now it's time for him to show him what kind of teachings he received. Woonhui raises his blade overhead before swinging down. Humyong wonders why he's using a normal downswing, and then Woonhui starts bouncing around, and Humyong says that he understands, and that he is just warming up, and he can't wait to see what he's going to show him when he's fully ready. As Woonhui continues using nothing but basic techniques, Humyong is confused, asking if this is really all it is. He starts to feel frustrated, saying that he's meant to learn about the Dark Supreme's teachings, or about the Tang clan's most treasured techniques. But he's currently just repeating the most basic sword skills, and wonders if the confidence in his eyes was just a pretense. But he doesn't actually know, because as he's watching Woonhui, he can tell that he looks like he's having a crazy amount of fun. Down at the city as it's time for the fight, we see the girls in line for it. Hyujin in particular is looking forward, and starts calling out to someone, telling them to come over here, as it's none other than her senior disciple, Chul-san. He asks if there's something going on, as he heard that the Blade King was fighting, and wonders if it's him and the branch clan head. She says that it's not him, rather it's the vice branch clan head who is fighting. As Woonhui walks up on the stage, Humyong is opposite, ready to fight. Woonhui formally introduces himself, saying he hopes this will be a good duel. Humyong does the same, telling him that he better be prepared. Woonhui's blade, wondering what happened to his fan 1, Woonhui asks why it matters, as it's not the weapon that is important. The ghost boys ask what the hell he's doing, and Dumpling tells the others to stop questioning his actions. Humyong then starts to release pressure, asking what the hell would a spoiled child of a renowned clan like him even know? He starts screaming, while releasing his golden aura that begins destroying the arena. Chul-san and the rest wonder why he's releasing so much killing intent. Gon says that he knows Woonhui is talented, but this is too much, and he needs to stop this. But Moonhyuk stretches his hand out, telling him to watch instead, as he wants to see what Woonhui will show them. Woonhui asks Humyong why it matters if he's a renowned clan's child, or if he was a vagabond, as it's not where he comes from that matters. This is a deep cut for Humyong, and the ghost boys call him ruthless, asking how he's going to deal with the consequences. Humyong stabs his blade into the ground, saying that he's had enough of Woonhui's jokes. He walks over to the practice stand, grabbing a blade, and then prepares himself, telling Woonhui that he wants to show him what he's got, and what it is that's so important. Humyong begins charging in and raises his sword up before swinging down. Woonhui blocks it, and Humyong takes the chance to go for his side and comes in with a punch, hitting him hard. It causes Woonhui to spit up blood. Hyung says that he's the one who said that martial arts, as well as the weapon, aren't actually what matters, and he swings again, but Woonhui blocks it, but it's still devastating enough to send him flying backwards, destroying the arena. Hyung asks what matters then if those two don't. Woonhui starts to recover from the clash and wipes blood away from his mouth, and of course, looks like he's having fun. Hyung's confused and tells Woonhui that he wants to be honest, and that he was stealthily watching him train yesterday. Woonhui, though, wonders what the hell he's talking about, saying there's no way that was stealthy, and the ghost boys wonder if he really believed that, as he was like a big dog. Hyung says that he thought he would show him something special, but he was disappointed to see that he only trained in basic swordsmanship. And, he's definitely different now that he's fighting him. However, he won't just sit here and idly assume that that is all Woonhui is capable of. As he starts to imbue his sword with sword ki, he readies it, telling Woonhui that he wants to see him try and attempt to block this next, as he swings down. It creates a giant golden arc that starts to completely decimate the arena in front of him. As it starts flying in towards Woonhui, we see a giant explosion from the aura that sends out a shockwave, causing everybody in the crowd to have to brace for it. Gon wonders if Woonhui's okay, and as the smoke starts to fade, Hyung says that's what he was curious about. As he sees Woonhui smiling, he asks what he finds so fun about this. Woonhui asks what reason he has to not be having fun, as he is faced with a very strong opponent, and he's getting the chance to show off all that he's trained. Hyung says that he's getting hurt, and he's out of his mind. Woonhui tells him that's what it means to be a martial artist, and he asks Hyung if he's also not having any fun. This catches Hyung off guard, and he looks down at his hand, wondering if he is having fun, and when he holds up the reflection, he sees himself smiling, wondering since when. He's always tried to climb this endless cliff of martial arts. When he finally thought he got to the top, the Sword Emperor asks why he's trying to become stronger. Hyung himself honestly couldn't answer, because he never had a reason, he just liked the sword. As we see him when he was younger, he says he simply swung it because it was fun. Eventually, he became a martial master at the supreme peak, and the leader of a sect. At the end of the day, his climb was nothing more than him just having a simple joy for martial arts. Through all of the blood, sweat, and tears that he shed from getting on this path, he ended up losing sight of what was truly important to him. What was truly beneath him was the feeling of joy that he lost. He starts screaming, laughing, saying that this is so fun. He holds his sword up high into the air and starts to channel his ki into it. The entire arena begins shaking violently, and the spectators say that he's surely kidding, as this is meant to be a duel for training, as there's a giant lion made out of aura in the sky. Hyung tells Woonhui he wants to fight for longer. The ghost boys tell Woonhui he needs to get out of this, because this is dangerous. Woonhui says this is going to make him bedridden for another several days. As the attack flies in, the ghost boys tell him to move, as even he can't dodge this. The spectators start making breaks for it, and we see Sumin and Sunyi readying themselves for the shockwave. And Woonhui says his sword is going to need to be pointed at him now, as there is a massive eruption throughout the entire arena. Once more, there is a ton of smoke being created by it. The middle of the arena has now been transformed into a giant hole. Afterwards, we see Moonhyuk, Hosen, and Gon actually blocked it for Woonhui, and Moonhyuk congratulates him. Woonhui does as well, as he puts his hands together, and everybody joins in unison, congratulating Hyung on his achievement. Hyung then approaches Woonhui and stands right before him, thanking him for helping him remember something so important that he had forgotten until now. Woonhui laughs and thanks him for teaching him as well. Moonhyuk watches, saying that this is very wholesome, and tells everybody that's it for the duel. Also, that he intends on announcing the resurrection of the Tempest Squad that had been disbanded 24 years ago. Everybody looks surprised by this, asking what he means by this. Someone else approaches, saying it's too dangerous, and that he promised to disband the Tempest Squad after his last loss. Everybody tells him that he's right, and there's no meaning to bringing them back since they lost so severely last time. Hosen looks a bit pissed, saying that this is ridiculous. They had lost so much blood fighting on the very front lines in the war against the demonic cult, but when they try to say that they will wield the sword again to defeat the demonic cult, they all hate the idea of it. Moonhyuk says that he's going to do it, asking if they have it in them to even stop him. The old man who brought it up looks surprised before he and everybody else start to immediately feel pressured as they drop to the floor holding their throats. Moonhyuk starts releasing some crazy killing intent, showing them that he wasn't asking, and he was telling them. He glares at them, and we see his eyes kind of shaped like that of a dragon's, and they immediately run off. He says that they sure are cowards to leave after a little prank. He clears his throat, saying that they should continue talking. He wants to resurrect the squad to discourage the demonic cult, but they can't do it on their own, and he's going to make an offer to everyone here as well as all of their allies within the Jianghu. There are 3 conditions to be able to join the Tempest squad: teamwork, loyalty, and martial arts. He intends on taking in anyone with those 3 qualities. Normal spectators ask if that means they can join even though they're not a member of the clan, and Moonhyuk says that he will open up the gates to the Tempest squad so all those who wish to join to attempt to. After the speech is over, Woonhui starts walking down the steps before Kyujin calls out to him. He looks over, all the girls are there telling him that he did a great job, and he really grows fast. Woonhui laughs, saying that he's pretty great, and he knows this. Sumin and Kyujin sigh, and he looks over at Chul-san. He says it's nice to meet him, and he introduces himself to Woonhui. Woonhui recognizes the name before looking over at Kyujin, understanding that this is the one she has a crush on. He then starts laughing, and she asks why he's looking at her like that. Then he continues, making it even more evil, and she says that it's not what he thinks. Woonhui introduces himself back, saying that he's heard much about him. Chul-san is surprised, asking what he's heard, and he says that Kyujin told him that she had a lot to learn from him, and it's an honor to meet him. He pats her head, saying that makes him really happy to hear, and she starts to get embarrassed. Woonhui then senses something. Just as Kyujin has the blue ghost in her, it seems as if Chul-san has something in him as well. The ghost boys ask if that's what they think it is, and Woonhui says they're correct, and he has a soul streak. They can't believe that there are 2 people within the Quainkang sect that have soul streaks, and Woonhui says that there might be more as well. Of Chul-san's, his is pretty grand in comparison. He laughs, saying that he understands why people say that he's going to end up becoming the best swordsman. Woonhui then goes back to what he was going to say, telling Chul-san that he heard that he often goes out with other women, and Kyujin quickly closes his mouth, asking when she ever said that, and Chul-san just looks amused by the whole situation. Sumin and Sunyi are a little surprised, saying that they get along very well. Sunyi says that she didn't think they would, but is glad that they do. Someone else then approaches them, calling out to Woonhui, who turns, and the man tells him that the patriarch wishes to see him. That night, he goes to meet up with Moonhyuk, saying that he heard he wanted to see him. Moonhyuk says he does, and then starts releasing pressure, saying starting now he needs to think wisely before answering his questions. Woonhui wonders if he figured out who he is, and the ghost boys tell Woonhui to run for it, as he might actually die tonight. Woonhui wonders if it was because of Minky, but says that he wasn't there when the fight happened. Minky starts to reach into his robe, calling out to Woonhui, and Woonhui says he has no choice as he grabs onto his fan blade. It turns out that it's just a drawing of his granddaughter, and Moonhyuk asks him how he feels about his granddaughter, saying that she's beautiful, and the ghost boys now understand that he's really just a normal dude. Woonhui says she is, and Moonhyuk says that he knew that he would agree, but he's not allowed, as he won't give her. Woonhui says he never asked for her, and Moonhyuk says that's a good answer. Woonhui just wonders what the hell he wants from him, and Moonhyuk says they'll talk about that when the time comes, and says that when he first stepped onto the duel stage, he reminded him of the demonic martial artist from the Heavenly Mountain. This catches Woonhui off guard, and Moonhyuk says that he's definitely talented. However, what is important is his mindset and the balance of his martial arts. No matter how powerful his martial arts are, if there is no balance, then it will only end in ki blockage. He says that 17 years ago, there was a disciple like him. He was so talented that it was fun for him to teach, but the rumors tell him that he has been inflicted with ki blockage. Woonhui curiously asks him if he's surprised, and then asks who it is. Moonhyuk says he knows him, and that everybody basically should. Woonhui wonders if it's what he thinks it is, and Moonhyuk says that the demons of the Heavenly Mountain had a nickname, and they called him the Divine Sword Heavenly Demon. Later that night, we see Woonhui looking up at his ceiling, thinking about it. We get a flashback to him and his master when he was a kid, and his master said that they once visited Quanghai Lake long before they met him. However, they could not appreciate its beauty. Woonhui asked why, as his master looked up and stared at the stars, saying that they were badly hurt, both physically and mentally. At the time, they were raiding the mountain bandits, and they were extremely terrible people, so they had to annihilate them thoroughly, but was badly hurt because of someone they had to come across, and barely managed to get away at the cost of severe injuries. Death was already approaching them, but so was someone else, as when they looked up, they met someone they could never forget there. They then woke up to an unfamiliar cave ceiling, and we hear Moonhyuk saying that they are finally awake, and they shouldn't sleep outside, while clicking his tongue. Woonhui's master says that they were treated by him, and that the man even taught them. Woonhui looks up at his master, who is smiling, and Woonhui says he didn't know that person was the Dark Supreme. The ghost boys say that fate works in strange ways, and it seems like nothing is a coincidence. Woonhui says that if the Dark Supreme hadn't treated his master then, his master might not have ended up becoming his master, and if he ends up finding his master one day, then things would be nice to have a drink with the two of them together, but in order to do that, he needs to find his master as quickly as possible. He then starts to summon Minky's spirit, telling him to come forth, as his phantom to open up the gates of hell. Within it are all the souls of the North Sea mythos that were slaughtered the other day. Minky tells his men to open up a path, as he needs to talk to Woonhui. The vampires look at each other before splitting, and Woonhui says that he can't believe he's acting like the owner around here. He tells Minky he doesn't know his place. Minky says that he does know it very well. He knows he was nothing more than a tool to be used and thrown out. He smiles, saying that he's not the only one, as Woonhui too was also thrown out, betrayed by the ones he trusted, and he met a pathetic end. And in the end, he's no different than he is. He starts laughing, and Dumpling and Goatee are frustrated, saying that it was unavoidable that they had to do it, and that they'll take care of him for Woonhui, but Woonhui tells him to continue. Minky laughs, saying that he knows the pain of abandonment better than anyone else, and now he's using the Tang clan to corner these people, and it's ridiculous. Woonhui says he's right. He was betrayed by those he trusted, just like him. But he's thought about finding his master using the Tang clan. Minky starts cackling, saying that he's more pathetic than he is. Woonhui says that he's right though, and it makes him the same as them. But unlike them, at the very least, he will do everything in his power to protect those that he loves. No matter what the world might say about him, he does not care. Minky is in disbelief, and thinks about the family he had. His father, Rake Song, had no expectations of him. Hidden in the shadows of his brother, he felt small. He wanted validation, so he tried really hard. In the end, he became one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path. However, Woonhui took all of that away from him. Despite being an orphan, and having struggled for so long to learn martial arts, it was upsetting. The position he got, and the attention he received. He thought it was only right that they should be his. That is why he dreamed of taking over Woonhui one day, but he understands it now. The difference between the two of them, and their bonds with others, and why they could never be equals. Minky starts to accept this fact, and looks a little bit regretful on his past actions. He tells him to stop with the nonsense, as he only wants to know what he knows. Minky looks up at him, then makes eye contact, saying one day a man who claimed to be a follower of the society came to them, and made a deal with their mythos leader. Woonhui asks what the deal was. Minky says that from what he heard, it was to kill the Dark Supreme, in return for the position of cult leader. Woonhui asks what his master is to do in all of this. Minky says he doesn't know all the details either. He just knows that one of the society followers' duties was to track down the divine sword, Heavenly Demon. Woonhui is surprised, saying that means his master is still alive. Minky continues though, saying that the society gave them the mythos leader powers, but he doesn't know what exactly they are. He did hear that the mythos leader recently went to the Eternal Ice Mountain. The ghost boy says that is one of the very front lines of the Northern Sea mythos, wondering why he would go there. Woonhui as well doesn't know what he is scheming, but there is something he is certain of, and that war is definitely upon them. It jumps to the Eternal Ice Mountain, and on one of the paths, we see all the vampires carrying stuff up towards it, and leading the charge is none other than Rake Song. Ugly bastard. So there's obviously still a lot of length left in this series that we haven't seen yet, and because of that, I'm holding back on going fully in depth for now. The really long personal thoughts, like what I did for Eternally Regressing Night, take a lot of time to put together, so I'd rather save that for a season end or a clear stopping point. If you feel like I could have gone into more detail on certain parts, I will later. The baseline of the story, A protagonist who dies and then possesses another body isn't new, but the way it's being executed against the backdrop of the demonic cult feels fresh. The way he's building relationships within this world is what really sets it apart for me. Character development has been strong. I'll skip the long breakdowns for now, but the Spark Notes version is this. All of the Ghost Boys started out as enemies who tried to kill him. He crushed them, captured their souls, and now they're on his side. The same thing happened with 15, sent to kill him, but now loyal. His sister's development is different. She's cared for him from the start, but her arc is about realizing she doesn't want to stay confined to the Tang clan and coming to terms with the fact that her mother is evil. Yu Chong's arc is also notable. He started out hating Wenhui, but after learning he was being used by his mother, he changed, ultimately helping take her down. Even their mother gets a form of redemption in her final moments, realizing that her hatred toward Wenhui had been a mistake. Villains being redeemed is actually a recurring theme here. Minky, the latest villain, follows that same path. His final expression made it clear he knew he'd lived as a fool and regretted it. There are a ton more developments and more characters worth discussing, but again, I'll save those for a future long-form breakdown. Pacing-wise, I have zero complaints. It's perfectly balanced, not too fast, not too slow, which works especially well for a Muram story like this. Combat is a real highlight. Fights feel fluid, with motion that flows naturally between panels. Wenhui actually dodges, thinks, and strategizes mid-battle. At the same time, we still get those fan-favorite panels with giant explosions and shockwaves that sell the impact of the fight, and power within these Muram worlds. There's also a bit of symbolism sprinkled in, usually blatant, but it still works for what it's going for. If I had to nitpick anything, it would be the amount of plot armor and convenience, but that's a common trait in most Muram stories and doesn't take away from the fun. I'm really enjoying this series. There's a ton of cool moments throughout, and while this personal thoughts entry is short, it's because I think the big, in-depth ones are better saved for when there's a proper stopping point. I hope you've enjoyed it so far, and let me know what you think in the comments. If you've watched till the end, comment, Peckerwood, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.